The Hogwarts Express steamed its way north through the countryside, red and gleaming, as first years leaned out the windows, wide-eyed with wonder. Inside one of the compartments, Harry Potter sat alone, peering out at the rolling hills with a mixture of excitement and nerves twisting in his stomach. It was his first real adventure, away from the Dursleys, away from Privet Drive, and into a world that promised magic, mystery, and maybe even friendship. The door to his compartment slid open with a soft scrape. A bushy-haired girl stepped in, her nose buried in a thick copy of Hogwarts, a history. She paused when she saw him. "Oh, sorry, I was just looking for Neville's toad," she said quickly, her voice precise and a little bossy. "Have you seen one?" Harry shook his head. "No toads, sorry." She nodded, but then gave him a more thoughtful look. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Harry blinked, used to the strange reaction his name caused, but it still felt uncomfortable. Yeah." Her eyes lit up. "I've read about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and—" Harry gave her a sheepish smile, unsure what to say. "That's me, I guess." She hesitated, then stepped all the way into the compartment. "Well, I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born, and I've learned all the spells already, just in case. I read all the textbooks over the summer." Harry blinked. "All of them?" "Of course." She glanced at the seat across from him. "Is this taken?" "No. You can sit if you want." Hermione sat down, folding her hands neatly over her book. "So, have you practiced any spells yet?" "Not really," Harry admitted. "Hagrid told me a bit, but I'm kind of new to all this." Her expression softened. "Well, that makes two of us. I mean, I've read a lot, but it's different actually being here." They chatted for the rest of the ride, something about her straightforwardness balancing Harry's quiet uncertainty. There was something calming about her, a sense of control and determination Harry didn't realize he'd needed. When Ron Weasley finally did join them later, she stayed only a few more minutes before politely excusing herself. It wasn't the last time Harry saw her. At the sorting ceremony, they were both placed in Gryffindor, Hermione with a proud smile and confident step, Harry with quiet relief that he hadn't been sorted into Slytherin. He caught her eye as she sat down, and she gave him a small nod, as if to say, "We're in this together now." Their first few weeks at Hogwarts passed in a blur of lessons, new experiences, and shared frustrations with Ron's complaints about homework and Draco Malfoy's smug attitude. Harry noticed early on how hard Hermione tried in every class, how her hand always shot up first, how her notes were impossibly neat. But he also noticed something else. Beneath her perfectionism was a loneliness not unlike his own. One rainy afternoon, after a particularly confusing transfiguration lesson, Harry found Hermione in the library, surrounded by stacks of books, her brow furrowed. "Still trying to understand the switching spell?" he asked, sitting across from her. Hermione sighed, brushing hair behind her ear. "Yes, I understand the theory, but I can't seem to get it right in practice." "Maybe we can figure it out together," Harry offered. She looked up at him in surprise. "You'd help me?" "Well, you've helped me a lot without realizing it. And I don't exactly have a knack for transfiguration either." Hermione stared at him for a second, then smiled, a real one, not the tight, forced one she usually wore around people trying to ignore her. "All right, let's try." They spent over an hour practicing, Harry offering encouragement when Hermione got frustrated, Hermione explaining techniques when Harry struggled. Neither of them mastered the spell, but by the time they left, they were laughing quietly about how many times they'd accidentally turned their matchsticks into splinters. From that day, something shifted. They still had their own friends. Harry spent time with Ron, and Hermione still tried to befriend Parvati and Lavender. But it was clear to anyone paying attention that they gravitated toward each other. Harry was the first to notice when Hermione looked sad or distracted, and Hermione was the only one who could talk Harry down when his temper flared or when he felt the pressure of being the boy who lived. It wasn't until Halloween that Harry saw just how much Hermione meant to him. Ron had made a cruel remark earlier in the day, mocking her for always showing off in class. Hermione had vanished after that, skipping dinner entirely. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, screaming about a troll in the dungeon, Harry's first thought wasn't fear. It was Hermione. "She doesn't know," he whispered to Ron. She's in the bathroom. She doesn't know about the troll. Before Ron could protest, Harry was already running. He found her in the girls' bathroom, just as the massive mountain troll crashed through the door behind him. Hermione screamed, ducking behind the sinks. Harry didn't think. He grabbed a tap and threw it, yelling, distracting the troll. What followed was a blur. Ron arriving, a frantic Wingardium Leviosa, the troll's club slamming down on its own head. When it was over and Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell had rushed in, Hermione did something unexpected. She lied, saying she had gone looking for the troll. She protected them. Harry watched her in astonishment. That night, after they escaped punishment with only a few stern words, Hermione sat beside Harry in the common room, her face still pale. "You didn't have to come after me," she said quietly. "I did," Harry replied, looking at her seriously. "I didn't want anything to happen to you." Their eyes met, and for a heartbeat, something unspoken passed between them. It wasn't just gratitude or relief. It was something warmer, deeper. "Thank you," she whispered. From that night on, the bond between them was unshakable. Even if neither of them fully understood what was happening yet, something had begun. Something real. Something that might, in time, grow into love. The days following the troll incident brought a subtle but undeniable change. Where once Hermione had been a lonely know-it-all and Harry the wide-eyed newcomer burdened by fame, now they were more than classmates. More than friends, even if they didn't realize it yet. They shared inside jokes over Charms class, studied together late into the evening, and instinctively sought each other out in the Gryffindor common room. Ron remained Harry's friend, loud, loyal, and occasionally irritating. But Harry began noticing the contrast between his two closest companions. Ron saw Hermione as a bossy nuisance, someone who made him feel inadequate. Harry, on the other hand, was beginning to see something else entirely. She wasn't just clever. She was passionate, determined, and fiercely loyal. She corrected professors when they were wrong, stood up for the underdog, and treated even the smallest rules as sacred law. Sometimes she irritated him, especially when she reminded him of his homework or criticized his broom handling, but more often she impressed him. One crisp November morning, Harry found her alone in the courtyard, a thick scarf wrapped around her neck as she read by a frosted stone bench. He hesitated for a moment before joining her. "Shouldn't you be inside where it's warm?" he asked, rubbing his gloved hands together. Hermione smiled without looking up. "The light is better out here, and the cold helps me concentrate." He sat beside her. "What are you reading now?" "Ancient runes and their influence on modern spellcraft. It's not in our syllabus, but I thought it might give me a head start." Harry chuckled. "Of course you are." She finally looked at him. "And what are you doing out here?" "Avoiding Ron's chess lessons again. He kept making the pieces yell at me when I lost," Harry said, grinning. "It's not really my idea of fun." They laughed together, and Harry found himself lingering in the sound of it. There was a softness in Hermione that few people noticed, one that only revealed itself in moments like this. And though he didn't know exactly why, he felt better around her, calmer, more like himself. As winter crept in, so did the anticipation of their first Christmas at Hogwarts. The castle transformed into a dream of icicles, evergreen garlands, and enchanted snowflakes. Most students were going home, but Harry, without a family to return to, was staying behind. To his surprise and secret delight, so was Hermione. "My parents are going on a trip to Paris," she explained, stirring her porridge one morning in the great hall. "I didn't want to be stuck in a hotel while they visit art museums all day." Harry smiled. "Then I won't be completely alone." They spent their Christmas break exploring the castle's quieter corners, sneaking into the kitchens for hot chocolate, and revisiting the library so Hermione could introduce Harry to books he never would have found on his own. They even had snowball fights in the courtyard, Hermione laughing wildly as she chased Harry down with a well-packed snowball in each hand. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. A sweater from Mrs. Weasley, some homemade treats from Hagrid, and to his surprise, a neatly wrapped book with his name written in careful handwriting. The note read, "To the only person who listens to me even when I talk too much. Hermione." It was a copy of Magical Theory, Volume 2, annotated in the margins with her own notes. Harry stood there for a long time just holding the book. Later that day, as they sat beside the fire in the common room with a game of exploding snap abandoned between them, Hermione unwrapped the gift he'd awkwardly handed her earlier, a carved wooden bookmark he'd asked Hagrid to help him make. "It's beautiful," she said softly, tracing her fingers over the engraved initials. "Thank you, Harry." He shrugged, suddenly nervous. "I know it's not much. I just thought, you always have your nose in a book." "It's perfect," she said, and there was a warmth in her eyes that made Harry's heart beat faster. Time passed quickly after that. January brought colder winds and more difficult lessons. The mystery of the third-floor corridor, and whatever lay beneath the trapdoor guarded by a monstrous three-headed dog, began to occupy more and more of their thoughts. But even as they delved into the puzzle with Ron's help, Hermione remained Harry's closest ally. When he had nightmares about the Mirror of Ariste and his parents' faces fading into darkness, it was Hermione who noticed his tired eyes the next morning. "You're not sleeping well," she said gently. "I'm fine," Harry replied. "You don't have to say that to me." He looked at her, really looked at her, the concern etched on her face, the way she tilted her head when she spoke. He realized that for the first time in his life, someone genuinely saw him. Not the boy who lived, not a name in a book, but him. "It's the mirror," he admitted. "It shows me my parents. I can't stop going back to it." Hermione took his hand, firm and comforting. "Then maybe you shouldn't be alone. Next time you want to go, I'll come with you." He didn't say it out loud, but he never visited the mirror again. By spring, the quiet undercurrent between them had become stronger. Not quite love, not yet, but something undeniable. It was in the way Hermione touched his arm a second longer than necessary when she passed a book to him. The way Harry always saved her a seat next to him at every meal. The way their eyes lingered just a moment too long when they thought no one else was looking. Even Ron started noticing, though he mostly rolled his eyes and muttered, "You two are getting weird." Harry didn't mind. He liked weird, especially if it meant spending more time with Hermione. As the year wore on and danger loomed closer, as they pieced together the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone, Harry found himself thinking not just of Voldemort or survival, but of Hermione. Her loyalty, her fierce intelligence, her bravery. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew one thing with certainty. As long as she was by his side, he could face whatever came next. And for the first time, Harry began to wonder, not with confusion, but curiosity and quiet hope, if what they had might someday become something even more. The end of the school year was no longer just a distant concept. Spring brought more than just warmth and green fields outside the castle windows. It brought answers, tension, and the creeping suspicion that something dangerous was lurking beneath the surface of Hogwarts. Harry, Hermione, and Ron grew more obsessed with unraveling the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone. Between classes, they whispered theories, pieced together clues, and debated over everything from Fluffy's origins to Snape's suspicious behavior. But for Harry, one thing remained constant through all the madness, Hermione. It wasn't just that she was smart, though she was always several steps ahead of them. It was the way she grounded him. When Ron grew impatient or skeptical, when Harry's instincts took over and he wanted to charge headfirst into danger, Hermione was the one who paused, who questioned, who reminded him of the bigger picture. Not out of fear, but out of care. Out of a deeper desire to protect him, even if he didn't always see it. One evening, as they walked along the lake after dinner, a habit they'd picked up recently, Harry glanced sideways at her. The breeze played with her curls as she looked out over the water. "Do you ever think we're way in over our heads?" he asked. "All the time," Hermione said softly, turning to him. "But then I remember that we've made it this far. And I know I'm not alone." There was a silence between them, not awkward but weighted, like something was shifting in the space they shared. "You know," she added, "you don't have to be the one who fixes everything, Harry. You're allowed to be scared. To lean on someone else for once." He met her eyes, startled. "I do lean on someone." Hermione gave a small smile. "I'm glad." That night, as Harry lay awake in his four-poster bed, he thought about her words. He'd always felt like the world expected things of him: bravery, leadership, self-sacrifice. But with Hermione, he didn't feel like a symbol. He felt like himself. And he liked who he was when she was around. The trio's investigations led them to Hagrid, who had let slip more than he intended about Fluffy and how to get past him. The pieces were clicking into place. Harry knew, somehow, that whatever lay beneath the trapdoor, someone was after it, and soon. And he was determined to stop them. He expected resistance from Hermione, but she surprised him. "If we're doing this," she said firmly, folding her arms in the common room, "we're planning it properly. No more running off half-cocked, Harry. We need spells ready, potions in mind, and information." Ron groaned. "You sound like McGonagall." "Good," Hermione shot back. "Maybe that means we'll survive this." Harry tried to suppress a grin. He wasn't sure when it had happened, but the idea of facing danger without Hermione at his side had become unthinkable. The night they went through the trapdoor was clear and cold. They left behind a sleeping common room, tiptoeing through the corridors with the invisibility cloak wrapped around them. Hermione's hand brushed Harry's once as they crept past the third floor, and neither of them pulled away. Fluffy was already asleep, a harp playing softly beside him. As they descended into the darkness below, Harry felt his heart pounding in his chest. Not just from fear, but from something else, something deeper. They passed through trials one by one. The Devil's Snare, which Hermione saved them from with quick thinking and fire, the Flying Keys, where Harry's seeker instincts shone, and the giant chessboard, where Ron sacrificed himself so the others could go on. By the time it was just Harry and Hermione standing before the potion riddle, the air between them buzzed with tension. Hermione studied the bottles, thinking aloud. "It's a logic puzzle. I've read about these. Give me a minute." Harry waited, his eyes flicking between her and the passage ahead. He didn't want to leave her. He couldn't. Finally, she turned to him. "Only one of us can go forward." "I know," Harry said, his voice low. "And it has to be me." She nodded, but her eyes were shimmering with emotion. "Drink the smallest one. It lets you move ahead. Mine will take me back." Harry hesitated. "Hermione." She stepped closer, her voice trembling just slightly. "Be careful. Please. I know you feel like you have to do this alone, but you're not alone anymore. You have me. You always will." He looked at her, truly looked, her eyes full of fear and strength and something unspoken. Without thinking, he leaned in and hugged her. Tight. She wrapped her arms around him just as fiercely. When they pulled apart, their eyes lingered again, longer this time. The tension between them was electric, pulsing, unsaid. But there wasn't time. "Not now. Promise me you'll come back," she whispered. "I promise." He drank the potion, and the fire parted. He looked back once more before disappearing through the black flames. The encounter with Professor Quirrell, the mirror, and the whispering presence of Voldemort was a blur of pain, confusion, and survival. But through it all, the searing burn in his hands, the image of his mother in the mirror, the darkness that swallowed him, one thought grounded him. Hermione. When he woke up days later in the hospital wing, the first person he saw was Dumbledore. The second was her. Hermione was sitting in a chair by his bed, her head resting on the mattress, a book half slipped from her fingers. Her eyes fluttered open the moment he shifted. "Harry," she breathed, relief washing over her face. "You're awake." He managed a tired smile. "You waited for me?" "Of course I did," she said, her voice soft. "You promised you'd come back." He reached out weakly and took her hand in his. She didn't pull away. She just squeezed back. And for the first time in a long time, Harry felt truly safe. The aftermath of the stone incident swept through Hogwarts like wildfire. Everyone had heard whispers of what had happened, though few knew the truth, that it had been Harry, Hermione, and Ron who had faced the dangers beneath the school and stopped Voldemort from returning. Despite the accolades and stunned admiration, the trio was given a quiet reprieve in the days before the term's end. Harry spent most of his time in the hospital wing recovering, while Hermione remained at his side whenever Madame Pomfrey allowed her to. Ron popped in with sweets and dramatic retellings of the chess match, but it was Hermione who rarely left, silently reading or occasionally reaching out just to hold Harry's hand while he slept. On the final day of term, the Great Hall was awash in gold and crimson. Gryffindor had won the House Cup, thanks in no small part to the points Dumbledore awarded for their bravery. The cheers, the banners, the victory, it all felt surreal to Harry. He smiled, but his gaze kept drifting toward Hermione across the table. She looked radiant, cheeks flushed with joy, eyes shining with pride. She caught him looking, and for a brief moment, neither looked away. Something was shifting between them, unspoken but undeniable. But then came the farewells. The train ride back to London was a blur of chatter and trunks and future plans. Harry stood with Hermione on the platform at King's Cross, both hesitant, the noise of families reuniting around them fading into the background. "So," she said quietly, hugging her books to her chest, "you'll write, won't you?" Harry nodded. "Every week. And if your aunt and uncle are horrible." "They will be," he said, grinning. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Then write more than once a week." He stepped closer. "Thanks for everything, Hermione. For being there." She blinked quickly. "Always." The hug they shared was longer than it needed to be, tighter than either expected. When they pulled apart, something remained in the air. An invisible tether stretched between them, holding firm even as they stepped away. Summer at the Dursleys was, as expected, miserable. Vernon snarled about Harry's nonsense. Dudley was as brutish as ever, and Petunia barely acknowledged his existence. But this summer was different, because of the letters. Hermione wrote like clockwork. Long, thoughtful letters filled with questions, book recommendations, and little updates about her parents' dental practice and the books she was reading. She asked about his dreams, his days, how he was coping. Every time an owl tapped at the window, Harry's heart lifted. And he wrote back, shyly at first, then more eagerly, opening up in ways he never had before. About the mirror, about how he still saw his parents in his dreams, about how much he missed Hogwarts. About how much he missed her. Sometimes her letters included sketches, small doodles of fluffy snoring, or Ron with his mouth open mid-snore, or even the two of them sitting by the Black Lake. Once, she sent a photograph of the Gryffindor common room, charmed to show the fire flickering and the shadows dancing on the walls. Harry kept it under his pillow. One day in July, a letter arrived in Hermione's loopy script that made Harry reread it 3 times. "I keep thinking about the night we went after the stone. How you hugged me. How I was so scared you wouldn't come back. I don't know if I'm just being silly, but it felt like something changed between us that night. I don't know what that means exactly, but I wanted to say it." Harry sat on the floor of his small bedroom, the letter trembling slightly in his hands. He wrote back that night, heart thudding, quill shaking slightly as he put the words to parchment. "It wasn't silly. Something changed for me too. I think I've been feeling it since Christmas, or maybe before. I don't really know what it means either, Hermione, but I do know this. I miss you. More than I thought I would." He sent the owl before he could change his mind. The response came the next morning. "I'm glad you said that. I miss you too, Harry. More than I can explain in a letter." For the rest of the summer, their letters deepened. They didn't call it love. Not yet, but there was something in the spaces between their words. Something delicate, unspoken, and true. When Harry got his Hogwarts letter, he wasn't excited about classes or even Quidditch. What he looked forward to most was seeing Hermione again. The night before he was due to leave, Harry lay awake staring at the ceiling, heart fluttering with anticipation. Would she look the same? Would things between them be awkward? Had he imagined it all? At the station the next day, he barely heard the Dursleys grumble as he vanished through the barrier at platform 9 3/4. And there she was. Hermione stood in the crowd, scanning for him, her curls bouncing as she turned. When her eyes met his, her face lit up like the sun. She ran to him, flung her arms around his neck, and hugged him as if she hadn't breathed since they'd last seen each other. Harry hugged her back just as tightly, no hesitation. "You're taller," she whispered, pulling away slightly. "You're still shorter," he teased. They both laughed, and it was like the summer melted away in that instant. Whatever had been growing between them hadn't faded. If anything, it had only deepened. They boarded the train together, sat across from Ron, who immediately launched into a dramatic retelling of his summer at the Burrow, and exchanged quiet smiles every few minutes, as though they were both thinking the same thing but didn't need to say it aloud. Whatever lay ahead in their second year at Hogwarts, Harry knew one thing for sure. He and Hermione were no longer just best friends. They were something more. And they were just beginning to understand what that meant. The Hogwarts Express roared across the countryside, its windows fogged slightly with the chill of early September. Inside one of the compartments, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were laughing over Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. But beneath Harry's smile was a quiet hum of awareness, a shift in the air whenever Hermione laughed too hard at one of his jokes, or when their knees accidentally touched under the table and neither pulled away. They hadn't talked about the letters. Not yet, but the understanding between them had only grown since reuniting at the station. Their glances lingered longer. The space between them closed quicker. Harry felt it most when Hermione looked at him and smiled like he was the only one in the room. But their second year didn't begin with lightness. First, there was Dobby, a frantic house elf who appeared in Harry's room before term and warned him not to return to school. Then, at the feast, whispers of the Chamber of Secrets has been opened chilled the great hall. Soon, Hogwarts was under a shadow again. And yet, amid the fear and tension, Harry found solace in Hermione's presence. She was more focused than ever, poring over books, researching legends about the chamber, fiercely determined to understand what was happening. Harry admired her drive, but he worried too. She was always the first to dive into danger for answers, and that fearless thirst for knowledge sometimes reminded him just how much she risked for others. For him. One evening, they sat alone in the library, candles flickering beside a stack of thick, dusty volumes. Ron had left early, grumbling about his Transfiguration homework. The silence between them was comfortable, filled with scribbling quills and the occasional turn of a page. "I think I'm getting close," Hermione said, tracing a line in Hogwarts, a history. "I found a passage about a monster that lives in pipes. Maybe that's how it's getting around undetected." Harry leaned closer, reading beside her. He was barely paying attention to the text. The glow from the candle made her skin look golden. Her hair was tied back, revealing the curve of her neck. He swallowed. "Hermione," he said, voice low, "can I ask you something?" She looked up, curious. "Of course. Back in your letter, the one you sent in July, you said something changed. That night, when we went after the stone." Her expression softened, her eyes searching his. "Yes. I felt it too. I don't know what it means yet." Hermione closed the book gently, her fingers brushing his. "I don't either," she admitted. "But I know I care about you. More than just as a friend. And I think maybe that's okay." Harry nodded, heart pounding. "It is. It's more than okay." She smiled, shy but sure. "We don't have to rush it. We can just figure it out." He reached over and took her hand. Together. But any sense of normalcy was short-lived. The attacks began again. First Mrs. Norris, then Colin Creevey. The fear spread like wildfire. Whispers about Harry filled the corridors, that he was the heir of Slytherin. Even Ron started getting uneasy glances in the common room. Hermione was unshakable in her belief. "That's ridiculous," she snapped at Seamus one day. "Harry would never hurt anyone. You don't know him." Later that night, when they were alone near the fireplace, Harry turned to her. "Thanks for standing up for me." "I meant every word," she said firmly. "You're not what they say. You never have been." He hesitated. "You really believe in me that much?" She looked at him then, really looked. "I do. Always." It was that night that Harry realized he didn't just like Hermione. He trusted her, in ways he'd never trusted anyone. Not even Dumbledore. She saw him for who he truly was, not the boy who lived, not the chosen one, not a Parselmouth or a rumor. Just Harry. As the weeks passed, their connection deepened in quiet, unspoken ways. They studied together, sat beside each other at meals, shared inside jokes and long walks through the grounds. They hadn't kissed, not yet, but there were moments. Moments when it nearly happened. When the world quieted around them, and all that remained was a heartbeat and a breath and the look in her eyes. Then came the night Hermione was attacked. Harry found her in the corridor, petrified, clutching a mirror in one stiff hand. Time stopped. He dropped to his knees beside her, calling her name, his voice cracking, trembling. It was like the floor had disappeared beneath him. He barely heard McGonagall's voice, or the shuffle of feet behind him. All he saw was Hermione, frozen in terror, eyes wide and glassy. He visited the hospital wing every day. Sat beside her bed with her mirror, her books, her unfinished notes on the monster. He couldn't stop the tears sometimes, especially when he saw the half-written essay she'd been working on in their shared notebook. Ron tried to comfort him, but Harry barely heard. A part of him had gone still with her. "I wasn't fast enough," he whispered one night at her bedside. "You were always the clever one. You figured it out. And I wasn't there." Madame Pomfrey gently ushered him out after that, but not before he squeezed Hermione's hand and whispered, "Come back to me. Please." The weeks that followed were a blur of secrets and dead ends. Then the piece clicked into place: Hermione's mirror, her notes about the basilisk, the spiders fleeing from danger. She had left him the answers. Even frozen in silence, she was still guiding him. When the final confrontation in the chamber came, Harry fought not just for Hogwarts, but for her. Every strike against the basilisk, every ounce of pain, every desperate second holding Ginny's lifeless body. It was Hermione's voice in his head that kept him going. And when it was all over, when the victims were restored, and the castle erupted in joy, it was Hermione he looked for first. She found him in the common room. The moment she saw him, she ran. He caught her in his arms, holding her so tightly she could barely breathe. "You figured it out," he murmured against her hair. "You saved everyone," she whispered back. They pulled apart, faces inches apart. And then, finally, their lips met. A soft, hesitant kiss. Full of relief. Full of the weight of everything they'd endured. Full of the truth they'd both known for a long time. When they pulled away, breathless, Hermione rested her forehead against his. "Took us long enough," she said. Harry grinned. "Let's not wait so long next time." And the common room spun on, the fire crackling, the shadows fading as Harry and Hermione stepped quietly into something new. Not just love, but the promise of it. Together. The weeks after the chamber's closing were a blur of celebration and quiet recovery. Life returned to Hogwarts, laughter in the Great Hall, the sounds of students roaming freely once again, and even the occasional Peeves prank to liven things up. But for Harry and Hermione, everything felt a little different. They didn't announce anything. No declarations. No labels. But people noticed. The way they walked side by side now, arms occasionally brushing. The way their eyes met and held a little longer. Ron noticed too, and though he raised his eyebrows once or twice, he never said anything beyond a faint, amused smirk. Their kiss in the common room had been gentle, hesitant, but powerful. It lingered in Harry's thoughts for days. He found himself reaching for her hand without thinking, smiling more easily, feeling a warmth in his chest he hadn't known before. It wasn't just that he liked Hermione, he felt safe with her. Seen. Loved. The end-of-term feast came quickly. Gryffindor was crowned House Cup winner once again, and the mood in the hall was bright, even with the memory of what they had endured still fresh. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he spoke of bravery, loyalty, and friendship. But when he paused and glanced at Harry and Hermione, Harry felt as if Dumbledore knew exactly what had changed between them. When the train pulled away from platform 9 3/4 at the start of the summer holidays, Harry felt the familiar ache of parting. He sat beside Hermione in the same compartment they'd shared on the way in. Her head rested lightly on his shoulder, and he watched the trees blur past the window, dreading the return to Privet Drive. "You'll write again?" she asked softly. "Of course," he said. "And maybe I can see you this summer?" She looked up, hopeful. "You mean it?" "I'll ask Dumbledore," Harry said. "I'll beg if I have to." She smiled and tucked a loose curl behind her ear. "If anyone can talk him into it, it's you." They parted with another hug, and a kiss, this one longer, more confident. Not hidden in the shadows, but right there on the platform. Ron whistled obnoxiously behind them, but Harry didn't care. At Privet Drive, things were just as bad as ever. Dudley was worse, Uncle Vernon was angrier, and Aunt Petunia continued to pretend he didn't exist. But Harry endured it all, because every few days, Hedwig would return with a parchment scroll filled with Hermione's neat script, and her words were like oxygen. They wrote about everything. About books. About their dreams. About what might happen next year. They talked more openly about what had happened between them. The way they'd grown, the way they'd changed, the way they felt. Harry hadn't realized how starved he was for someone who understood him until Hermione came into his life. She was his anchor now, as much as Ron was his brother-in-arms. Their bond was steady, quiet, and strong. Not built on excitement or theatrics, but trust, respect, and a slow, growing love. Dumbledore's letter came in late July, bearing good news. Harry would be allowed to visit the Weasleys at the Burrow in early August, and Hermione had been invited as well. When he arrived at the Burrow via Flue powder, coughing and covered in soot, he was immediately enveloped in the warm chaos of the Weasley household. Mrs. Weasley clucked over his thin frame, Ron dragged him upstairs to show off a new Chudley Cannons poster, and Ginny blushed red and fled the room upon seeing him. But Hermione wasn't there yet, and Harry felt her absence keenly. She arrived the next day, stepping through the front door with her suitcase floating behind her. The moment she saw Harry, her face broke into a brilliant smile, and she ran into his arms. For a few seconds, it felt like the rest of the world disappeared again, just like it had at King's Cross. "Missed you," she whispered into his neck. "Missed you more," he murmured back. Ron groaned theatrically in the background. "Ugh, I'm going to be sick." The Burrow was alive with activity in the days that followed. Ron dragged them into Quidditch matches in the back garden. Fred and George tested new joke products that sometimes exploded with suspicious smells, and Percy locked himself in his room muttering about very important ministry work. But in between the madness, Harry and Hermione stole quiet moments. Under the stars in the orchard, beside the pond, in the small nook by the kitchen fireplace where they could just talk. One night, while lying in the grass beneath the summer sky, Hermione turned to him and said, "Have you thought about what this year might bring?" Harry sighed. "I try not to. Seems like every year is worse than the last." She reached over and laced her fingers with his. "Then we'll face it together." He looked at her, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. "That's all I need." But even in the quiet safety of the Burrow, dark clouds were gathering elsewhere. Unknown to them, in the shadows of the wizarding world, whispers of Voldemort's return had begun again. Lucius Malfoy moved with careful malice. The diary once hidden had been destroyed, but the intent behind it remained. Forces were aligning. And back at Hogwarts, beneath the surface of normalcy, secrets waited. Danger never stayed away for long. But Harry no longer felt alone in the storm. He had Hermione. Not just a friend. Not just a crush. But someone who believed in him completely. Someone who saw his scars and didn't flinch. Whatever the future held, they would face it. Not as children stumbling in the dark, but as something more. Something powerful, and growing stronger with every day. Love. Summer's warmth faded all too quickly, and before long, the golden leaves of early September swirled in the wind as the Hogwarts Express rolled once more toward the castle. Harry and Hermione sat together again, now openly close, their shoulders brushing, her hand resting lightly over his. Ron napped in the seat across from them, one foot twitching as he dreamed, probably about Quidditch or food. This return to Hogwarts felt heavier than before. Harry couldn't shake the unease that had stirred in his chest ever since he'd destroyed the diary of Tom Riddle. Something about it lingered in the back of his mind, like a warning left unanswered. But he didn't want to worry Hermione. Not yet. Not while things still felt so calm between them. "Third year," Hermione said thoughtfully, her voice a soft hum. "I wonder what's in store for us this time." Harry chuckled, brushing his thumb across the back of her hand. Hopefully just exams and a few arguments with Snape. They both knew it was unlikely. The first signs of darkness arrived before they even reached the castle. Dementors boarded the train, tall, cloaked figures who brought with them an unbearable cold and a sense of crushing despair. Harry collapsed, hearing screaming in his head, a woman's voice crying out, and then nothing. When he woke, Hermione was clutching his face with trembling hands, tears in her eyes. "Harry, you're okay. I've got you. I'm right here." Her voice had brought him back. Not Lupin. Not chocolate. Her voice. "I heard her," he whispered, shaken. "My mum." Hermione's heart broke at the haunted look in his eyes. She wrapped her arms around him and held him tightly. "You're not alone," she whispered. "You're not going through this alone." At the feast that night, Dumbledore confirmed their worst fears. Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban. Whispers shot through the hall like lightning. Everyone looked to Harry. The boy who lived. The boy Sirius Black was rumored to want dead. The news changed everything. The atmosphere at Hogwarts grew tenser by the day. Dementors circled the school, making Harry's every step feel colder, heavier. Professor Lupin began teaching defense against the dark arts, and to Harry's surprise, he was wonderful, kind, thoughtful, and a good teacher. Hermione adored him from the first lesson, though she grew suspicious quickly of his frequent absences and weak health. As term deepened, so did Harry's nightmares. He told Hermione only bits of what he saw and heard. The scream, the flash of green light, but she understood. She was patient with him, staying up late beside the fire in the common room, reading or simply sitting with him until he could sleep. Meanwhile, their bond was shifting again, this time into something steadier, stronger. No longer just tentative feelings and secret smiles, but open affection. Hermione kissed him goodbye before class, waited for him outside Quidditch practice, and clung to him when Dementors passed too close to the pitch. Ron began to notice more than just the hand-holding. He started making jokes, lighthearted at first. "Blimey, Harry, are you two planning a wedding yet?" But there was something underneath. A flicker of discomfort. Harry didn't quite know what to make of it. He didn't want to lose Ron. But he also couldn't deny what he felt for Hermione was real, deeper than he could have expected. "I think he feels left out," Hermione said one evening after Ron had stormed off following a minor argument. "Not just because of us, but because of everything. He's not the boy who lived. He's not top of the class. He's just Ron." "But he's my best friend," Harry said. "He matters." Hermione nodded. "Then let's remind him of that." They made efforts to include Ron more after that, asking for his help in Lupin's lessons, inviting him to study, even though he grumbled about it, and going with him to Honeydukes during the Hogsmeade weekends. Slowly, Ron's mood began to lift, though he still occasionally rolled his eyes when Harry and Hermione got mushy, as he called it. Then came Christmas. Harry stayed at Hogwarts again, joined by Ron and Hermione. Snow blanketed the castle grounds, and Hogsmeade shimmered with lights and laughter. For a moment, it felt like things might be okay. That he might just be a normal teenager, with a girl he loved and two best friends who would never leave his side. But that peace shattered when Harry overheard a conversation that changed everything. At the Three Broomsticks, under the invisibility cloak, he listened in horror as Fudge, McGonagall, and Madame Rosmerta revealed the truth. Sirius Black hadn't just betrayed Harry's parents, he was Harry's godfather. Harry was silent on the walk back to the castle. Hermione kept glancing at him, worried, but didn't press him until they were alone in the common room. "Harry," she whispered. He sat down hard in one of the armchairs and stared into the fire. "He's my godfather. He was supposed to take care of me. And instead, he turned them in." Hermione's face crumpled. She moved to him at once, sinking to her knees and taking his hands. "I'm so sorry. I trusted him," Harry said quietly. "Even though I didn't know it. I did. And now I find out he was the reason I grew up with the Dursleys." "You don't have to face him," she said fiercely. "Whatever happens next, you don't have to face it alone." He looked down at her, saw the tears shining in her eyes, and realized that she meant every word. "I don't want to be without you," he whispered. "You won't be." They stayed like that for a long time, quiet, close, breathing together in sync as the fire flickered low. Outside the castle, Sirius Black crept ever closer. But what no one knew, not yet, was that the truth wasn't what it seemed. That loyalty, betrayal, and justice would soon collide in a storm of revelations. And when it did, Harry would have to choose not just between revenge and forgiveness, but between the boy he'd been and the man he was becoming. And through it all, Hermione would be there. The new year brought no comfort. The snow had turned to sleet, and the skies above Hogwarts remained heavy and gray. Yet amid the darkness, the friendship and love between Harry and Hermione deepened, unshaken even as new challenges reared their heads. They weren't children anymore, not entirely. They were growing into something stronger, shaped by danger and trust. Sirius Black's escape was the shadow that never lifted. Whispers in the halls still trailed after Harry like fog. Ron theorized aloud daily, alternating between wild guesses and conspiracy-level suspicions. But Harry was quieter now, more focused. Learning the Patronus charm with Professor Lupin had become an obsession. Hermione often joined him in the classroom late at night, helping him practice even though it exhausted him. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she said one evening after he collapsed to the floor, sweat beading his forehead. "I need to be ready," he muttered, chest heaving. "If he comes for me." "He won't," she said, kneeling beside him. "And if he does, I'll be right there." Harry looked at her. "You shouldn't have to be." She reached out and took his hand. "You don't get to decide who I stand by, Harry Potter. I'm not leaving you." Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes didn't waver. He smiled, brushing her knuckles with his thumb, and nodded. There were moments of peace, too. Small and quiet. Hermione had taken to pulling him out to the astronomy tower at night when they needed to escape, a place few others bothered with unless there was a test. The cold bit at their skin, but they didn't mind. There, beneath the stars, they found space to breathe. One night in mid-February, wrapped in cloaks and scarves, they sat on the stone ledge as snowflakes drifted lazily around them. "Do you ever wonder," Harry said softly, "what it would have been like if your parents had been magical? If mine had lived?" She glanced over at him, then leaned her head on his shoulder. "All the time. I think about my mum a lot lately," he admitted. "The way I heard her scream when the Dementors came. It's like part of me knows her, but I don't remember her." Hermione took his hand and squeezed it. "I think she'd be proud of you. Not for being famous, but because you care. Because you try to protect everyone even when it hurts. And because you've stayed kind." Harry swallowed hard. "She'd like you." "She'd have to," Hermione said with a small smile. "We'd have a lot to talk about." Their eyes met, and in the silver-blue light of the stars, Harry leaned forward and kissed her gently, snow clinging to his lashes. For that moment, there was no war, no prophecy, no betrayal. Just two hearts finding warmth in a world that had given them so little of it. But Hogwarts wasn't one to let students rest long. Time turned, and with it came more pressure. Hermione had somehow found time to take more classes than anyone could understand, vanishing between periods and appearing again without explanation. Harry and Ron began to grow suspicious. "You're not on Felix Felici's or something, are you?" Ron muttered after Hermione arrived at breakfast before either of them, having already read through 3 chapters of magical creatures of the Eastern world. Hermione looked guilty. "Of course not. Don't be ridiculous." But Harry could tell something was going on. Eventually, he cornered her in the library. "You're hiding something. You've been everywhere at once." Hermione hesitated, then closed her book. "It's called a time turner. McGonagall gave it to me at the beginning of the year. I needed it to manage all my classes." Harry blinked. "You're time traveling?" "Only in small increments," she said quickly. "I've been careful. I couldn't tell anyone. It's ministry regulated, and I didn't want you to worry." Harry wasn't sure what stunned him more, that she had kept the secret or that she was risking time itself to study. But he also knew Hermione well enough to realize it wasn't just about grades. It was about control. If the world was spinning out of control, she would try to anchor herself with books and logic. "Just promise me you'll be careful," he said finally. "I don't care about your marks, Hermione. I care about you." She looked away, suddenly misty-eyed. "I know, and I'll be careful. I promise." Then came Buckbeak's trial, and the first hint of the injustice that permeated even the magical world. Hagrid was heartbroken, the hippogriff sentenced to execution by the Ministry, manipulated by Lucius Malfoy and his twisted influence. Harry and Hermione worked tirelessly with Ron to build a case, but time was short, and the odds were stacked against them. The night of the execution approached like a funeral march. Hermione grew withdrawn, her energy fraying at the edges. Harry stayed close to her, silently holding her hand whenever they walked the halls. Words weren't always needed anymore. Then everything happened at once. Sirius Black broke into the castle again. Ron was dragged into the shrieking shack by a massive black dog. Harry and Hermione followed, and what they found changed everything. Sirius wasn't the villain. Peter Pettigrew was. Harry's entire world shifted. He had spent months hating a man who had loved his parents, who had tried to protect him. And now, finally, he had a piece of family again. But it wasn't to last. Pettigrew escaped. Lupin transformed. Chaos unfolded beneath the full moon. And in the end, Harry and Hermione used the time turner to rewrite the past, to save Buckbeak and Sirius both. Side by side, they raced through time, risking everything to right what had gone wrong. When it was over, when Sirius flew off on Buckbeak's back into the night free, Harry turned to Hermione, eyes shining with both joy and pain. "You saved him," he said. "We did." Hermione nodded, breathless. "And we'll do it again, as many times as it takes." The moonlight bathed them in silver, and they stood together in silence, watching the sky. Love had grown in the shadow of fear and flourished in the heart of fire. And though the road ahead remained dark and filled with peril, one thing was certain. They would face it hand in hand. The train ride back to London was quiet, but not with the comfort of calm. It was the stillness that followed a storm, the kind where everyone processed what had happened, what had been lost, and what had been narrowly preserved. Harry sat with Hermione, her head resting on his shoulder, the rhythm of the train soothing after the whirlwind of truth and time travel. Ron snored softly across from them, still muttering something about rats in his sleep. Harry's mind wouldn't rest. Sirius was free but still hunted. Peter had escaped, and Voldemort had gained back his most loyal servant. And even though he had come out of it alive, something had shifted deep inside him, a recognition that this fight wasn't over. It was just beginning. "Do you think things will ever be normal?" he asked quietly. Hermione stirred, lifting her head. "For people like us? Maybe not, but we can still have moments of it. Like now." Harry smiled faintly. "You call sitting on a train after nearly getting eaten by a werewolf normal?" "I call this peaceful," she replied, linking her fingers with his. "Because we're together, and we made a difference." They returned to King's Cross and were swept up in a wave of parents, trunks, and farewells. Mrs. Weasley hugged all three of them tightly, scolding Harry for skipping meals and crying when she noticed how much taller Ron had grown. Hermione's parents were waiting too, all smiles and warmth, though they cast curious glances at Harry when Hermione introduced him a little too shyly and held his hand a little too long. After everyone had gone, Harry stood alone on the platform, watching the last families leave. The Dursleys had never come. Not that he expected them to. But for the first time, it didn't feel so hopeless. Because Sirius had sent a letter, short, scrawled, but filled with heart. "Harry, I may not be able to be there yet, but I'm with you. Stay strong. Stay safe. And if you ever need to disappear from the Dursleys, well, let's just say I have a few ideas. With love, Padfoot." Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket like a shield. That summer was different. He still returned to number 4, but the weight of it was lighter. Hermione wrote him every day, her letters long and thoughtful, filled with clever observations, jokes, and updates on wizarding law, especially about hippogriffs. Ron's letters were a mix of Quidditch commentary and questions about Sirius. But it was Hermione's that Harry read and reread each night, her words anchoring him to something warm and real. By August, she had convinced her parents to invite Harry to stay for 2 weeks. It was the first time Harry had ever felt truly welcomed in someone's home. The Grangers' house was quiet, filled with books and the scent of lavender. Her parents were kind, though her father watched Harry like a hawk for the first 2 days. Hermione gave him the full tour, including her bedroom, which had walls lined with posters of famous witches, neat bookshelves, and a few magical trinkets carefully hidden from view. "I don't think they're quite ready to see a sneakoscope," she whispered with a grin. They spent their days walking in the park, reading under trees, or talking for hours. Sometimes Hermione would curl up beside him and read aloud, her voice smooth and steady, and Harry would close his eyes and listen, imagining a life where danger didn't loom in every shadow. One afternoon, while walking home with ice cream cones, they paused at a small bridge overlooking a quiet stream. The sun glinted off the water, casting golden ripples across their faces. "I've been thinking," Hermione said, tracing a line across the stone railing with her fingertip. "When school starts again, things are going to get harder. The Triwizard Tournament, Sirius still in hiding, and Voldemort." Harry nodded slowly. "I know. I want to be ready," she said. "Not just with spells or books. I want to be strong enough to stand beside you no matter what comes." Harry turned to her, his eyes serious. "You already are." Hermione blushed, then reached up and kissed him, soft and certain. That kiss became a promise. When the new school year began, Hogwarts was buzzing with excitement. The Triwizard Tournament had returned, and students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang flooded the castle with exotic flair and tension. Harry wasn't supposed to enter. He was too young. But of course, fate didn't care. When his name came out of the Goblet of Fire, everything changed again. Students stared. Ron didn't believe him. The school turned cold. Whispers followed him worse than ever. Even Hagrid, for a time, kept his distance. But not Hermione. She stood by him from the very beginning, her anger at Ron fierce, her logic sharp, and her loyalty unwavering. She was there through the press conferences, through Rita Skeeter's lies, through the isolation that followed. "Let them talk," she snapped one night after the Yule Ball had been announced. "They'll never understand what it means to be you." "You do," Harry murmured. She softened, brushing her hand along his cheek. "Always." They danced together at the ball. Hermione wore periwinkle blue, her hair done up in a way that left Harry stunned for a moment when he first saw her. He couldn't look away the entire evening, and even though others tried to cut in, even Crumb, Hermione never strayed far from his side. But the challenges of the tournament grew darker. Dragons, mermaids, the maze, and beneath it all, something sinister pulsed. In the shadows, a plan was unraveling, one that would lead Harry not to glory but to tragedy. The graveyard, the return, the pain. Hermione's fingers gripped his tighter as the year passed and the darkness inched closer. And though neither of them knew exactly what was coming, they knew this. They wouldn't face it apart. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament loomed like a storm over Hogwarts, but nothing had prepared Harry, or the world, for what would truly happen in that maze. The Triwizard Cup had become a portkey. Cedric was dead. Voldemort had returned. And Harry came back broken. Hermione was the first to reach him as he collapsed on the Hogwarts grounds, soaked in blood and ash, eyes wide and haunted. She knelt beside him, brushing back his hair with shaking hands, her voice trembling as she called his name again and again. He didn't speak at first. He just looked at her, eyes filled with too much for any boy to carry. "Cedric," he whispered hoarsely. He said to bring him back. Hermione cradled his head, her tears falling into his hair. "You did, Harry. You did." The days that followed blurred into a slow, aching nightmare. The Ministry refused to acknowledge Voldemort's return. Dumbledore was ousted from most discussions. The Daily Prophet painted Harry as delusional and attention-seeking. And yet, the scar on his forehead throbbed with undeniable truth. Hermione never left his side. She carried his silence when he couldn't speak, offered fire when the world froze him out, and held him when the nightmares came. Sometimes he'd wake up screaming in the common room, drenched in sweat, and she'd be there already, holding his hand, whispering his name like a tether. Once she murmured, "I'll follow you into the dark if I have to." Harry looked at her through bleary eyes and said, "I'd never let you." Summer came, and still, the wizarding world twisted itself into denial. Dumbledore disappeared from the public eye, but Harry received an invitation, a lifeline, to spend the summer at Grimmauld Place, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. He wasn't surprised when Hermione insisted on coming too. They arrived together, welcomed by Sirius's sharp grin and quick embrace, though the joy was laced with sorrow. The house was musty, its walls whispering memories of darker times. Creature glared at them from the shadows, muttering under his breath. Ron joined them not long after, and slowly, they began to piece together what was coming. Meetings behind closed doors, hushed arguments, maps, and warnings. The Order was gathering, but the enemy was too. It was during one of those meetings, after Harry had shouted at Mrs. Weasley for treating him like a child, that Hermione pulled him into a corner of the drawing room and held his face in her hands. "I know you're angry," she said. "I know you're scared. But we can't lose ourselves in the fight before it even begins." Harry closed his eyes, leaning into her touch. "He's back, and they don't want to see it." "Then we'll make them see," Hermione said fiercely. "We'll fight for the truth." They had one quiet moment that evening, alone on the upstairs balcony beneath a pale sky. Hermione had conjured a flickering orb of light between them, and Harry watched it dance in her palm. "I used to think love was something simple," she said. "Like books describe, all sweet and perfect. But this," she looked at him, "this is real. And that's why it matters." He took her hand, lacing their fingers together. "It's what makes it worth fighting for." The start of 5th year arrived with the weight of thunderclouds. Hogwarts was no longer the same. Dolores Umbridge came with smiles and poison, draped in pink and cruelty. She took over the defense against the dark arts class, refused to teach practical spells, and slowly, piece by piece, turned Hogwarts into a prison of rules and fear. Hermione was the first to rebel. "If they won't teach us how to defend ourselves," she said one night in the room of requirement, "then we'll teach each other." And so, Dumbledore's army was born. Harry stood at the front, uncertain at first, but as he began teaching, summoning patron muses, showing disarming techniques, guiding them through shields, he grew into a leader. And Hermione was always there, organizing, strategizing, correcting spell posture with a firm touch and a gentler word. They spent more time alone again, sneaking through hallways, working late into the night on DA plans, and sometimes just sitting in silence, needing only each other's presence to feel safe. Their love, once a soft secret, had become something unspoken yet understood by everyone who watched them. Even Ron, though he'd never say it aloud, had finally stopped pretending he didn't notice. But Voldemort was no longer content to linger in shadows. Harry's dreams returned, vivid, terrifying visions of corridors, locked doors, and pain that wasn't his. The connection between him and the Dark Lord grew stronger, more invasive, until Harry could no longer trust his own mind. Then came the vision, Sirius, tortured in the Department of Mysteries. Harry ran without hesitation. Hermione and Ron followed. And there, deep in the heart of the Ministry, truth met tragedy. The prophecy shattered. Death Eaters struck. And Sirius, laughing even as he fought, was pulled into the veil. Gone. Just like that. Harry's scream echoed in the silence that followed, primal and broken. He lunged, only Hermione's arms holding him back from diving after his godfather. He's gone, she sobbed. Harry, he's gone. We can't reach him. He didn't stop fighting. Not right away. But eventually, the grief swallowed the fury, and he collapsed into her arms, shaking. Later, in the hospital wing, as Dumbledore explained the prophecy, that Harry was the chosen one, destined to face Voldemort alone, Hermione stayed silent, her hand never leaving his. You're not alone, she whispered afterward. Not now. Not ever. And Harry, broken but breathing, believed her. Because love wasn't just comfort. It was resilience. It was the reason he would keep fighting, even when the world demanded everything. The next few weeks after Sirius's death moved like a shadow creeping across the walls of Harry's life. Even when the sun was out, Hogwarts felt dimmer, quieter, and hollow in places that had once felt full of magic. Harry kept to himself, refusing to speak of the Department of Mysteries or the prophecy unless forced. His grief wrapped around him like a second skin. But Hermione never let him fade away. She didn't push with words, not often, but she was there. Always there. Sitting beside him in silence on the common room couch, brushing her hand against his as they passed in the corridor, bringing him toast in the morning whether he wanted it or not. She kept him tethered to the present when everything in him wanted to disappear into the past. You're still here, she whispered one night, curled up beside him in the empty astronomy tower as a warm summer wind drifted past. That means you haven't given up. And neither have I. It was those quiet moments, not grand speeches or epic duels, that kept Harry going. The end of the school year came with tension. Students whispered about the prophecy, about what had really happened at the Ministry, and the Daily Prophet finally, reluctantly, confirmed Voldemort's return. The lies were crumbling. And though truth was finally breaking through, it felt like too little too late. Dumbledore wasn't angry with Harry. If anything, he seemed older, wearier. He sat with him one evening in his office and explained more about the Horcruxes, the diary, and the ring he had found, though he kept some details guarded. Hermione's name came up more than once during the conversation. She has a fire in her that is rare, Dumbledore said quietly, his fingers steepled. Your bond with her may be the strongest protection you possess. Do not undervalue that, Harry. Harry left the office with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain. The war was no longer creeping. It was coming. He spent the summer at the Burrow, but it was far from peaceful. The Order of the Phoenix operated from the shadows, and the tension was like fog no one could shake. Ron was unusually quiet most days, more thoughtful than brash. Hermione arrived a week later, and Harry immediately felt the difference. With her there, the world seemed to tilt a little more toward balance. They spent long nights walking by the orchard, voices low and words careful. What if I can't do it? Harry asked her one night, after everyone else had gone to sleep. What if I'm not strong enough? Hermione stopped walking and turned to him, placing her hands on his shoulders. You're strong, Harry, but you don't have to be unbreakable. That's not what makes you a hero. His voice cracked. Then what does? Love, she said, without hesitation. Love is what makes you who you are. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to feel. And let it guide you. He leaned forward and kissed her. It wasn't rushed or desperate or shaky like the first few times. It was slow and sure and filled with something deeper. Trust. Molly Weasley noticed, of course. She didn't say anything at first, but her soft smile when she caught them holding hands spoke volumes. Ginny, on the other hand, rolled her eyes and muttered something about finally before dragging Ron off for some made-up chore. Later that evening, while everyone was gathered in the living room, Hermione leaned close and whispered, "I think she approves." Harry chuckled. "Well, if I can survive Molly's approval process, maybe Voldemort doesn't stand a chance." But peace didn't last. Just days before returning to Hogwarts, they received word that a Muggle-born family had been attacked in Bristol. The death toll rose. Diagon Alley was quiet, and shops had begun closing one by one. The war had begun. And yet, when they returned to Hogwarts for their 6th year, it felt like stepping back into a dream barely clinging to the edge of nightmare. Dumbledore was weaker now, visibly fading, but still moving with purpose. Slughorn replaced Snape in potions, a curious change, and one that led Harry to discover the mysterious potions book marked the Half-Blood Prince. Hermione was instantly suspicious. "It's too easy," she warned. "You're using spells you don't even understand." But Harry couldn't ignore the help. The prince made him better, faster, sharper. And in a world that demanded so much, that power was hard to resist. Hermione didn't argue endlessly, but the tension between them grew. Not about love, not about feelings, but about control. Hermione was cautious, Harry was bold. They needed each other more than ever, but neither was willing to compromise their instincts. Still, even with the strain, they remained each other's constant. In stolen moments, under trees by the lake, hidden corners of the library, empty classrooms, they found each other again and again. And then came the cave. Dumbledore brought Harry with him to retrieve a Horcrux, a locket hidden in the deepest pit of memory and darkness. Hermione waited for him, pacing the common room until dawn. When Harry returned, bloodied, shaking, and without Dumbledore beside him, Hermione knew before he even spoke. She ran to him, holding him tightly as he collapsed into her arms. "He's gone," Harry whispered. "He's gone." Hogwarts awoke to chaos. Death Eaters had invaded the castle. Snape had killed Dumbledore. The astronomy tower stood broken in the early light. Hermione held Harry as he cried for the second time in his life. The first was Sirius. The second was Dumbledore. And when the sun rose, Harry stood. "I'm not going back next year," he said quietly. Hermione nodded, eyes wet. "Then neither am I." He blinked. "You'd give it all up for me?" "For you," she said, taking his hand. "And for the world. I believe in both." As summer dawned again, the trio stood at the edge of everything they had known. The castle loomed behind them. War awaited ahead. But Harry didn't feel alone. Because Hermione was there, and with her, he could face anything. The golden light of early summer filtered through the windows of the Burrow, but the warmth in the room was thin, stretched against the cold dread of what lay ahead. The trio sat around the kitchen table, maps unfurled, books stacked high, and nerves tight as bowstrings. They hadn't returned to Hogwarts. The war had finally demanded their full attention. Harry looked down at the page Hermione had opened. Yet another reference to possible Horcruxes, but like all the others, it was vague. A locket, a cup, something tied to Hufflepuff. It was all guesswork. "I wish Dumbledore had told me more," Harry said, rubbing his temples. "He knew the stakes. Why didn't he trust me with everything?" Hermione reached across the table, her hand brushing his. "Because he was trying to protect you. But he left us enough. We'll figure it out together." Ron frowned, his gaze drifting toward the open window. "You two realize this is mad, right? No plan, no backup, just us." Harry met Hermione's eyes. "Just us is enough." They spent the final days at the Burrow in intense preparation. Hermione had already packed her beaded bag with everything they might need. Clothes, books, potion ingredients, protective charms, even a tent. She'd wiped her parents' memories, sent them to Australia for their safety, and though it had nearly broken her, she hadn't flinched. Harry admired her courage more than he could say. The night before they left, the three sat beneath the stars in the orchard. The air was quiet, but their thoughts were loud. "I don't know what's waiting for us," Harry said softly. "I just know I can't face it without you both." Ron nodded, offering a tight smile. Hermione leaned against Harry's shoulder. "You'll never have to." Their first target was the locket. They followed the trail of Regulus Black's sacrifice, returning to Grimmauld Place in the dead of night. The house was cloaked in dust and silence, the memories of Sirius thick in the air. Creature appeared, scowling until he saw Harry. Then something changed. The old elf straightened, his eyes more alert. "You returned," he muttered. Master Regulus would be proud. With Creature's reluctant help, they pieced together the truth. Regulus had stolen the locket, hidden it, and tried to destroy it. But he had failed. The locket had fallen into the hands of Dolores Umbridge. It was Hermione who insisted on stealth. "We'll need disguises, ministry robes, polyjuice potion. We go in and out, no risks we can't afford." Harry agreed, but as they planned, something twisted in his chest. This wasn't just a hunt. It was war, and war didn't wait for them to be ready. The break-in at the ministry was chaos masked by order. They infiltrated the building, navigating the cold marble halls with borrowed faces and stolen names. Tension pulsed through every step. The air was heavy with paranoia. When they reached Umbridge's office, the locket pulsed behind the glass of her desk drawer like a living thing. Harry barely restrained himself when he saw her, smug, cruel, and still wielding authority like a weapon. Hermione distracted her. Ron created a diversion. And Harry took the locket. They barely made it out. The disapparition landed them in the woods, breathless and burned from a curse that had grazed Ron's side. Hermione worked quickly, her hands steady even as her lips trembled. Harry held Ron down, whispering assurances, and realized, again, just how much he loved her. That night, beneath the quiet whisper of trees, they argued for the first time in weeks. "We can't keep doing this without a better plan," Ron shouted. "We almost died back there. What did you expect?" Hermione snapped. "That we'd walk into the ministry and they'd hand it over?" Harry stood between them, voice low. "We knew this wouldn't be easy. But we didn't know it'd be this hopeless." Ron shouted, then added quieter. "You two, you have each other. I'm just the extra." "No, you're not," Hermione said, her voice softening. But Ron turned away. He left the next morning. Harry didn't try to stop him. Hermione cried when he was gone, silent, tight sobs she tried to hide. Harry pulled her close and held her for what felt like hours. "We'll get him back," he whispered. She nodded, but her voice was barely a whisper. "I just didn't think he'd break first." They moved constantly after that, avoiding snatchers, hiding from Death Eaters, and trying to destroy the locket, which resisted every spell, every curse, every effort. Wearing it was worse. It corrupted them, whispered to them, sowed fear and resentment. They took turns bearing its weight, but it was hardest on Harry. It twisted his dreams, feeding him visions of Voldemort's triumph, of his friends dying, of Hermione slipping from his hands. One night, it showed him a vision so real, Hermione in Voldemort's grip, screaming his name, that he woke up gasping. She was already beside him. "I'm right here," she whispered, cupping his face. "Just a dream, Harry. Just a dream." He kissed her like he was afraid she'd vanish. It wasn't just love anymore, it was survival. And then hope. A silver-white doe led Harry to a frozen lake, where beneath the ice lay the sword of Gryffindor. As he dived, the locket around his neck tried to strangle him, dragging him down. But Ron returned, pulling him from the depths and destroying the Horcrux with the sword in a burst of light and shadow. Hermione slapped Ron, then hugged him so tightly that even Harry had to smile. They were whole again. The trio sat around the fire that night, the locket gone, the weight a little less heavy. "One down," Hermione murmured. Harry took her hand. "And we're still standing." The road ahead was long. The darkness was rising. But love, fierce, unshakable, real, burned brighter than any curse Voldemort could cast. The snow began to fall softly the next morning, coating the forest in a hushed, crystalline blanket. Hermione peered out from the enchanted tent, arms wrapped around herself, watching as the world turned white. Inside, Harry and Ron huddled near the fire, silent for the first time in days, but no longer with anger between them. They were united again, and while things hadn't returned to normal, there was a fragile truce forming. Hermione turned to them, brushing her curls out of her face. We need to figure out our next step. Dumbledore gave you the sword for a reason, Harry, but that can't be the only piece he left behind. There has to be more. Harry frowned, fingers curling around the hilt of the sword resting beside him. There's still the locket's origin. Regulus and Creature knew some of it, but not everything. And there's this. He reached into his bag and pulled out a crumpled, half-torn letter he'd found in Sirius's old room back at Grimmauld Place. It was from Lily. Hermione leaned in, her breath catching. From your mum? He nodded, smoothing it out on his lap. Just a few lines. She mentioned someone called Bathilda Bagshot. Said she visited often in Godric's Hollow and was close to Dumbledore's family. Hermione's eyes lit up. Then that's where we need to go. Godric's Hollow. Ron raised an eyebrow. Isn't that, incredibly dangerous? Probably crawling with Death Eaters. Probably, Harry admitted. But my parents lived there. And Bathilda might know something about Dumbledore's past, or even Voldemort's. The answers might be there. Hermione nodded resolutely. Then we go. They traveled by night, through small towns and wooded paths, avoiding anyone who lingered too long or stared too hard. The closer they got to Godric's Hollow, the more tense Harry became. The place existed in his mind like a sacred memory he'd never truly had, vague shapes and faded light, a house he'd never really seen. But he needed to walk its ground. He needed to understand. The village was quiet beneath the snow. Christmas lights twinkled in the windows of cottages, and somewhere a church bell rang softly. Hermione squeezed his hand as they stepped through the square, her other hand tucked into her coat. Ron walked ahead, checking corners, always glancing back. They reached the graveyard just before dusk. The stone marked James and Lily Potter was simple, almost too ordinary. Harry stared at it for a long time, until the snow on the ground blurred into the tears in his eyes. Hermione stepped forward and knelt beside the grave. You're not alone, she whispered, laying a hand on the stone. He's grown up strong. He's brave. And he's loved. Harry didn't say anything, but his hand slipped into hers, gripping tightly. They left the graveyard in silence and made their way toward Bathilda Bagshot's cottage, the house leaning with age and snow. Lights flickered behind the curtains. But the moment they stepped inside, something felt wrong. The air was thick and stale. The warmth of magic was gone, replaced by a creeping cold. Bathilda was inside, or what looked like her. She moved awkwardly, her eyes too blank, her smile too fixed. Hermione stiffened. Harry! But he was already following the woman up the stairs. It wasn't until the walls started to close in that Harry realized it wasn't Bathilda. It was Nagini, Voldemort's snake, wearing her skin. Chaos erupted. Spells ricocheted off the narrow walls. Harry fell, choking, the Horcrux burning against his chest. Hermione screamed his name, blasted the door open, and with a desperate incantation, sent the snake flying. She grabbed Harry, disapparated, and they landed in the forest, cold, wounded, and shaken. Hermione had been injured. A curse had grazed her side, and blood soaked her coat. But she refused to let Harry fuss, even as he pressed his hands to the wound. I'll be fine, she murmured, voice strained. We have to keep moving. Ron helped her lie down in the tent, his jaw tight. That was close. Too close. Harry sat beside Hermione, holding her hand. I should have listened to you. You knew something was off. You trusted your heart, she said weakly, smiling. It's what makes you Harry. That night, Harry stayed awake, watching her breathe, her hand in his, the firelight dancing across her pale face. Guilt ate at him, not just for the mistake, but for bringing her here at all. But he knew something else now. Bathilda, or rather Voldemort through her, had been protecting something. In the chaos, Harry had seen flashes. A name. A face. The symbol from the book Dumbledore gave Hermione. The strange triangle with the circle and line. The Deathly Hallows. The next morning, while Hermione still rested, Harry and Ron pored over the copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard. Hermione had marked the story with the strange symbol, the tale of the three brothers. Harry read it aloud, his voice quiet in the cold. 3 brothers who cheated death. One claimed a wand of power. One a stone to raise the dead. And the last a cloak of invisibility, which he used to live a long life before greeting death like an old friend. The wand, the stone, and the cloak, Harry whispered. The Hallows. Ron frowned. You think they're real? Hermione stirred, her voice hoarse. Dumbledore believed in them. He gave me that book for a reason. Harry's mind was spinning. What if he wanted me to find them? Not just destroy Horcruxes, but master the Hallows. Hermione sat up slowly. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Cloak of Invisibility. She looked at Harry. You already have one. Harry blinked. The cloak. It was my dad's. No, she said softly. It was yours. All along. The pieces were shifting. The truth was coming together. But even as they discovered this ancient legend, they knew Voldemort was hunting them. And worse, he was hunting the Elder Wand. Because if he got it first, he would be unstoppable. The race had truly begun. And Harry, Hermione, and Ron were no longer just searching for Horcruxes. They were walking a path through myth and magic, one that might be their only chance at victory. Or their undoing. The frost lingered on the trees even as the sun climbed into the pale sky. Their camp lay cloaked beneath protective enchantments, invisible to all but themselves, yet the chill had sunk into every layer. Hermione sat propped against a log near the fire, a faint line of pain etched into her face from the wound she'd taken in Godric's Hollow. Harry had done everything he could, but he still felt helpless. Worse, he was distracted. His thoughts kept drifting back to the story of the Deathly Hallows. He couldn't shake the vision from the night before. Voldemort, standing over the broken body of Grindelwald in Nurmengard, eyes burning with rage as he demanded the truth. Harry had felt the echo of the Dark Lord's fury. Voldemort was searching for the Elder Wand, and now he knew exactly where it was. In Dumbledore's tomb, Harry murmured aloud, horrified. Hermione turned toward him, brow furrowed. What? He's going to break into Hogwarts, Harry said, the words tasting like ash. He thinks Dumbledore was buried with the wand. The Elder Wand. He's going after it. Ron, who had been pacing just outside the protective barrier, stormed back in, overhearing. Are you serious? That's mad, even for him. No, Hermione said quietly. It's not mad. Not if it's true. If Voldemort gets his hands on the Elder Wand. He'll be unbeatable, Harry finished. We can't let him get it. But they were too far away, too late. Voldemort would already be moving. That night, they debated their next steps. Ron argued they needed to stay on task. Finish finding and destroying the Horcruxes before chasing legends. Hermione agreed, in part. The Hallows are powerful, yes, but if we try to chase them, we'll fall into the same trap. Voldemort is obsessed. We can't be. Harry listened, torn. The Hallows called to him. Not out of greed, but because of something deeper. The idea of being able to end it all. To face Voldemort, not as an equal, but as someone ready. Someone prepared. But Hermione's voice steadied him. The Horcruxes are his weakness, she said firmly. Not the wand. Destroy them, and it doesn't matter what wand he holds. Harry nodded. You're right. So they kept moving. Their next lead came from an unexpected place, Xenophilius Lovegood. Luna's father. If anyone knows more about the Hallows, it's him, Hermione reasoned. And he's not loyal to Voldemort. He'll help. They apparat cautiously to the Lovegood home, a strange tower rising from the snow-slicked hillside. From the moment Xenophilius answered the door, Harry knew something was wrong. The man's eyes were wide and twitchy, and his words stumbled like a badly rehearsed play. You've come. Yes, come in, he said, gesturing frantically. I've been expecting you. The inside of the home was cluttered, chaotic. Odd magical items buzzed and clicked. And Luna was missing. Hermione noticed it first. Where is she? She asked, suspicion lacing her voice. Xenophilius hesitated. Oh, she's out. Foraging. With the Nargles. Ron narrowed his eyes. You sold us out, didn't you? Before the man could respond, the sound of boots crunching snow echoed from outside. Death Eaters. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand, and Ron raised his wand. But Xenophilius stepped in front of them, pleading. They took her, he said, voice cracking. They said if I brought you, they'd let her go. Hermione's heart twisted. You think Voldemort keeps his word? Explosions rocked the house as the Death Eaters breached the hill. Harry, Ron, and Hermione fought their way through the madness. Spells collided, books and artifacts exploded in showers of sparks. They escaped just in time, disapparating with the tower collapsing behind them. They landed in the forest again, breathless and shaken. Luna, Hermione said, collapsing to her knees. Harry slammed his fist into the snow. We need more time. We need more help. Ron looked up, suddenly thoughtful. There might be a way. He explained his idea, to break into Gringotts. Hermione stared. You want to rob a bank? If Bellatrix has a vault, and if there's a Horcrux in it, Ron started. Then that's where we'll find Hufflepuff's cup, Harry finished. Hermione chewed her lip, the idea forming rapidly in her head. We'd need help. We'd need someone who's been there before. Harry met her eyes. Griphook. The goblin had escaped Malfoy Manor weeks ago with them, injured but alive. He was hiding out with Bill and Fleur. They'd have to convince him to help. And goblins weren't known for their loyalty or mercy. They set out the next day, contacting Bill and Fleur through enchanted mirrors. Shell Cottage was a world away from the danger they lived in, peaceful, with the sea murmuring nearby. Griphook was there, recovering, silent and shrewd. Harry made the offer. Help them break into Gringotts in exchange for the sword of Gryffindor. Hermione objected. Harry, the sword destroys Horcruxes. We can't. But Harry held her gaze. We don't give it to him now. Just the promise. Griphook agreed. As plans formed, and danger circled like vultures, Harry found himself walking the cliffs at night, Hermione by his side. The stars reflected in the sea below. We're doing the impossible, she said quietly. Again. Harry nodded. And every time you're there. She looked up at him, her voice trembling. I'd go anywhere with you, Harry. I know, he whispered. He kissed her again, this time slower, deeper. No fear, no hesitation. Just love. Even with the world falling apart, they had this. They had each other. And with that, they moved one step closer to ending the war. The salt wind that whipped along the cliffs of Shell Cottage felt like another world. For the first time in weeks, there was no chase, no immediate danger. Just a moment of calm before the storm. But it wasn't peace. It was planning. Every hour was filled with whispered discussions, maps scrawled in the sand, and calculations spoken late into the night. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat around a table with Griphook, the goblin's narrow eyes darting over every word they said. He wasn't here for their cause, that much was clear. He was here for the sword. And he didn't trust them. You'll give me Gryffindor's sword, he said flatly. That's the price. Harry nodded. Once we're in the vault. No, Griphook hissed. After. Harry's heart pounded. He couldn't promise that. They needed the sword to destroy the Horcrux. They couldn't give it away, not until that was done. Hermione leaned forward. You'll have it, but not before we've retrieved what we need. The goblin narrowed his eyes, and a flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. He was no fool. He likely guessed they were lying, but for his own reasons, hatred of wizards, revenge against Gringotts, he agreed. Then we move at first light. The next morning, with Polyjuice potion brewed and ready, Hermione transformed into Bellatrix Lestrange, her face twisting into the dark, arrogant sneer of the woman they all despised. Harry and Ron disguised themselves as foreign wizards, cloaked and silent. Griphook clung to Harry's back beneath the invisibility cloak, clutched close like dangerous cargo. Walking into the grand marble halls of Gringotts, with its towering columns and sharp-eyed goblins, was like walking into a dragon's jaws. The guards eyed Hermione suspiciously, their gazes darting to her wand, which was, of course, not really Bellatrix's, but one they hoped would pass under scrutiny. I require access to my vault, Hermione said in a cold, imperious voice that chilled even Harry. Now, the goblin at the counter blinked. You have been away, Madame Lestrange. May we confirm the authenticity of your wand? Harry held his breath. Hermione hesitated, just a fraction too long. She is in a foul mood, he said in a thick accent, stepping forward. Best not question her today. The goblin frowned, but relented. Very well. Bogrod will escort you. They rode down deep into the bowels of the bank, the cart rattling and twisting through caverns lit with enchanted flames. The air grew colder, thicker, until they reached the Lestrange vault, a towering iron door with an ominous aura. But nothing compared to what waited beside it. A dragon, pale, blind, and scarred, a pitiful creature bound in chains, its breath steaming like fire beneath its cracked lips. It moaned as they approached. Griphook moved swiftly, whispering the incantation and placing his hand on the vault door. It creaked open, and they stepped inside, hearts pounding. Piles of gold glittered in the dark. Jewels. Ancient artifacts. But somewhere among it all was their true target, Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Hermione spotted it first. There! Ron lunged toward it, but as his fingers touched a goblet beside it, the treasure began to multiply. Thousands of copies appeared, cascading from the shelves, burying them in burning, scalding metal. Everything you touch will multiply. Griphook shouted from the doorway. Don't grab, summon it. Harry pointed his wand. Accio cup! The real one flew toward him, caught midair. He turned to Griphook, but the goblin's eyes gleamed. The sword is mine now, he hissed, and with a sudden leap he snatched the sword from Harry's side and vanished out the door. Griphook! Harry shouted, but it was too late. Alarms blared. The dragon roared. We're trapped! Ron yelled. No, Harry said, looking at the dragon. Not trapped. That's our way out. Hermione's eyes widened. You're not serious. But Harry was already moving. He raised his wand and blasted the chains holding the dragon. The creature reared, confused and enraged, before leaping forward. They scrambled onto its back, barely clinging to its ridged hide as it smashed through the vault door and launched down the tunnel. The ride was chaos. Flames, screaming goblins, explosions of stone and magic. They soared upward as the dragon tore through Gringotts' defenses, crashing through the marble roof and into the blinding sunlight of Diagon Alley. They flew for miles, finally tumbling off into a lake far from the city, soaked and gasping, the Horcrux gripped in Harry's hand. They'd done it. They had the cup. But the sword was gone. They made camp in the woods again, exhausted and freezing. Harry stared at the cup, knowing what it was, what it contained. A piece of Voldemort's soul. It pulsed darkly in the light of the fire. Hermione came to sit beside him, wrapping a blanket around them both. We'll get the sword back, she said softly. Somehow. Harry nodded, but his heart felt heavier than ever. Every step forward seemed to cost them more. More danger. More trust. And Griphook's betrayal was only a taste of what was to come. As he lay down beside Hermione that night, her fingers laced with his, he knew one thing. They were running out of time. Voldemort was searching. And somewhere, even now, he was closer to the wand. They had to move faster. Because the final battle was coming. And love alone wouldn't be enough to win it. The campfire had burned low by the time Hermione stirred. Her head rested on Harry's chest, rising and falling with his breath. For a moment, she let herself believe they were safe. Just two people wrapped in warmth and silence. But when she opened her eyes and saw the Horcrux lying near the fire, its dark surface pulsing faintly, the weight of reality crashed back down. They had the cup. One more Horcrux. But the sword of Gryffindor was gone. Ron paced nearby, tense. We can't destroy it. Not without the sword. Hermione rubbed her temples, frustrated. We need another way. Harry sat up slowly, his eyes still fixed on the cup. There isn't another way. That sword was imbued with basilisk venom. It's the only thing we have that can destroy a Horcrux. We should have never trusted Griphook, Ron muttered. No, Harry said. But we had no choice. Now we find another. The morning passed in frantic planning. They weighed every possibility, revisiting the Chamber of Secrets to retrieve another basilisk fong, finding another magical object capable of destroying Horcruxes, or even retrieving the sword itself. Griphook won't give it back, Hermione said. He'll have taken it somewhere safe, maybe to other goblins. Then we'll track him, Harry said firmly. Hermione gave him a look. While Voldemort is out there, tearing apart everything to find the Elder Wand? At the mention of it, Harry went still. He had seen it, or at least what Voldemort had done. Through their connection, he had felt Voldemort break into Dumbledore's tomb and steal the wand. He has it now, Harry said grimly. I saw it. Hermione paled. Then we really don't have much time. Ron suddenly snapped his fingers. The sword. Didn't Snape bring it to us in the Forest of Dean? Maybe he knows something. Harry hesitated. You think Snape would help us again? Maybe not directly, Hermione said slowly. But there might be something in Hogwarts. Dumbledore trusted him. Maybe he left something behind. Harry looked at them both. We go back. Back? Ron asked. To Hogwarts? Are you mad? But Hermione nodded. No. It makes sense. If there's any place left that might help us, it's there. They left that night, using every spell and enchantment they knew to sneak back into Hogsmeade. The village was different, darker, colder, the air laced with fear. Death Eaters had taken control. The streets were patrolled. Even the shadows felt watched. They took refuge in the Hog's Head Inn, where a grizzled figure pulled them into the back room before they could say a word. Aberforth Dumbledore. Harry stared, stunned. The resemblance was unmistakable, though rougher, wearier than Albus. "You're his brother," Harry whispered. Aberforth snorted. "That's what they tell me." Hermione stepped forward, urgency in her voice. "We need to get into Hogwarts. We think there's something there that can help us, something Dumbledore wanted us to find." Aberforth looked at them for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then slowly he reached behind a portrait hanging on the wall. "You're not the first to ask." The painting swung aside, revealing a narrow tunnel. "Neville's on the other side," Aberforth muttered. "He'll take you in." Harry exchanged a look with Hermione, then climbed in first, Ron following, Hermione last. The tunnel twisted downward, long and winding, until they emerged inside the Room of Requirement, or what remained of it. They were met with wide eyes and stunned silence. "Neville," Harry said, beaming. Neville Longbottom stepped forward, older, bruised, and hardened by war, but still Neville. "Harry," he breathed. "We thought you were gone." Behind him stood a dozen students, Ginny, Luna, Dean, Seamus, and more, all hiding from the Carrows and the Death Eaters who now controlled the school. The reunion was swift and emotional. Ginny threw her arms around Harry. Luna smiled serenely, clearly relieved to see them. But Harry couldn't rest, not yet. "We need the Sword of Gryffindor," he told Neville. "It's the only thing that can destroy this." He held out the cup. Neville's eyes widened. "That's a Horcrux?" Hermione nodded. "We're close, but we need help." Neville's expression turned serious. "There's been a rumor that Snape keeps things hidden in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's portrait is still there." Harry stood. "Then that's where we go." The plan was quickly formed. A small team would sneak through the castle's secret passages while the others created a distraction. The school was a prison now, and they'd have to fight to reclaim it. But as Harry stepped into the halls of Hogwarts once more, something stirred within him, a strange, almost reverent pull. The castle remembered him. That night, Hermione sat beside him in the room-turned dormitory, her hand in his. "It's all coming together now," she whispered. Harry turned to her, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Whatever happens, I wouldn't trade any of this, not if it meant I didn't have you." Her eyes glistened. "Me neither." He kissed her softly, deeply, the moment anchoring them amid the storm they were about to walk into. Because Hogwarts was not just a school anymore. It was the battleground, and the war was about to begin. The next morning broke over Hogwarts in pale gray light, illuminating a castle that was both familiar and strange. Though the stone walls still stood, dark magic clung to them like ivy. The air itself felt charged with tension, like a bowstring drawn taut and waiting to snap. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat with Neville and Luna, hunched over a rough map of the castle. "Snape's office is here," Neville pointed out. "But since he took over, he's doubled the patrols near the headmaster's tower." "And the Carrows?" Ron asked. "They're cruel, but not careful," Luna said serenely. "If we're lucky, they'll underestimate us." Harry's eyes never left the map. "We need a distraction. Something big." Neville smiled grimly. "Leave that to us." The plan was set. While Neville, Luna, and the others created havoc across the castle, Harry, Hermione, and Ron would slip through the corridors, using every secret passage they knew, to reach the headmaster's office. Before they moved, Neville pulled Harry aside. "There's something else. Something about the sword." Harry tensed. "What is it?" Neville hesitated. "A portrait, Phineas Nigellus Black. He overheard you in the forest, when you had the sword. He told Snape." Harry's heart pounded. "So, Snape knows where it is." Neville nodded. "Rumor is he's hidden it. Somewhere even the other Death Eaters don't know about." Hermione, listening nearby, said, "Then maybe Dumbledore's portrait can help us. If it's still there." "I think it is," Neville said quietly. "But be careful. Snape doesn't leave his office unguarded." With no time to waste, the trio set off, darting through halls and secret staircases while explosions rocked the castle from Neville's side of the plan. They passed cracked portraits, suits of armor that turned their heads, and charmed lanterns that flickered as if warning them. Finally, they reached the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. The entrance stood silent, foreboding. Harry stepped forward. Sherbet lemon. Nothing happened. He tried again. Toffee eclair. Still nothing. It's Snape's office now, Hermione said. He would have changed the password. Ron looked around. Do we blast it open? Before anyone could respond, a shadow detached itself from the corridor ahead. A familiar, dark figure stepped into view, robes billowing like smoke. Snape. Harry's blood turned to ice. Potter, Snape said softly. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley. His voice was almost calm. But Harry could feel the tension beneath the surface, a quiet storm waiting to erupt. You should not be here, Snape said. We're not leaving, Harry said, stepping in front of Hermione instinctively. Snape's eyes flicked to the Horcrux cup in Hermione's bag, then back to Harry. You found one. And we know how to destroy it, Harry said. But we need the sword. For a second, something flickered in Snape's expression. Regret. Pain. Hermione stepped forward. Professor, why did you leave the sword for us in the Forest of Dean? Snape's lips thinned. Because Dumbledore told me to. Then help us, Harry said. Help us finish what he started. Snape's wand remained lowered, but his voice darkened. You don't understand. I've been walking a blade's edge for years. Every moment pretending, lying, manipulating Voldemort. If I break cover now, it ends everything. Then let it end, Harry snapped. Let it end with us winning. Silence stretched between them. Then Snape drew a long breath and reached into his robes. From within, he withdrew a shimmering, gleaming object, the sword of Gryffindor. Hermione gasped. You had it. I never let it out of my sight, Snape said. If the Dark Lord had found it. He handed it to Harry slowly. Use it well. Harry gripped the hilt. It felt heavier this time, more meaningful. The weapon of a true Gryffindor, a weapon that could end part of Voldemort's soul. Snape turned. Go. Before anyone sees us together. But before they could retreat, the air trembled. A great, echoing roar rang through the halls. Ron's face went pale. What was that? Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Something's wrong. Suddenly, they heard shouts, students screaming, spells being fired. The battle had begun. Neville's distraction had turned into a full-scale fight. We have to get back, Harry said. We can't leave them. Snape raised his wand. Take the sword and go. I'll delay them. He vanished down the hallway, his robes a blur of black. They sprinted back through the corridors, the sword slung across Harry's back. The castle erupted around them, duels in the halls, hexes flying past. The air was thick with fear and bravery and the crackling of spells. They reached the room of requirement, where the others had regrouped. Students were bruised but alive, rallying under Neville's leadership. We got them out of the astronomy tower, Ginny said breathlessly. But they're regrouping. Harry pulled out the cup and the sword. We end this one now. He placed the Horcrux on a stone and raised the blade. Hermione clutched his hand. Together. Their hands moved as one, the sword crashing down. The cup screamed, a sound like a soul being torn apart, then shattered into molten shards. Silence fell. Another piece of Voldemort was gone. They stood breathless, the weight of it sinking in. Ron looked up. How many are left? Harry's face darkened. Nagini. And the one inside me. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry. I've always known, he said quietly. Part of him is in me. That's why I can feel him. Hear him. See what he sees. A hush fell over the room. But before they could speak again, a voice echoed through the castle, loud, cold, and cruel. Harry Potter. I know you are here. You have fought valiantly, but your efforts are in vain. I do not want to spill magical blood, but if you do not come to me in 1 hour, I will kill every last one of them. Hermione's hand tightened around his. Harry's heart thundered. The end was here, and love would be his only shield. The room of requirement trembled as Voldemort's voice faded into a chilling silence. Everyone was frozen, eyes turned toward Harry. The threat hung in the air like a poisonous fog, saturating every breath with fear. Harry looked around at the gathered students. Many were wounded. All were exhausted. And yet, not one of them backed away from him. Neville stepped forward. He's bluffing. He won't risk losing more followers fighting us inside the castle. No, Hermione said quietly. He means it. He'll kill as many as it takes to get to Harry. Harry looked down at the broken pieces of the Horcrux, still sizzling on the stone floor. They were so close. Only 2 remained. He turned to Hermione. Nagini and me. Don't say that, she said, shaking her head. I have to, he said softly. If I'm a Horcrux, then the only way to destroy the piece of Voldemort inside me is for you to die, she whispered. The silence that followed was unbearable. Harry felt Ron stiffen beside him. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, and she reached for his hand. There has to be another way, she said, voice breaking. I wish there was, Harry replied, forcing calm into his voice. But I've known deep down, since the night I saw into his mind. Since I survived as a baby. It wasn't just my mother's protection. He left a part of himself in me. No, Hermione said, more forcefully this time. I won't accept that. We've come too far. I don't want to die, Harry admitted. But if it saves you, saves everyone, I will. Hermione grabbed his face in her hands, staring into his eyes as if trying to memorize every detail. Don't go without saying goodbye. He leaned in, kissed her slowly, letting the warmth of her lips drown out the cold truth he carried inside him. The kiss lingered, fierce and fragile, until they finally pulled apart, both trembling. I'll stall him, Harry said, addressing everyone now. You stay here. Defend the castle. Protect each other. We're not letting you walk into this alone, Ron said stubbornly. I'm not asking, Harry said. This is something I have to do. He slipped away while their attention wavered, walking into the labyrinth of Hogwarts for what he believed would be the last time. The portraits watched him pass with solemn expressions. Even the ghosts stood still, sensing the weight of destiny pressing down on the boy who lived. He made his way to the forbidden forest, every step lighter than the last, as though his burden lessened the closer he got to the end. Moonlight shimmered through the trees, casting silver shadows that danced around him like phantoms. In his pocket, the snitch stirred. The one Dumbledore had given him. He held it in his hand, heart pounding. I open at the close, he whispered. The golden shell peeled back, revealing the resurrection stone. Harry stared at it, stunned. He turned it in his fingers once, twice, and then the world around him changed. They appeared, his parents' Sirius Lupin. Shadows of who they once were, but their eyes were alive with love and pride. You've been so brave, Lily said, her voice soft. James clapped a hand on his son's shoulder. You've made us proud, Harry. I'm scared, Harry admitted. You're not alone, Sirius said. We're with you until the very end. You always have a choice, Lupin added. But this is the kind of courage that defines heroes. Harry felt strength surge through him, not from power, but from love. He didn't want to die, but he wanted to protect them more. As the specters faded, Harry stepped into the clearing. Voldemort stood surrounded by Death Eaters, his snake Nagini coiled beside him in a protective bubble of magic. The air was cold, brittle with tension. Harry didn't draw his wand. I've come to finish it, he said, voice steady. The Death Eaters recoiled in shock. Bellatrix let out a delighted shriek. Voldemort stepped forward, wand raised, cold eyes narrowed. No wand, he hissed. Harry shook his head. I'm not here to fight. Voldemort sneered. Then die. A flash of green light burst from his wand. Harry's world vanished in a brilliant explosion of sound and color. Silence. Then breath. He lay in a vast, white space. Light poured from nowhere. Everything was clean, still, silent. Dumbledore stood before him, serene as ever, his half-moon glasses perched on his nose. Am I dead? Harry asked. Not quite, Dumbledore said with a small smile. Voldemort destroyed the piece of his soul inside you. But your own soul remains intact. You may return if you choose. Harry blinked. Why? Because you were willing to die, Dumbledore said gently. And that kind of love, it's more powerful than any magic. You broke his hold over you. He cannot possess you anymore. Harry's heart surged. So I can go back? Dumbledore nodded. But be warned, the battle still rages. And the last Horcrux remains. Nagini. Yes, Dumbledore said. You know what must be done. Harry didn't hesitate. Send me back. The light brightened. A roar of noise and pain and life surrounded him. He woke up on the forest floor. Narcissa Malfoy leaned over him, checking his pulse. When he blinked, she whispered, "Is Draco alive?" "Yes," Harry rasped. She stood and turned to Voldemort. "He's dead." A cruel smile split Voldemort's face. And Harry lay still, playing dead, while the final act of the war began. The Death Eaters marched toward the castle in victory, Voldemort at the head of the procession, carrying what he believed was Harry's corpse in Hagrid's massive arms. The half-giant wept uncontrollably, his cries echoing through the smoldering remains of the Forbidden Forest. Behind them, a stunned silence settled over the defenders at Hogwarts. Ron stood near the entrance, bloody but unbowed. Hermione's hands were clenched at her sides, eyes scanning the march with a hollow stare. When she saw Hagrid carrying Harry's lifeless body, her knees buckled. "No," she whispered. "No, he can't be." Neville caught her just before she collapsed. "We don't know." "Not yet." Voldemort's amplified voice rang out as they reached the ruined courtyard. "Harry Potter is dead." Gasps rippled through the surviving students and Order members. Professor McGonagall staggered, tears streaming down her face. Kingsley clenched his jaw. Ginny gave a choked cry that tore through the air. "He died trying to save you." Voldemort continued. "Now you have a choice, join me or die." Silence. Dread. No one moved. Then, from the crowd, Neville stepped forward. His clothes were torn, his face bloody, but his eyes burned with fury. "You're lying," he said. "Harry's not gone." Voldemort laughed. "Would you like to join him, Longbottom?" "No," Neville said, drawing his wand. "But I'll fight you to the last breath." The snake, Nagini, slithered beside Voldemort in its magical bubble, sensing danger. Voldemort, amused, gestured lazily. "Let him speak," he said. "One last speech before the end." Neville reached into his robes and drew something else, Godric Gryffindor's sword. The crowd gasped. Hermione's breath caught in her throat. Harry had the sword when he left. How did Neville? At that moment, Harry's eyes fluttered open beneath Hagrid's shaggy beard. No one saw but Hermione, whose heart skipped a beat. He was alive. Harry shifted his weight slightly, still limp in Hagrid's arms, playing dead. He needed the perfect moment. Voldemort laughed again, louder this time. "You foolish boy. What do you think you'll accomplish?" Neville didn't answer. Instead, he turned and sprinted toward Nagini. "No!" Voldemort shrieked, realizing too late. The bubble surrounding the snake vanished just as Neville brought the sword down in a brilliant arc. With a single blazing strike, he cleaved the serpent in two. Nagini let out an unholy scream as the final Horcrux was destroyed. A blast of dark magic erupted from the snake's corpse, knocking Neville back. Voldemort staggered, clutching his chest, the connection between him and his immortality severed. And then, Harry fell from Hagrid's arms and rolled to his feet, wand already drawn. The crowd erupted. Gasps, shouts, screams of joy. Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, impossible." "It's over, Tom," Harry said, stepping forward. "All your Horcruxes are gone. There's nothing left tying you to life. You dare." "I know everything now," Harry cut in, his voice calm and powerful. "I know how you tried to conquer death. But you never understood love. You never understood friendship. That's why you'll lose." Voldemort raised his wand in fury. "Avada Kedavra! Expelliarmus!" Harry roared. The two spells collided in midair. Green and red light surged between them, a violent beam of magic locking them together. Everyone stood frozen as the power crackled like a living thing. Harry's feet dug into the ground. His mind reached not for strength, but for love. Hermione's eyes. Ron's loyalty. His mother's sacrifice. Sirius's laugh. Dumbledore's wisdom. Every soul he loved fueled his magic. The beam of light surged forward, brighter, hotter, stronger. Voldemort faltered. The elder wand in his hand shook violently. And then, it flew from his grasp. The green light vanished. There was a terrible silence. Then Voldemort crumpled to the ground. Dead. The final piece of his fractured soul extinguished. Cheers erupted across the courtyard. Wands shot sparks into the sky. Tears flowed freely, and people embraced, crying, laughing, screaming in disbelief. Hermione rushed forward and threw her arms around Harry, sobbing into his shoulder. "You idiot," she whispered, voice breaking. "You're alive." "I told you," Harry said hoarsely, holding her tightly. "I'd always come back to you." Ron joined them, wrapping them in a hug. Bloody hell, I thought we'd lost you. You almost did, Harry admitted. But I had something Voldemort never did. He looked at Hermione, eyes shining. Love. McGonagall approached, tear-streaked and shaking. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley. Thank you. Around them, students lifted their wands. The Death Eaters fled, disarmed, defeated, or dead. The battle was over, and peace had come to Hogwarts. As the sun broke over the horizon, Harry and Hermione stood side by side at the castle's edge, looking out over the land they had saved. We did it, she whispered. Harry took her hand. We did it together. And for the first time in what felt like forever, the future was theirs. The dust had barely settled over the battlefield, and already the castle seemed to exhale. Sunlight filtered gently through shattered windows, casting beams of gold across stone floors littered with debris and the ashes of war. The cries of the wounded and the murmur of reunion mixed in a quiet symphony of healing. Victory had come, but at a steep price. Harry stood just outside the great hall, gazing at the sky with tired eyes. His body ached, his mind screamed for rest, and yet he felt strangely light. The burden he had carried for so long was gone. Voldemort was dead. Hermione stepped beside him, brushing dust and blood from her robes. McGonagall's asking for you. They're gathering the names of the fallen and the saved. I'll go in a minute, Harry said, his voice hollow. I need a second. Hermione nodded and reached out, slipping her fingers between his. The silence between them said more than words could. Inside the great hall, the house tables had been cleared away, replaced with rows of makeshift beds. Healers from St. Mungo's moved between the wounded, offering potions and comfort. George Weasley sat beside Fred's still form, silent and broken. Percy stood behind him, a hand resting on his brother's shoulder, face pale with grief. Harry's chest tightened at the sight. No amount of victory could undo the pain of that loss. Luna passed by him and Hermione, her wand held aloft with floating orbs of light, guiding small children to warmth and safety. She caught Harry's eye and gave him a dreamy but knowing smile. They're with us, you know, she said. All of them. They're not gone. I hope so, Harry replied, managing a faint smile. Kingsley stood at the head of the hall, speaking to McGonagall and Professor Sprout. When he saw Harry, he stepped forward and offered a firm hand. You did more than we ever could have asked. Harry shook it but didn't respond. Words felt too small for the moment. Ron joined them soon after, his face pale but resolute. I helped organize the search for survivors, he said, handing over a list. Some of the Death Eaters were captured. The rest fled. Good, Harry said. That's good. But even as they discussed logistics and leadership, Harry's thoughts wandered, back to the fight, to the Horcruxes, to that moment in the forest. He remembered the feel of death approaching, the ache in Hermione's kiss, the silent promise he'd made to return. He looked at her now. Her hand hadn't left his since they stepped into the hall. Despite the pain and sorrow still thick in the air, her presence anchored him. When they were finally alone again, back in the quiet of Gryffindor Tower, Hermione sat beside him on the windowsill overlooking the courtyard. The same courtyard where he had stood, dead in Voldemort's arms. I couldn't breathe when I saw you, she whispered. I thought that was it. I did too, Harry admitted. But I saw them. My parents. Sirius. Lupin. They told me I could go back. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Why did you come back? He looked at her, his gaze steady. Because of you. Tears welled in her eyes, but she didn't look away. I kept thinking about all the moments we never had. All the things I never said. And I realized I couldn't leave without telling you that I love you. Hermione inhaled sharply, her whole body trembling. I love you too. I think I always have. I was just too scared to say it. Or maybe I thought we'd have more time. Harry cupped her cheek gently. Well, now we do. Their kiss this time was softer, slower. No war rushing behind it, just promise. The castle around them was cracked and wounded, but still standing. Like them. Later, they walked hand in hand through the castle. The portraits watched them quietly, many of them nodding in approval. Even Phineas Nigellus gave a reluctant grunt of respect. Peeves, for once, floated by without a single prank. As they passed the Ravenclaw Tower, Luna caught up with them. There'll be a memorial tomorrow, she said. McGonagall wants you to speak. Harry sighed. I don't know what to say. You'll know, Luna said dreamily. You always do when it matters. That night, Harry and Hermione sat together in the Gryffindor common room. The fire crackled softly, casting warm shadows. Ron had gone to sleep early, curled up on one of the couches near the embers, an old chessboard resting on the table beside him. It still feels unreal, Hermione murmured. Harry nodded. We'll rebuild. All of us. What now? She asked, voice quiet. Harry thought for a long moment. Now we start over, he said. No prophecies. No Horcruxes. Just life. And us, she whispered. He smiled and pulled her close. Especially us. The morning sun cast a warm, golden glow over the grounds of Hogwarts, now scarred by battle. Smoke had cleared from the towers, though some spires remained cracked and shattered. The Black Lake mirrored a cloudless sky, deceptively peaceful. But within the castle walls, grief lingered like fog. In the courtyard, chairs had been arranged in neat rows. A large white banner with the Hogwarts crest billowed gently in the breeze. Students, professors, order members, and families slowly filled the seats, solemn and quiet. They wore black robes or deep mourning colors. Even Peeves, for once, kept his distance. Harry stood just behind the dais, fidgeting with the hem of his sleeve. He was not dressed like a hero, just a young man who had survived too much too quickly. Hermione was at his side, her hand resting on his arm. Ron stood beside them, eyes red but focused. Ginny, George, Luna, and Neville made a small circle nearby. The Weasley family sat in the front row, their grief still raw. Kingsley, now the acting minister for magic, approached Harry with a small nod. Are you ready? No, Harry said honestly. But I'll do it anyway. Kingsley gave him a sad smile. That's what makes you different from the rest. When Harry stepped up to the podium, silence fell. Hundreds of faces turned to him, some familiar, others strangers, but all of them shared a quiet reverence. He cleared his throat, looking down briefly at the piece of parchment in his hand. Then he looked up, eyes scanning the crowd. I don't know how to do this, he began. No one taught me how to give speeches after a war. I never expected I'd live long enough to stand here. But I think I owe it to them to try. He glanced at the rows of candles behind him, each flame lit for someone lost. Fred, Remus, Tonks, Colin Creevey, Lavender Brown, so many others. We all lost someone, Harry said, his voice thickening. Some of you lost friends. Others lost family. Parents, children, siblings. We didn't just fight Voldemort. We fought for love, for freedom, for the right to choose who we are. He paused, his fingers curling tightly around the edge of the podium. I didn't win this war, he said. None of us did it alone. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, everyone who stayed and fought. Everyone who believed we could win even when it seemed hopeless. We did this together. Hermione brushed a tear away discreetly, her heart swelling with quiet pride. We remember those we lost, Harry continued. But we also honor them by living, by rebuilding, by making sure their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Hogwarts will rise again, not just as a school, but as a symbol of unity. He hesitated, then added more softly, We're not children anymore. We never got the chance to be. But maybe we can give the next generation that chance. A few scattered nods. Sniffles. Quiet weeping. Harry stepped down from the podium and sat beside Hermione, his hand seeking hers automatically. She took it, gently intertwining her fingers with his. McGonagall rose next, her voice strong and proud despite the emotion in her eyes. She read the names of the fallen one by one. Each name was followed by a bell chime. As the list went on, the silence deepened. When Fred's name was read, George lowered his head, biting his knuckle to keep from sobbing aloud. Ron leaned forward, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. Hermione reached over and placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. Remus Lupin. Nymphadora Tonks. The names echoed like echoes through time. And then, finally, silence again. People began rising from their seats, approaching the candles and adding flowers, photos, and small tokens. Some cast enchantments to make them hover or glow softly. It was an outpouring of love, grief, and remembrance. After the ceremony, the trio wandered the halls in silence. The castle was still a shadow of itself, hallways darkened, staircases crumbled, portraits missing from their frames, but there was life here again. There was hope. They passed by the room of requirement, now simply a wall again, and paused in front of it. Harry placed a hand on the stone. It gave us so much, he murmured. A place to hide, to fight, to believe. Hermione gently leaned her head against his shoulder. Magic shaped by need. Maybe that's what all of us are now. Changed by need. By war. They stood like that for a moment, then turned away, making their way back to the common room. The fat lady nodded somberly as they passed, her usual snark subdued by mourning. That night, the Gryffindor fire burned low. Ron had fallen asleep on the couch again, a framed photo of Fred in his lap. Harry and Hermione sat near the hearth, their fingers entwined, shoulders pressed together. I never want to forget any of them, Hermione whispered. We won't, Harry promised. We'll carry them with us. Even when things get hard? He looked at her. Especially then. Hermione turned toward him, eyes full of tired affection. I'm scared, Harry. He brushed a thumb across her cheek. Me too. But we're not alone. And with that they kissed again, gentle and lingering, not as an escape, but as a beginning. A beginning of something stronger than war. Stronger than fear. Love born in battle, but made for peace. The air inside Hogwarts felt heavier after the memorial, not with sadness but with the dense, quiet weight of rebuilding. The war was over, but its echoes lingered in the cracks of the stone walls and in the haunted eyes of those who had survived. The castle stood battered, defiant, and healing, just like the people within it. Harry woke early the next morning in the boys' dormitory, surprised by how strange normality felt. He'd fallen asleep fully clothed, still gripping his wand. As sunlight filtered through the window, he heard Ron stirring in the bed beside his. You up? Ron muttered groggily. Yeah, Harry replied, sitting up. Couldn't really sleep much. Me neither. Ron rubbed his eyes and gave a small laugh. Feels weird, doesn't it? Waking up and not having to run or fight or, his voice cracked, or watch someone die. Harry nodded silently. There were no words to make it easier. Downstairs, Hermione was already awake, sitting on the worn couch with a stack of parchment and a quill. She looked up and offered them a soft smile. Her hair was pulled back messily, and her eyes were tired, but there was a steady resolve about her. I made a list, she said, lifting the parchment. Things Hogwarts needs to function again. Structural repairs, wards, classrooms, restocking the library. There's so much to do. Ron groaned and flopped into the nearest armchair. Of course you made a list. Can't even enjoy breakfast without a schedule. Hermione rolled her eyes fondly. We have a unique opportunity, Ron. To help Hogwarts become better than it was. More inclusive, more prepared. I think it's brilliant, Harry said honestly, sitting beside her. I want to help. We all should. You really think they'll want us involved? Ron asked, doubt creeping into his voice. We're just students. We were soldiers, Harry said. And now we can be something more. Their first stop was Professor McGonagall's office. The corridors on the way were eerily quiet, but they passed a few students and staff casting repair spells, cleaning, patching damage. Some greeted them with small nods, others with reverent stares. When they arrived, McGonagall looked up from behind her desk. She looked exhausted, but her eyes brightened when she saw them. Potter, Granger, Weasley, she said, gesturing them in. I thought you might come. You did? Hermione asked. McGonagall nodded. You three have never been content to sit on the sidelines. I assume this visit isn't just social. Harry stepped forward. We want to help. With the rebuilding. With everything. She studied them for a moment, her gaze proud but stern. Hogwarts owes each of you more than it can repay. If you want to help restore it, you'll have every opportunity. Ron blinked. Wait, are you saying we're officially part of the restoration effort? McGonagall allowed herself the smallest of smiles. Consider yourselves the founding members of the Hogwarts Reformation Committee. Hermione lit up. I'll write up some proposals right away. Of that, McGonagall said dryly, I have no doubt. Over the next few days, they threw themselves into the work. Hermione spearheaded rebuilding the library, cataloging lost books, identifying magical texts to reorder, even proposing a Muggle studies expansion that included modern scientific understanding. Harry focused on the defensive wards, working alongside Professors Flitwick and Vector to redesign the perimeter protections. Ron, surprisingly, took charge of the kitchen and house elf areas, organizing supplies and ensuring that the elves received proper recognition and gratitude. Their bond grew stronger with each task. Gone were the long silences of grief. In their place came laughter, purpose, and a sense of hope. And in the quiet moments, walking the grounds or pausing at the battlements, Harry and Hermione allowed themselves to simply be together. The pressure of war had forged something unbreakable between them, and now, in peace, it began to bloom. One afternoon, as they sat beneath the beech tree by the Black Lake, Hermione leaned into Harry's side and said softly, "Do you ever think about what comes next?" Harry looked out across the water. "Sometimes. I used to think I'd become an Auror. Now, I'm not sure." "You don't have to decide right away," she said. "None of us do. That's the point, isn't it? We finally get to choose." He turned to her, eyes thoughtful. "What about you? Still dreaming of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures?" She laughed. "Maybe. But I think I want to fight for change at Hogwarts first. This place shaped who we are. It should be a place where everyone feels safe and welcome." Harry took her hand. "Then we'll do it together." Their kiss was gentle, sunlight glinting off the lake as if nature itself sighed in approval. Later that evening, they returned to the Great Hall, where George and Angelina had begun organizing a commemorative space for Fred. A section of the hall was now adorned with photos, magical prank items, and notes of remembrance. George looked up as they approached. "Didn't think I'd be able to laugh again," he said quietly. "But I heard one of Peeve's poems earlier, and for the first time it didn't hurt." Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. "Fred would have wanted us to laugh." George nodded, eyes misty. "And to live." That night, as the trio stood on the astronomy tower, gazing at the stars, Harry felt something shift inside him. Not the emptiness of loss, but the fullness of beginning again. "This is where everything changed," he said. Hermione squeezed his hand. "And where it begins again." Ron grinned. "With you two being disgustingly romantic while I freeze out here. Can we go in now?" They laughed, really laughed, and for the first time in what felt like forever, it wasn't tinged with pain. They were survivors, rebuilders, dreamers, and they had only just begun. In the weeks that followed the memorial, the atmosphere at Hogwarts shifted. It was no longer just a place of healing. It had become a place of purpose. Students who had stayed through the war helped repair the shattered classrooms. Volunteers from all over Britain arrived daily to aid in rebuilding. Magic hummed through the air again, weaving the old and the new together. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had fallen into a rhythm. Days were spent planning and coordinating repairs. Evenings were quieter, filled with long conversations, cups of tea in the common room, and the comforting warmth of shared presence. The war hadn't broken them. If anything, it had bonded them even tighter. One crisp morning, as owls swept through the bright ceiling of the Great Hall, Hermione reached for the Daily Prophet and a stack of letters that had landed at their table. "More post," she said, sorting through the envelopes. "Mostly restoration stuff. Oh, this one's for you, Harry. Ministry seal." Harry sighed and took the envelope. He broke the seal, expecting another bureaucratic message or a thank you letter. But as he read, his expression changed. "What is it?" Ron asked around a mouthful of toast. "They've offered me a formal position," Harry said, still staring at the parchment. "With the Auror office. Kingsley's pushing through a new fast-track training program for war veterans." Hermione perked up. "That's what you always wanted, isn't it?" Harry didn't answer immediately. His eyes wandered to the enchanted ceiling, watching a few drifting clouds. "I used to think it was," he said. "But now, I'm not sure. I've spent 7 years fighting. Do I want to keep doing that?" Ron frowned. "You'd be brilliant at it, mate. You already are one, unofficially." "Yeah, but maybe I want to build something now instead of tearing down what's broken." Hermione gave him a gentle smile. "It's okay to change your dreams." He looked at her. "What about yours? I know you've got ministry offers. And McGonagall wants you to stay on at Hogwarts." Hermione hesitated. "I've had offers, yes. A few departments want me, especially magical law enforcement. They're hoping to revise old laws on blood status and magical creature rights." She bit her lip. "But Hogwarts needs change too. It's tempting to stay and help rewrite the curriculum." Ron folded his arms behind his head. So basically you're both wanted everywhere. Hermione chuckled. You're not exactly without prospects either, Ron. He waved her off. I think I'll take some time off first. Mum's already talking about rebuilding the Burrow garden and dragging me into it. Maybe I'll help George at the shop too. Harry glanced at Hermione. Would it be selfish if I wanted us all to stay here a little longer? Just to breathe. No, she said softly. It's not selfish. It's human. That afternoon, they visited Hagrid's hut, where the half-giant had begun planting a new grove of magical trees in place of the ones lost in the battle. Fong bounded toward them, barking happily, tail wagging like a metronome. "Ya lot don't know how good it is to see ya smile," Hagrid said, wiping his eyes discreetly as he enveloped them in a crushing hug. "Blimey, I was worried for a while." "We're okay now, Hagrid," Harry said. "Well, better than okay, actually," Hermione added, glancing at Harry with a warm look. Hagrid raised a shaggy brow. What's this then?" Ron rolled his eyes. "They're dating. Or, whatever you call it." Harry flushed, but didn't deny it. Hermione simply smiled, slipping her hand into Harry's. "Well, it's about time," Hagrid said, beaming. On their walk back to the castle, Harry and Hermione drifted a little ahead, speaking in quiet tones. "I don't know what I'll decide about the Aurors," Harry said. "But I do know I want you to be a part of wherever I end up." Hermione's eyes sparkled. "You already have me, Harry." They paused beneath the familiar shade of the beech tree by the lake. The water shimmered, reflecting the gentle gold of early evening. "I know we're young," Harry said, "and we've got our lives ahead of us. But after everything we've been through, I don't want to wait to live it." Hermione leaned into him. "We're not rushing anything. We're just choosing each other." They kissed again, and this time it wasn't about comfort or reassurance. It was about a shared future. A quiet promise. When they returned to the castle, an unexpected visitor was waiting in the entrance hall, Andromeda Tonks, holding baby Teddy in her arms. The little boy reached toward Harry the moment he saw him, his hair flashing turquoise in delight. "Harry," Andromeda greeted. "He's been missing you." Harry's heart clenched. He stepped forward, taking Teddy into his arms. The baby giggled and tugged at his collar. "I didn't know you were coming," Harry said, smiling down at the infant. "I thought it was time," Andromeda replied. "He should know his godfather. If you're ready." Harry exchanged a look with Hermione. "I am." That evening, as the sun set and Teddy curled in Harry's arms, Hermione nestled beside him and whispered, "You'd make a wonderful father one day." Harry kissed the top of Teddy's head. "Let's take it one step at a time." And though the road ahead was uncertain, it finally felt like they were walking it together, with love, hope, and the freedom to choose their path. Hogwarts blossomed in the early summer light, not just in nature but in spirit. The halls, once stained by war and loss, now pulsed with life again. Students laughing between classes, owls flitting across the great hall ceiling, and professors quietly adjusting to a new rhythm. It wasn't the same, and perhaps it never would be, but it was healing. Slowly, surely, the castle was mending, stone by stone, heart by heart. Harry sat at a windowsill in the library, a pile of defense books beside him. Not because he had homework. There was no formal term this year. But because Hermione insisted they take this time to learn what had been lost to years of conflict. She sat across from him, scribbling notes in neat rows, occasionally pushing her hair behind her ear in that way Harry had grown to adore. "Did you know that anti-possession wards can be layered with intent magic?" Hermione asked without looking up. Harry blinked. "No, but it sounds like something I'd rather learn from you than from a book." She chuckled and looked up, eyes twinkling. "Flattery will get you everywhere, Mr. Potter." They had fallen into something comfortably unspoken, a rhythm that required no declarations, just gestures. A shared meal, a quiet touch, a glance across a room full of people that said, "I see you." Ron strolled into the library then, tossing down a rolled-up newspaper. "You two are unbearable. Even when you study, it's romantic." "Jealous?" Harry teased. "Absolutely not. I've spent the morning throwing dung bombs at Peeves with George. Much more productive than your lovebird revision sessions." Hermione gave him a withering look, but Ron only laughed. "Anyway, I came to tell you, McGonagall wants to see us." "Now?" Harry asked, pushing his chair back. "She said it's important." They gathered their things and walked to the headmistress's office together, the spiral staircase groaning familiarly as it carried them up. McGonagall was waiting behind her desk, parchment scattered in front of her, her glasses perched low on her nose. "Good you're here," she said. "Please sit." They obeyed. McGonagall glanced at each of them, her expression unreadable. "I wanted to speak with you three before it became public," she said. "Kingsley and I have been working closely on Hogwarts' future. The Board of Governors has approved a special, one-year restoration term. Starting in September, all students who missed a year or want to repeat one due to the war may return." Hermione gasped softly. That's wonderful." "It is," McGonagall agreed. "I know many students felt their education was incomplete, especially your year." Ron leaned forward. "So we can come back, not as volunteers, but as students. If you choose to, yes. You'd be part of a very special class. You'd still be preparing for NEWTS, but you'd also help set the tone for what Hogwarts becomes next. Your voices will matter more than ever." Harry exchanged a look with Hermione and Ron. "You want us here?" "I do," McGonagall said firmly. "You represent not just Hogwarts' past, but its future." Hermione's mind was already racing. "Can I help with the curriculum? Maybe propose new electives? Things like Muggle integration or ethics of magical creatures." McGonagall smiled. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't." After they left the office, they wandered down to the lake, the sun just beginning its descent across the horizon. "I can't believe we're thinking of going back to school," Ron muttered. "After everything." "It doesn't have to be about school," Hermione said softly. "It's about us. About finishing something we never got to." Harry looked out over the water, thinking. He hadn't imagined returning as a student. He'd thought his path was already written, Auror, war hero, Teddy's guardian. But maybe Hermione was right. Maybe, just maybe, they could rewrite their stories. That night, they returned to the common room to find it filled with students, some old friends, some survivors, all with the same shared glint of new beginnings in their eyes. Neville was there too, his arm around Hannah Abbott, and when he saw them, he grinned. "Did you hear?" he said. "I'm coming back. Professor Sprout wants me to apprentice with her. Might be teaching one day." "That's brilliant," Hermione said, beaming. Neville scratched the back of his neck, a little shy. "Hogwarts needs people who care, right? Thought I could be one of them." Harry nodded. "You already are." As the fire crackled and chatter filled the air, Harry pulled Hermione close and whispered, "Do you want to come back with me?" "I do," she said simply. "Not just to finish school, but to start the life we deserve." And so, with the war behind them and the future wide open, the trio made a quiet decision to return. Not as soldiers, not as legends, but as students ready to learn, to grow, and to live again. Somewhere deep in the castle, Hogwarts itself seemed to sigh in relief, as if it too had been waiting for this chapter. And it was only just beginning. Summer faded gently into autumn, and by the time the Hogwarts Express left King's Cross once more, it wasn't just the start of a new term, it was the beginning of a new era. The train compartments, once filled with excited first years and the familiar chaos of school chatter, now held a more mixed crowd. Some students were back to complete what the war had stolen from them, while others returned seeking comfort, closure, or a fresh start. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat in a compartment together, just like old times, though the atmosphere had changed. The war had carved something permanent into them: resilience, sorrow, understanding. And though they laughed and played Exploding Snap, it was with quieter joy. "Feels weird, doesn't it?" Ron said, looking out the window. "Coming back as students. I half expected a Death Eater to show up on the platform." "No Death Eaters," Hermione said with a small smile. "Just first years with too much luggage and nervous parents." Harry leaned back in his seat, Teddy's latest photo sticking out of his shirt pocket. "It's weird, but it feels right." They arrived at Hogwarts under cloudy skies. The thestral-drawn carriages were waiting as always, but now fewer students flinched at the sight of the creatures. Too many had seen death by now. The invisible had become visible to them all. That shared understanding didn't breed fear anymore. It bred quiet empathy. Inside the castle, McGonagall greeted the returning students with warmth. Her speech in the Great Hall was short, but filled with purpose. "Hogwarts has endured great loss. But as we rebuild, we do so with open hearts and open minds. This year will not only be about lessons from books, but lessons from each other. Together, we will shape what Hogwarts becomes. Applause followed, not raucous, but respectful, heartfelt. When the feast began, Harry couldn't help but feel something he hadn't in years: peace. Later, in the refurbished Gryffindor common room, Hermione sat beside Harry near the fire. The flickering light danced in her eyes, and her head rested comfortably on his shoulder. Around them, other students reconnected. Some had scars, others grief, but all had a sense of purpose. "I saw Dean and Seamus earlier," Hermione murmured. "They're rooming together again. Apparently Seamus is lobbying for a Muggle Studies club." Harry smiled. "I'd join. I'd expect nothing less," she replied. Neville entered then, his robes a little muddied, his cheeks red with excitement. "I just helped Professor Sprout plant enchanted trees along the courtyard. One of them nearly bit my wand, but it's fine now." Hermione laughed. "You're going to be a great professor one day, Neville." He blushed. "You think?" "I know." Harry watched them with quiet pride. These weren't just friends anymore. They were the people who had held the world together at its breaking point. And now, they were piecing themselves back together. In the days that followed, their lives began to take shape again. Classes resumed with smaller numbers but more intimate discussions. New electives were introduced, many proposed by returning students. Hermione found herself co-teaching a weekly seminar with Professor Flitwick titled Ethics in Magic: Law, Power, and Prejudice. She was radiant during those lessons, confident, impassioned, and full of vision. Ron, ever the pragmatist, took on a role with the school's restructured dueling club. It helped him burn off energy, and for the first time, he realized that leadership came naturally to him. Students looked up to him, not because he was Harry's best friend, but because he was Ron Weasley, brave, fair, and kind. As for Harry, he split his time between Teddy, letters from Kingsley, and defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin had left a legacy behind, and Harry made it his mission to honor that. He often stayed after class to help others, guiding younger students through what they feared most. To them, he was more than the boy who lived. He was their protector, their mentor. One night, under the stars on the astronomy tower, Harry and Hermione lay side by side on a blanket. The sky above stretched wide and endless, shimmering with 1,000 constellations. "Do you ever think about what would have happened if things had gone differently?" he asked softly. "All the time," she said. "But then I think about where we are now, and I don't think I'd change a thing." He turned his head to look at her. "Even after all the pain?" Hermione reached for his hand. "Especially after all the pain, because it led us here." They kissed gently, the kind of kiss that didn't demand passion, but instead whispered of trust, of knowing. The kind that lingered even after it ended. When they returned to the common room, a letter was waiting for Harry on the table. The seal was unmistakable, Ministry of Magic. He opened it slowly. Hermione waited, eyes watchful. "It's from Kingsley," Harry said after a moment. "He wants to meet. Something about a special project, reforming the Auror recruitment process, and creating a new department of magical justice." Hermione's breath caught. "That's huge. He says he doesn't want someone like me just chasing dark wizards. He wants me helping change the whole system." "And what do you want?" she asked gently. Harry folded the letter, looking deep into her eyes. "I want to build something that lasts. Something better than what we had. Then we'll build it together," Hermione said. They didn't need to talk about love. It lived in every look, every plan they made. The war had taken many things, but it had given them each other. And together, they were ready to face whatever came next. Not as survivors, as builders, as dreamers, as the first bricks in a new foundation. Leaves danced through the courtyards of Hogwarts as October crept in, the wind brisk and laced with the scent of wood smoke. Though the castle was quieter than in years past, it thrummed with a different kind of energy, renewal. Students and teachers alike were still learning how to navigate this new normal, but the sense of purpose that pulsed through its corridors was undeniable. Harry walked through the halls after his last defense class of the day, a stack of essays tucked under his arm. He was helping Professor Blackburn, a young no-nonsense who had taken up the defense against the dark arts post permanently. She had a commanding presence and a sharp mind, and had surprisingly welcomed Harry's contributions. "You've got away with them," she had told him once. You make them believe they can fight the darkness. Harry didn't say it aloud, but that was exactly what he wanted, to make sure no student ever felt as alone as he once had. He met Hermione outside the Charms classroom, where she'd just finished a lesson with Professor Flitwick. Her arms were full of books and scrolls, a few of which looked like they might topple at any moment. I thought you were going to take it easy today, Harry said with a grin, relieving her of a few scrolls. I was. Then Professor Vector asked if I'd help her write a new arithmancy syllabus. And I couldn't say no. Harry laughed as they walked down the hall. You do know it's okay to rest occasionally, right? Hermione nudged him gently. Only if you promise to do the same. They wandered toward the lake, their pace unhurried. It had become a routine of theirs. Afternoons spent walking along the shore, watching the light play on the water. Sometimes they talked about the future. Sometimes they didn't talk at all. Today, Hermione was thoughtful. Do you think we're doing enough? She asked softly. To rebuild, I mean. Harry stopped. I think we're doing more than anyone else even dreamed of. But it never feels like enough. There are so many things broken, at Hogwarts, at the Ministry, even out in the wizarding world. Harry turned toward her, taking her hand. We can't fix it all at once. But we're laying the groundwork. One class. One reform. One student. We're giving people hope again. Hermione nodded slowly. And what about us? Harry raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, what's next? For us? The question hung in the air, carried by the wind off the lake. Harry squeezed her hand. I think we figure that out together. I want us to have the kind of life we never thought we could. One where we can laugh without flinching. Plan without fear. One where, maybe someday, we have a home. She smiled, eyes glistening. I like the sound of that. Just then, Ron came jogging up the hill, his hair windswept, and a letter clutched in his hand. You too, guess what? George wants me to come work at the shop part-time on weekends. Said it's finally time I start earning my way, his words. That's brilliant, Ron. Hermione said, hugging him. Yeah, well, don't expect me to start acting like a businessman. I still plan to prank first years in my off hours, he said with a mischievous grin. As they made their way back to the castle together, Harry felt a growing certainty that everything was beginning to align. Not perfectly, but meaningfully. That weekend, Kingsley arrived at Hogwarts. The meeting was held in McGonagall's office, where Harry, Hermione, and Ron joined him and a few other ministry officials around the old circular desk. The air buzzed with potential. Kingsley got straight to the point. We're proposing the formation of a new department, the Office for Magical Reform. It would exist outside of existing ministry divisions, working to modernize the wizarding world. Transparency, education, justice, and equality. All of it. Hermione's eyes widened. That's revolutionary. Kingsley nodded. That's the idea. I want young minds, people who've lived through the worst, to help shape something better. Harry felt something stir in his chest. This was more than a job offer. This was a chance to change everything. I'm in, he said at once. Hermione followed. Me too. Ron scratched his head. I mean, I'm not the political type, but if you need someone to keep people honest, count me in. Kingsley smiled. Good. We'll take it step by step. First, a round of public consultations, then policy design. You'll work with a small team, witches and wizards from all backgrounds. As the meeting ended and the others filed out, Kingsley pulled Harry aside. There's something else, he said. A case I want you to look into. Quietly. It involves a missing group of Muggle-borns who vanished after the war. I believe it's connected to remnants of the old regime. Harry's jaw tightened. You think Death Eaters are still out there? I think evil doesn't vanish just because its leader does, Kingsley said gravely. And I trust you to find the truth. As Harry walked back through the halls, the castle felt different again. Quieter. More solemn. But inside him burned a fire, of purpose, of duty, and of something even more powerful, love. Hermione was waiting for him at the base of the marble staircase. Everything all right? She asked. He reached for her hand. We've got work to do. She didn't hesitate. Then let's do it. Together. As the night deepened and the stars appeared once more, Hogwarts stood tall and proud behind them. Its brightest champions walking into the darkness, hand in hand, ready to bring the light. The weeks that followed brought a rhythm to life at Hogwarts, classes in the mornings, ministry work in the evenings, and quiet moments stolen beside the lake or in the common room. For Harry and Hermione, there was comfort in the balance, even as the weight of the world pressed against their shoulders. They had purpose now, and they were no longer facing things alone. But beneath the surface, a chill had begun to settle. Harry first noticed it during one of his late-night patrols. He had started taking quiet walks through the castle again, not as a prefect or a student, but simply as someone who cared too deeply to leave anything to chance. The whispers began as faint murmurs, barely audible, but they clung to the air like mist. At first, he thought it was his imagination. PTSD, maybe. The ghosts of the past whispering through stone corridors. But the whispers were too deliberate. They didn't sound like echoes or dreams. They sounded like names. Muggle-born traitors' unfinished work. When he mentioned it to Hermione, she didn't brush it off. "I've heard them too," she admitted, frowning. "I thought it might be residual dark magic in the castle walls. After all, the Room of Requirement was used for so long as a hiding place. Maybe there are things still trapped in there." "I'm going to investigate," Harry said. "Not alone, you're not." Ron joined them the next night as they returned to the 7th-floor corridor. The Room of Requirement had gone silent since the war, and no one dared tamper with it. But as Harry paced in front of the wall, focusing on a place to uncover secrets, the door shimmered into view. Inside, the room was cold, colder than any part of the castle had the right to be. Dust swirled in slow spirals in the still air, and broken furniture and books lay scattered, remnants from when it had last been used to hide students and rebels. Hermione lit her wand. "Lumos," they fanned out, searching quietly. It wasn't until Ron tripped on an old trunk that the room shifted. The floor trembled slightly, and a section of the far wall rippled like water. "That's not normal," Harry said. They approached slowly, and Hermione ran her hand across the wall. "It's a memory charm barrier, tied to the room itself." Harry pulled out the Marauder's map, hoping for a clue. Strangely, parts of the map were flickering. Names were blinking, appearing and vanishing in seconds. "Is that Susan Bones?" Ron squinted. "Wait, look again." Hermione pointed. "That's not just Susan. That's Daphne Greengrass, and Merlin, that's one of the Patil twins. Weren't they supposed to have returned this year?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded. "They never did. Everyone assumed they needed time. But what if they never left the castle at all?" A sudden wind howled through the room, extinguishing their wands. Harry raised his voice. "Who's there?" No answer came, only a presence, heavy and dark, crawling up the walls. "Get back!" he shouted. Hermione cast a protection charm, just as black tendrils slithered from the corners of the room, grasping at their feet. Ron blasted one back with a furious, "Stupefy!" But it wasn't enough. The magic in the room wasn't raw power. It was old parasitic. It fed on fear, on buried thoughts. As Harry struggled to hold his ground, memories surged to the surface. Sirius falling, Dumbledore's broken body, the flash of green that had taken his parents. "Harry, fight it!" Hermione shouted. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to focus. Not on pain. Not on loss. On her. He looked at Hermione, her face glowing in the shimmer of her protective charm, her eyes steady and fierce. Love. That was the anchor. That had always been the difference. He closed his eyes and summoned the Patronus charm, not to defend but to cleanse. Expecto Patronum. A blinding burst of silver erupted from his wand. Prongs galloped through the room, antlers blazing, shattering the black mist. The darkness screamed as it dissolved, retreating into cracks in the floor, leaving silence in its wake. The air returned to normal. The cold lifted. They stood for a moment, breathless. "What was that?" Ron asked, panting. Hermione knelt by the spot where the darkness had been thickest. She reached into a crevice and pulled out a small object, a locket. It was ornate, old, and covered in archaic runes. "I've seen this before," she whispered. "Not this exact one, but this kind of enchantment. It's a binding charm. It's meant to hold memories. Or people." Harry's chest tightened. "You think someone's inside it?" Hermione nodded. "Maybe more than one." Back in the library, they pored over books, Hermione leading the charge. It didn't take long to find it. "Memory prisons," she said, flipping a page. "They were used centuries ago during the witch trials, tools of magical suppression. Illegal now, of course. But if someone knew how to replicate one. Harry traced the design with his finger. This isn't just about the missing students. Someone's been preparing this magic for a long time. And now we've disturbed it, Ron said grimly. Hermione looked between them. This changes everything. If someone's still trying to erase Muggleborns, even in secret. Harry closed the book slowly. Then the war's not over. Not really. There was a pause before Hermione added. We'll need help. This isn't just about Hogwarts anymore. Harry nodded. We tell Kingsley. Tonight. As the three of them stepped out into the corridor, the castle no longer felt entirely safe. Shadows lingered longer than they should have. But they walked together, hearts steady and steps sure. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it, as they always had side by side. And this time, they wouldn't let the darkness win. The following morning dawned gray and heavy with mist. The castle grounds were veiled in fog, thick enough to blur the outlines of Hagrid's hut and the lake beyond. But inside the stone walls of Hogwarts, urgency moved like wildfire. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat across from Kingsley in McGonagall's office, the locket resting on a protective cloth between them. Kingsley studied it, his brow furrowed in concentration. You're certain this came from within the room of requirement? He asked, voice low and grave. Yes, Harry replied. And there were names on the Marauders' map. Students who went missing after the war. We think they were trapped or worse. Hermione leaned forward. This isn't ordinary dark magic, Kingsley. It's older. Almost ritualistic. Someone used these lockets to imprison memories or people, maybe both. That room was more than a hiding place. It was a vault. Kingsley's fingers hovered just above the locket. This kind of enchantment is outlawed, even among the worst dark artifacts. Whoever created this, they knew what they were doing. Ron gave a grim nod. And they're probably still out there. McGonagall, standing by the window, turned to them. Do you believe these lockets contain the missing students? We don't know for sure, Hermione admitted. But it's likely. The charm used is a variant of the Obscura seal, meant to bind consciousness to a fixed object. If done properly, the victims might still be alive, just hidden. Kingsley straightened. Then we need to recover the others. There may be more scattered throughout the castle, or beyond it. We'll search, Harry said. Every inch if we have to. McGonagall's expression was resolute. Then you'll have Hogwarts' full support. I'll discreetly grant access to restricted areas. The students won't know. We can't risk panic. Hermione added softly. We should also find out who had the knowledge and motive to craft something like this. It's not just about finding the victims. It's about stopping whoever's behind it. Kingsley nodded. I'll assign 2 trusted Aurors to assist you. But be careful. If this magic has remained hidden for this long, someone powerful has kept it that way. As they left the office, the trio split up, Hermione to the library to search ancient records, Ron to the room of requirement to check for other magical anomalies, and Harry to his old haunt, the astronomy tower. He didn't know why he was drawn there, but something tugged at him. A hunch. The cold wind whipped through his cloak as he ascended the final steps. The tower was empty. Silent. But as he reached the top, his eyes caught a shimmer near the base of the large telescope. He knelt. There, half buried in the dust, was another locket, this one darker, its surface etched with sharp, claw-like scratches. He picked it up carefully. The moment his fingers touched it, a low whisper echoed through the air. Help me. Harry's heart seized. He turned the locket over, and the scratches reformed before his eyes, letters rearranging themselves into a name. Astoria Greengrass. He stood, heart pounding. We found one, he whispered to himself. He didn't wait. He raced back down the tower and through the halls, nearly knocking over a group of second years. He burst into the library where Hermione was surrounded by scrolls. I found another one. She looked up sharply. Where? Astronomy Tower. Astoria's name was on it. She reached for the locket, then stopped herself. We need containment. It responded to you. It whispered. I think she's inside. Hermione's eyes were wide with worry and hope. That's 2. If Astoria's in there, she's been trapped for months. Maybe longer. Together they brought it to the restricted section, where Hermione had set up a research space with ancient texts and protective spells. She cast a series of charms to isolate the locket's magic. "It's not cursed," she said, relieved. "But it's bound with a complex series of memory-anchoring charms. We need to unlock it gently." Harry watched her work, his stomach twisting. Every spell she cast could mean the difference between saving Astoria or destroying whatever fragment of her remained. Finally, after what felt like hours, Hermione looked up. "I think I can open it." Harry stood beside her. "Then let's do it." She cast the final incantation. Apri Mentem. The locket snapped open with a soft click, and a swirl of silvery mist poured out, coalescing into a vague figure, weak, almost formless. "Harry," the mist asked. Harry's breath caught. "Astoria?" The form stabilized just enough to show a pale face with wide, frightened eyes. "Where's Daphne? Is she safe?" "We don't know yet," Hermione said gently. "But we're going to find her. You've been trapped. Do you know who did this?" Astoria looked around, her form flickering. A man not from the Ministry. He wore gray robes and spoke Parseltongue. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. "A parcel mouth?" Hermione whispered. "There aren't many left," Harry said. "Whoever he is," Astoria continued, "he said the pureblood legacy would rise again through silence, through memory." Her voice faded, and the image shimmered away, leaving the open locket empty. "She's gone," Harry murmured. "But she was alive. Conscious." Hermione gripped his arm. "This confirms it. Someone's targeting Muggleborns and blood traitors, preserving them like trophies. That sounds like something the old guard of the Death Eaters would do." Hermione frowned. "But Parseltongue, we only know of 2 living Parselmouths." Harry nodded grimly. "And I'm one of them." As the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the castle, the darkness stirring beneath Hogwarts seemed closer than ever. They had uncovered a thread, but it was only the beginning. And now, Harry knew they were not just facing a remnant of the war. They were facing something new, something cunning, and perhaps even more dangerous. By the next morning, Hogwarts buzzed with a strange energy. While students remained oblivious to the dark revelations unearthed the night before, a small circle of professors and ministry officials had been alerted to the ancient magic hiding within the school's walls. McGonagall had ordered enchanted protective wards to be placed around vulnerable areas, while Harry, Hermione, and Ron continued their search for more lockets. The trio met early in the courtyard, bundled in cloaks against the morning chill, their expressions tight with urgency. "I've been thinking," Hermione began, holding a worn, handwritten list. "If Astoria was found in the astronomy tower, and the first locket was in the room of requirement, then maybe the other victims are being hidden in places tied to either secrecy or symbolism." Ron scratched the back of his neck. "So what? Like the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione gave him a sharp look. "The entrance to the chamber is still sealed. We reinforced it after the war. But it wouldn't hurt to check." Harry's gaze turned toward the castle. "Let's start with the dungeons. If this is tied to old blood magic, the Slytherin common room and surrounding corridors would be the perfect hiding place." They made their way through the dark, damp hallways of the lower levels. Shadows flickered against the torchlit stone, and every dripping echo made the silence feel heavier. Ron led the way, wand at the ready, while Hermione used a detection charm to search for lingering traces of enchantments. "Over here," she said suddenly, stopping in front of an alcove. It looked like nothing, just a recess in the wall, filled with dust and an old suit of armor. But as Hermione muttered, "Revelio," glowing lines traced the outline of something hidden in the stone behind the armor. Harry stepped forward. "Help me move it." With a combined push, the armor creaked aside, revealing a narrow crevice in the wall. A small, gray box was wedged deep inside, sealed with wax and bound by iron thread. Ron whistled. "That doesn't look friendly." Hermione scanned it with her wand. "No curses, but it's protected. Someone didn't want this found." With delicate precision, she cut through the binding threads and lifted the lid. Inside was a locket. This one bore the symbol of the Sacred 28, the families of pureblood wizards who had once tried to uphold the superiority of bloodlines. Below the crest, a name shimmered into view, Padma Patil. Harry's stomach dropped. Ron stared. "Padma? She's been missing since the war ended. Everyone thought she left the country." "She didn't," Hermione said grimly. "She was trapped. Like Astoria. Harry took the locket, bracing himself. We do it the same way. Hermione nodded. Carefully. If we're right, Padma's consciousness might still be intact. They returned to their workspace in the restricted section. The spells were cast again, containment charms, memory stabilizers, and a new counter-enchantment Hermione had refined based on the Astoria locket. Ready? She asked. Harry held the locket tightly. Open it. Hermione murmured, apprimentem. The locket snapped open. Silver mist spilled out and twisted into the shape of a young woman with long, dark hair and frightened eyes. Padma's features sharpened into view, but her form flickered weakly. Hermione? Ron. It's us, Ron said gently. You're safe now. Padma looked around wildly. Where's Parvati? I remember screams. A man with a serpent's voice. He said I was a threat to the future. You're safe, Harry said firmly. Do you remember who did this? She clutched at her head. He wore gray, with green thread at the cuffs. He had a ring, the Peveril symbol, I think. But it wasn't you, Harry. His eyes were empty. Like glass. Hermione's brow furrowed. A Peveril symbol? That's the Deathly Hallows, Harry murmured. But it's not mine. I don't wear it. Padma's form began to flicker faster. He said he'd return through memory. Through us. And then she was gone, the mist vanishing, leaving the locket open and silent. Ron ran a hand through his hair. That's the second time we've heard about returning through memory. What does it mean? Hermione sank into a chair. It could mean resurrection. Not bodily, but magical continuation. If he's storing magical imprints of his victims, maybe he's using them to fuel something larger. Harry stared at the locket. Or maybe he's trying to build a magical consciousness, something that can live on even after death. Ron looked disturbed. Like a ghost. More than that, Hermione said darkly. A soul fragment network. Not unlike a Horcrux, but built from others' minds instead of your own. That made the room fall silent. After a moment, Hermione stood. We need to know who this is. We need a list of everyone with ties to the Sacred 28, and anyone with a claim to the Peveril symbol. Harry nodded. I'll contact Andromeda. She might know who's been stirring trouble in pureblood circles. And I'll look into the Black family archives, Ron added. Dad has access through the ministry now. We might find something. As they prepared to move out again, Hermione hesitated, glancing at Harry. You're all right? He nodded, though the weight on his chest was heavier than ever. Yeah. Just, when I thought it was over, I didn't think I'd be fighting a shadow made of people we failed to save. She took his hand. We didn't fail them. We're saving them now. The contact grounded him. In a world that kept spiraling back into darkness, she was the one thing that gave him direction. Let's keep going, he said, before someone else disappears. Outside the library, a shadow watched them leave, silent, unseen. And deep in the forbidden forest, far from the safety of Hogwarts walls, a flicker of green magic burned in a stone circle long forgotten by time. A whisper, soft and deadly, stirred the air. Soon. The day after they freed Padma's consciousness from the locket, the air around Hogwarts grew tense, thick with something no one could name. While most students bustled about unaware, those in the know, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and now Kingsley and Professor McGonagall, felt it like pressure behind the eyes, a looming sense of something watching, waiting. 3 victims, Kingsley said as they met again in McGonagall's office. 3 lockets. 2 names we thought lost after the war. We have to assume there are more. And we've only scratched the surface, Hermione added, spreading out a map of Hogwarts and the surrounding area. She'd marked every location that might historically connect to ancient blood magic, secret societies, or magical architecture. Some of the strongest wards were cast on places most students never think about, like the old circle deep in the Forbidden Forest. Ron looked up sharply. The one the centaurs avoid? Hermione nodded. Exactly. According to Professor Bin's records, it predates even the founding of Hogwarts. Some of the oldest magical families believed it to be a gateway. Not a portal in the literal sense, but one of magical transition. Memory to reality, idea to embodiment. Sounds like just the place someone might use to anchor a magical consciousness, Harry said grimly. Especially if they were planning something big. Kingsley gave them a look that was part warning, part resignation. I can't send a full Auror squad into the forest without setting off panic. But I'll approve an expedition if you three lead it. Quietly. Harry nodded. We'll go tonight. Hermione gathered her notes. We'll need protection spells, restorative potions, and a way to detect memory magic. Ron looked reluctant but determined. Great. Let's go poke around the creepy ancient death circle. Brilliant. That night, under a moonless sky, they slipped past Hagrid's hut and into the darkness of the forbidden forest. The towering trees swallowed the light from their wands, and the deeper they walked, the quieter the forest became. No birds, no centaurs, not even the whisper of wind. Almost there, Hermione murmured, her wand glowing soft blue as she traced old runes carved into the roots beneath their feet. When they reached the clearing, even the earth felt wrong. The stone circle stood wide and low, moss-covered, and pulsing faintly with a sickly green light. 6 standing stones surrounded a sunken center, where charred remains of ritualistic sigils had been drawn into the dirt. The air shimmered with memory magic, thick and unstable. Harry approached first. This is it. Ron scanned the trees nervously. Anyone else feel like we're not alone? Hermione knelt by one of the stones, running her fingers over a set of ancient symbols. This isn't just a ritual site. It's a focus. A place where magical consciousness can be poured and stored. That's why the lockets worked. He's using this place to bind their essence. But who is he? Harry whispered. Before Hermione could respond, the earth trembled. A deep, resonant hum echoed through the clearing, and the green light flared from the center of the circle. The runes lit up all at once, and a figure began to emerge. Not flesh, not ghost, but something in between. A hazy form, tall and hooded, hovering above the stones. Ron stepped back, wand out. Bloody hell. The figure raised its head. No face could be seen beneath the hood, only swirling mist and faint golden eyes. It did not speak, but every one of them heard the voice, deep in their minds. You should not have come. Harry took a step forward, shielding Hermione. Who are you? The voice replied with no emotion. I am memory. I am what remains when truth is stripped away. Hermione's eyes widened. You're not the caster. You're the construct. The figure nodded slowly. Correct. The Weaver used me to bind the lost ones. I am a vessel, but I am awakening. Where is the Weaver? Harry demanded. He walks among you. Hidden. Marked not by blood, but by will. Hermione's voice shook. Why the lockets? Why those people? To remember. To rebuild. To restore what was lost when the blood was mixed and the lines were broken. Rage flared in Harry's chest. You're trying to bring back blood supremacy. The figure turned to him. The past is not dead, Potter. It waits to be reborn. The stones pulsed again, brighter this time. The air rippled as energy poured into the clearing. Trees bowed outward from the pressure. Ron grabbed Hermione's hand. We need to get out now. Harry pointed his wand at the center. Finite incantatum. The green light sputtered, but the figure remained. You cannot undo what you do not understand. Its form began to grow, expanding into a swirling cyclone of thoughts, memories, and cries from the trapped. Padma, Astoria, others unnamed, all flickering in and out, screaming soundlessly. Hermione shouted, Cast the ward. Now! Together, all three raised their wands and cried, Protego Maxima! A dome of blue light burst upward, shielding them just as the spectral cyclone crashed down. The stone circle cracked, runes splitting. The storm shrieked with the agony of thousands of voices, and then, with a final burst of green, it collapsed in on itself. Silence. The figure was gone. The stones were broken. Harry's chest heaved. Is it over? Hermione shook her head. No, that wasn't the end. That was a warning. Ron looked at her, pale and sweating. From what? Hermione's face was grim. The Weaver. The following day, silence hung over Hogwarts like a shroud. Though no announcement had been made about the events in the Forbidden Forest, word had spread. Students sensed something had stirred beyond the trees, something ancient and dangerous. Professors kept tighter patrols, and even Peeves had gone unusually quiet. In the room of requirement, now transformed into their war room, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat huddled around the damaged locket they'd recovered from the circle, still humming faintly with residual energy. A piece of parchment was stretched out beside it, covered in scribbled notes and fragmented memories Padma had shared before her form dissipated. "We're dealing with a magical construct built from memory," Hermione said, her voice calm but strained. "Not a ghost. Not a Horcrux. Something new." Ron frowned. "Then why does it feel like something old? It's like all of this is from another time." "It might be," Hermione said quietly. "Memory magic of this scale isn't just forbidden, it's forgotten. But what's worse is what that thing said. He walks among you." Harry leaned back, his jaw tight. "We've fought Dark Lords. We've seen possession, Horcruxes, even gods. But this? Someone's hiding in plain sight and feeding off the past to fuel whatever comes next." Hermione slid a book toward him, an old journal from Dumbledore's private collection. "I found this in the headmaster's quarters. It mentions an unsanctioned branch of magical research pursued by Grindelwald's followers in the late 1930s, the Hallonauts." Ron blinked. "Hallonauts? Sounds made up." "Unfortunately, it's not. They believed that the Deathly Hallows were more than just relics. They saw them as a key to breaking the barrier between life and memory. They experimented with storing consciousness inside objects, just like the lockets." Harry stiffened. "You think the Weaver is one of them? Or a descendant?" Hermione replied. "More likely, someone who found their research and twisted it further." Ron rubbed his eyes. "So what are we looking for? Another Hallow? A cursed family? Some diary from a nutter?" Hermione hesitated, then reached into her bag and pulled out a leather-bound book. It shimmered faintly with old magic. "Not a diary. A registry." "What is it?" Harry asked. "The Black Family Grimoire," she said. "Ron got it from the Ministry archives yesterday. And it mentions something very interesting. An unregistered cadet branch of the Peveril line, tied by blood to the Selwyns." "Selwyns?" Harry's brow furrowed. "There were Death Eaters with that name." Hermione nodded. "But this isn't about the ones we knew. There was a child, Theodoric Selwyn, born just before the start of the First War. He was known to have strange magical outbursts. Vanished by the time he was 16. Presumed dead." Ron leaned forward. "You think he's the Weaver?" Hermione tapped the grimoire. "I think someone wants us to think that. But the name came up too easily. What worries me more is this symbol." She pointed to a recurring sketch in the margins. 3 overlapping circles surrounding a triangle, bound by a line. A variation of the Deathly Hallows symbol. "It's distorted," Harry whispered. "Twisted." Hermione nodded. "Exactly. This isn't about uniting the Hallows anymore. It's about corrupting them." Before they could say more, a sharp rap came at the door. Neville poked his head in. "Sorry to interrupt, but you lot might want to come to the entrance hall. Something strange just happened." They rushed downstairs, following Neville through the corridors. When they reached the hall, a crowd had gathered around a floating object hovering in midair. A silver locket, identical to the others, but this one wasn't hidden. It pulsed with magic, slowly spinning, and above it floated an image in green light. Susan Bones, her eyes closed, her mouth moving as if whispering a silent scream. McGonagall stood at the edge of the crowd, pale and grave. "It appeared out of nowhere," she said. "Right in the middle of the hall." Hermione whispered, "He's not hiding anymore. He's leaving these for us." Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived moments later, flanked by 2 Aurors. His jaw tightened as he saw the locket. "Third one in the open. He's daring us to follow him." Harry stepped closer to the image. "Susan was one of the strongest in our year. If he's targeting her, then this isn't random. He's choosing witches and wizards with powerful magical lineages. And he's showing off," Hermione added. "Trying to provoke us." Harry turned to Kingsley. "We need access to every record tied to the Selwyns, the Peverils, and anyone researching the Hallows during or after Grindelwald's rise. Someone's picked up the pieces of that madness and rebuilt it." Kingsley nodded. "You'll have it." That night, as the locket was contained under heavy spells and Susan's essence was stabilized, Harry and Hermione stood alone in the astronomy tower. The wind was biting, but the view of the moonlit grounds gave them a moment of peace amid the chaos. Hermione leaned against the stone railing. "This isn't just a war, Harry. It's a reckoning." He nodded. "And this time it feels personal." She turned to look at him, eyes full of quiet intensity. "If we lose ourselves in this, if we get too deep, promise me we'll pull each other back." Harry met her gaze. I promise. Their hands met, fingers interlacing, not out of impulse but purpose. The stars shone down silently, unaware of the storm yet to come. But in the deepest chamber beneath the castle, in a forgotten crypt sealed by spells long buried, a set of pale eyes opened in the darkness. The Weaver was awake. In the aftermath of Susan Bones' locket appearing in the entrance hall, Hogwarts transformed from a school into a battleground of secrets. Protective enchantments were doubled, patrols increased, and even Peeves was forcibly bound from accessing certain corridors. Yet, despite the flurry of defensive activity, Harry, Hermione, and Ron knew the true war was still hidden, one that weaved through memories, bloodlines, and magic too old for names. Down in the Room of Requirement, the trio stood before a strange magical construct conjured by the room itself in response to Hermione's specific request. Show us the Weaver's path. The room had delivered something unusual, an arched mirror without a frame, suspended midair. Not the mirror of Eriste, but eerily similar in design. Only this mirror didn't reflect the viewer. It shimmered with flickering moments from other lives. A kaleidoscope of memory fragments, Susan dancing in a field, Astoria holding a wand as a child, Padma reading beneath a tree. Hermione approached the mirror, eyes narrowed. It's not showing us the Weaver. It's showing us the victims. Ron stepped beside her. Is it trying to tell us how they were chosen? Harry tilted his head. Or why? The mirror flashed again. This time, an image appeared that none of them expected. Cedric Diggory. Not in pain, not bound, but laughing, alive, on the grounds near the Black Lake. Harry's heart seized. Why him? The scene shifted. Cedric again, but this time with Cho Chang, casting spells together during Dumbledore's army training. Then another flicker. Cedric as a child, standing in front of a man with a silver mask in his hand. Hermione's breath caught. That's not his father. Harry's voice was hard. No, it's a Death Eater. The image shimmered again, Cedric's locket, hovering above the mirror's surface. Then, like smoke, it dissolved into the shape of the Deathly Hallows symbol, distorted and bleeding black mist. Cedric was supposed to live, Hermione said quietly. But he died in the graveyard. Voldemort killed him, and somehow, his memory still echoes. Ron turned to her. You think the Weaver is using people whose fates were interrupted? Astoria was cursed young. Padma never fulfilled her potential. Susan was rising through the ranks but was pulled from duty after the war. And Cedric, Harry added, was taken too soon. Each of them has unfinished magic, untapped power. Hermione nodded slowly. Maybe the Weaver doesn't just want to restore bloodlines. Maybe he's trying to harness potential itself, to bind power that was never fully realized. Harry turned to the mirror. Then we need to get ahead of him. We need to find out who's next before another locket shows up. Hermione already had her wand out. I might be able to use the mirror's enchantment to trace residual magical echoes. If we can match the echo patterns of the victims, we might predict the next target. She began working, chanting softly under her breath while drawing runes midair with her wand. The mirror responded with faint pulses of silver light, as if it were breathing. But the room suddenly dimmed. A hum, low and vibrating, filled the space, and the mirror's surface rippled violently. The light flared, and an image blazed across it, so sharply it felt like it burned itself into their retinas. Luna Lovegood. She stood alone in a forest, not the forbidden forest, but a smaller grove, surrounded by standing stones. Her expression was calm, dreamy as ever, but her eyes in the reflection were blank. No, Ron whispered. Not Luna. Hermione grabbed the sides of the mirror, trying to stabilize the image. This is a projection, not a recording. It hasn't happened yet. She's in Wales, Harry said, thinking fast. Near Caersidy. I remember. She said she was researching ley lines around ancient druidic sites. Hermione nodded quickly. It fits. Another ritual site. Another memory-rich location. She's walking straight into a trap. Harry turned. We have to leave now. But as they moved, the door to the room burst open. Neville Longbottom stood in the doorway, pale, out of breath. You need to see the greenhouses. Now. They rushed after him, sprinting down staircases and past startled students, out into the storm-drenched night. Rain lashed at them as they approached the greenhouse, where a group of students huddled under umbrellas. And in the center, suspended in midair over the mandrake bed, another locket hovered. Hermione gasped. But that's impossible, we just saw. The locket split open. Instead of showing Luna's memory, the image inside revealed a younger woman with wild red hair, arms wrapped around a small child, Lily Potter, holding baby Harry. Harry froze. No, he whispered. No, not her. The memory swirled, Lily singing softly, her voice ethereal, soothing. But then the image changed. She stood in front of a man, one who was not James. His face was obscured, but his hand was extended, offering her a locket. Harry, Hermione breathed. She's connected. The weavers touched her memory too. Harry stepped forward, rage boiling in his blood. He's using my mum. But before he could say more, the image flared with golden light, and from the locket burst a single whispered word. Caercidi. The locket dropped lifelessly to the ground. Harry turned to Hermione. We leave for Wales. Tonight. Hermione didn't hesitate. We'll find Luna. Ron's grip tightened on his wand. And we'll find the Weaver. As they disappeared into the night, the storm seemed to part just enough to reveal the stars. And high above, unseen by any of them, 3 shadowy figures watched from the astronomy tower. One turned to the other 2 and whispered, The lines are drawn. The Hallows will awaken. The war for memory had begun. The portkey landed them just outside a crumbling stone circle nestled deep in the hills of Wales, its moss-covered stones nearly invisible in the mist. Hermione's hand was tight around Harry's as they staggered into the drizzle, their boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. Ron steadied himself and raised his wand to cast a light, revealing the arching silhouettes of ancient trees surrounding the clearing. This is Caercidi, Hermione murmured. It's tied to druidic myths, just like Luna said. But this place it feels wrong. The magic in the air pulsed with age and sorrow. The trees stood unnaturally still, not a single leaf rustling despite the wind. It was as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Luna, Harry called out, voice echoing eerily. Luna, are you here? A faint chime answered him, like wind through glass. They followed it toward the center of the stone circle, where Luna stood, barefoot, arms outstretched. She wore a crown of woven ivy, her eyes closed. Light danced around her, gold and silver threads suspended in the air like cobwebs spun from memory itself. Luna! Hermione rushed forward, but an invisible barrier repelled her with a soft whoosh, knocking her back into Harry's arms. She's in some kind of stasis, Hermione said breathlessly. A spell that doesn't want her to be interrupted. Ron paced the edge of the stones. Or she's been baited into triggering a ritual. Luna slowly opened her eyes. They're coming, she whispered, her voice as dreamy and serene as always. The memories are singing. Can't you hear them? Harry stepped closer, wand drawn. Luna, you need to get out of there. Now! She tilted her head. But Harry, it's beautiful. They're not hurting me. They're showing me the truth. And then the ground trembled. Roots writhed beneath their feet like serpents. The ancient stones flared with blue-white light, and around them, the air twisted. Memories began to coalesce like fog. Faces. Voices. Laughter. Screams. The past had awakened. In the center, Luna reached out and touched one of the glowing stones. Suddenly, the ritual cracked. The light turned red. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through bone and blood. The forest grew darker, thicker, as if time itself had slowed. And from the circle's edge, something stepped forth. A man in a long black cloak. His face was smooth, unnaturally so, as if carved from polished stone. His eyes were voids, but shimmered faintly with starlight. Around his neck was a chain, and on it the central locket. The Weaver, Hermione whispered. Harry raised his wand. Let her go. The Weaver's voice was like silk soaked in venom. She came to me. She opened the door. Then I'll close it, Harry growled, stepping forward. But the Weaver didn't flinch. Instead, he looked at Hermione. Your mind shines, girl. Too bright. That's why he feared you. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Who? Dumbledore. He knew brilliance was as dangerous as power. But you see what others don't. The weave of memory. The echoes of untapped futures. You could rewrite it all. I'd rather die, she snapped. He smiled faintly. You may. Ron charged forward, wand blazing with a stunner. The spell hit a barrier midair and rebounded, knocking him off his feet. The Weaver didn't even raise his hand. "Your pain is old," the Weaver said to Harry. "But pain is only the ink. Memory is the quill. I simply write the future with it." "You're not writing anything," Harry snarled. "You're stealing lives." "They offer them," the Weaver said. "They are tired. Forgotten. I give them purpose." "Luna isn't forgotten," Hermione shouted. "Neither were Padma, Astoria, or Susan. They mattered to us." The Weaver's gaze darkened. "Then take them back," he whispered, and snapped his fingers. The air split. Luna collapsed inside the circle, gasping. And from the trees, a wave of magic surged. Dozens of small silver spheres floated down, each one pulsing with trapped echoes. Padma's laughter. Susan's defiant glare. Cedric's smile. Harry's heart seized. He's holding them all. Hermione's wand slashed a symbol in the air, a protective rune pulsing with golden light. "Back! Now!" The magical wave crashed against her spell work. The ground quaked. Trees snapped in half. Luna rolled to her feet, dazed but conscious. "He's not just stealing memories. He's trying to replace them." "What?" Ron shouted. Hermione's eyes widened. "He's rewriting their lives into his own narrative, into a world where he controls their legacy." Harry bellowed. "Not while we breathe." With a furious roar, he cast a spell that tore through the ward. Expelliarmus. The Weaver staggered. For the first time, his mask of calm broke. Hermione didn't hesitate. She drew the 3 deathly hallows in the air with her wand, calling on their residual mythic power. The air shimmered, and the silver spheres trembled. "You've twisted the hallows," she cried, "but you haven't destroyed them." The circle of stones responded, reactivated. Luna chanted softly, words in a language none of them understood. One by one, the spheres shattered, releasing echoes like butterflies into the sky. The Weaver screamed. Light exploded. When the blinding glow faded, the clearing was empty. The stones were blackened. The trees burned. The Weaver was gone. And in Luna's hand, now glowing faintly, was the distorted locket, cracked and lifeless. She looked at Harry and Hermione. He wasn't finished. Hermione nodded. "No, he was testing us." Harry stared at the locket, breathing heavily. "Then we'd better be ready. Because this wasn't the end. It was only the middle." Back at Hogwarts, the castle felt different. Not darker exactly, but older. As though the ground they walked upon had remembered something it had long tried to forget. The battle in Care City had sent a ripple through the school's very foundations. Magical sensors were reacting erratically, portraits murmured in uneasy tones, and even the staircases refused to settle, shifting at odd intervals as if the castle itself were trying to escape something unseen. The trio stood in the headmistress's office. McGonagall, pale and visibly weary, listened as Harry, Hermione, and Ron recounted everything. The ritual, the Weaver, the corrupted locket, the memory spheres, and Luna's eerie chant. McGonagall folded her hands tightly. "And you believe he's trying to rewrite their stories?" "Not just rewrite," Hermione said softly. "Reclaim them. He's creating a version of history where he controls the power of those who died too soon." Harry stepped forward, his tone hard. "He used my mother's memory. He twisted it." McGonagall's expression cracked for just a second. "That's not magic. That's defilement." "It's memory magic," Hermione said. "Advanced, possibly ancient. Most of it's outlawed, or buried in Department of Mysteries vaults. But he's found a way to bypass natural limitations. Instead of reading memories, he's merging them with his own magic, possibly even his soul." "That's how he's hiding," Ron added. "He isn't anywhere. He's inside the memories themselves." McGonagall stood, walking slowly to the window. "Then he's a ghost without dying. A phantom constructed of others." Harry turned to Hermione. "We need to know who's at risk next." Hermione was already moving. "There's a pattern. Not random. Not just people with unfinished stories. There's connection. Each victim is tied, directly or indirectly, to us. Luna. Cedric. Padma. Susan," Ron murmured. "Even Astoria through Draco. And my mum," Harry added bitterly. Hermione took a deep breath. "That means anyone connected to us could be targeted next." A silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. McGonagall finally said, You'll need to speak with the Department of Mysteries. If memory magic is involved, they have the oldest records. I'll arrange it." As they turned to leave, the door creaked open and Neville entered, his expression grim. "There's something else," he said, pulling a folded parchment from his robes. "Someone's been digging through Hogwarts' forbidden archive." Hermione blinked. "I thought that section was sealed." "It was," Neville said. "But someone used a time-shifted key. The kind that bypasses both locks and wards. The last person to use it was Regulus Black." Harry's blood went cold. "Regulus?" Neville handed the parchment to him. It was a page torn from a magical ledger, a single name written on it. Marlene McKinnon. Hermione's mouth fell open. She was part of the original order. Died during the First War. Ron frowned. "But she's dead. Why would she be in the archive?" "Because someone preserved her memory," Neville replied. "And according to the archive, it's been marked with a weaver's sigil." Harry stepped back. "So even she?" Neville hesitated, then added, "There's more. Marlene had a younger brother. One no one talks about. He went missing years before Voldemort rose to power. Rumors say he disappeared into magical experimentation. Records wiped. Identity erased. Disappeared?" Hermione asked. "Or became someone else?" Harry turned the page over, revealing the handwriting on the back, elegant yet sharp. He recognized it instantly. "The same as the locket," he whispered. Hermione closed her eyes. "He's not just collecting. He's building a lineage. Maybe even believes he's entitled to it." Ron let out a frustrated breath. "And we still don't know what he really wants." At that moment, Luna entered. She still looked pale from the ritual, but her eyes were more grounded, more lucid than usual. She walked straight to Harry and placed the broken locket in his hand. "I remembered something," she said softly. "During the chant. A name. Not the Weaver's true name, but one he called himself." They all leaned in. "He called himself the last heir of memory," Hermione whispered. "He thinks he's the heir to all forgotten power." Luna nodded. "And he's nearly strong enough to reshape time around memory." Harry stared down at the locket, its crack still pulsing faintly. "We need help," he said. "More than just the Ministry. We need someone who understands memory better than anyone." Hermione and Ron looked at him. "Who?" Ron asked. Harry's voice was quiet. "Snape," Hermione gasped. "But he died with every memory of my mother," Harry said, his voice shaking. "But if the Weaver is corrupting her memory, he might have anchored to someone who knew her best." Ron frowned. "You think part of Snape might still exist?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But we have to try." Hermione hesitated, then said, "There's a pensive in the old dungeons. If we can find one of Snape's hidden vials. We might find more than just his memories," Harry finished. "We might find a way to fight back." And somewhere deep beneath the castle, a ward cracked. In a long-forgotten classroom, a black vial flickered to life in an enchanted drawer sealed with snake bone and silver. Inside it, a single memory pulsed, waiting. The three of them stood outside the disused potions classroom in the dungeons, where the air was damp and thick with time. Even after all these years, the room still smelled faintly of burnt wormwood and pickled root. The heavy wooden door bore the faded outline of Professor Snape's name, worn smooth by time and magic. Hermione placed her hand on the door. "It hasn't been opened in years." Ron glanced around warily. "You're sure it's not cursed? You know Snape, he probably hexed everything just for fun." Harry didn't smile. If this memory survived him, he meant for someone to find it. Hermione cast a detection charm. A blue shimmer illuminated the edges of the door, flaring brighter around the handle. She frowned. "There's a locking ward, complex old magic. I think it's bound to blood and intent." Harry stepped forward and pressed his palm to the wood. He focused, summoning his memories, not of Snape the professor, the tyrant, or the martyr, but of the broken man who had given everything for the woman he loved. The lock clicked. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the room beyond. Everything was exactly as Snape had left it. Vials were organized in perfect rows. A cauldron sat on a dormant flame. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling like forgotten ghosts. The heavy silence was broken only by the soft echo of their footsteps as they entered. Hermione moved to the far cabinet and opened a narrow drawer. "There," she breathed. Nestled in velvet was a black glass vial, its surface etched with runes that shimmered faintly. The liquid inside was darker than ink, yet it glowed at the edges, as though holding the remnants of a star. Harry gently picked it up. "This is it." Ron gave him a sideways glance. "And you're sure this is a good idea?" "No," Harry said simply. "But we need answers." They made their way quickly to the nearest pensieve, which McGonagall had brought out of the library's sealed vaults and placed in a private study near the Great Hall. As they entered, Luna was already waiting, sitting cross-legged by the window, humming softly to herself. "I felt it," she said. "Something inside that memory wants to speak." Harry approached the pensieve and uncorked the vial. The memory rose in a shimmering thread, twisting and pulsing with unreadable emotion. He leaned forward, touched it with his wand, and fell into cold and shadow. They landed in the dim interior of Spinner's End, Snape's childhood home. Dust hung in the air. The fire burned low in the hearth, and Snape sat alone at the table, writing something into a thick book bound in human skin parchment. But this wasn't a memory of Snape's life. He looked older, more spectral, like a thought preserved in magic rather than a moment in time. And when he raised his head, he looked directly at Harry. "I wondered when you'd find this." Harry staggered slightly. "You knew I'd come?" "This memory isn't bound by time," Snape said quietly. "It's a record of what I couldn't say in life." Hermione stepped forward. "Professor, we need to know about the Weaver. About what he's doing to Lily's memory." Snape's expression tightened, pain flickering through his features. "He's not stealing it. He's rewriting it, extracting emotion, bending recollection, and stitching it into his own myth." Ron frowned. "How? You're the only one who knew her like that." "Not quite," Snape said. "He found something I never meant to preserve. A sealed echo. A single, unspoken truth I buried inside one of my old memories, before I gave the rest to you." Harry's eyes narrowed. "What truth?" Snape didn't answer immediately. He walked slowly to the book and placed his hand on it. "Her final words to me. Not spoken aloud, but left behind in a broken charm. Lily's own memory, fragmented, hidden behind a dying Protego." Hermione gasped. "But that would have been lost when Voldemort killed her." "It wasn't," Snape said. "Because her protection, her love, was magic itself. Some of it lingered. And I kept it. Like a coward. Like a fool." Harry's throat tightened. "And now the Weaver has it?" Snape nodded. "He's using it to justify what he does. He's telling the world that even Lily Potter wanted history changed, that her love for you was a mistake, that you were never meant to survive." Harry stepped back, stunned. "No," he said. "That's a lie." Snape's eyes burned. "Then prove it. Find the uncorrupted memory. There's only one place where it might still exist. But beware, it is not kind." Hermione asked where. Snape looked toward the window, where the fog curled around the glass. "In the Veil of Recollection. A branch of the Department of Mysteries. Long sealed. Only one with true grief can open the gate." Ron looked sick. "That's cheerful." Snape's voice softened. "Harry, if you go, you may face not just memories, but possibilities. What could have been? What was almost true? It will tempt you." Harry stared into the flickering firelight. "I won't be tempted." Snape gave the smallest of smiles. "You already are. But perhaps that is why you might succeed." The memory began to dissolve. "One last thing," Snape whispered as the walls crumbled. "You are more like your mother than you know. But it's Hermione, who sees what Lily never did." And then the memory vanished in a rush of wind and cold. Harry fell backward into the study, gasping. Hermione caught him. "What did he mean?" she asked. Harry stared at her, breathless. "That this fight, it's not about me anymore. It's about memory. And who has the right to define it?" Ron nodded grimly. "Then we better get to the Department of Mysteries." Luna stood, her gaze distant. "We'll need someone who can open the gate." Hermione looked at Harry. "You said the gate opens to grief." Harry turned toward the door. "Then I'll be the one to open it." The Ministry of Magic had changed since the war. It was brighter, less foreboding, and far less secretive, on the surface at least. But when Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Luna passed through the atrium and took the private lift to the lowest sublevel, the shadows returned. The air grew colder with each descent, until the lift stopped with a metallic groan on a floor that officially no longer existed, the Hall of the Forgotten. The doors opened to reveal a narrow corridor lined with broken magical artifacts and shattered memory vials. The walls wept condensation, and whispers echoed faintly, like old thoughts refusing to die. Ron shivered. I don't like this place. Hermione cast a protective charm as they moved forward. This is where the Ministry stored the most dangerous magical experiments related to memory, time, and identity. It was shut down after the war. Too unpredictable. Luna walked ahead, her eyes oddly clear. It's more than memory now. It's longing. This place remembers grief. At the far end of the hall, a massive obsidian archway waited, similar to the Veil of Death but colder, its frame covered in silvery runes that shimmered as they approached. The air here was impossibly still. Harry stopped just before it. This is it. The archway pulsed once. A voice, not quite a voice, but the sensation of a voice, whispered from within. Who mourns truly may pass. Who lies shall be unmade. Hermione stepped beside him. Are you ready? Harry didn't answer at first. His thoughts spun with memories, his parents, Sirius, Dobby, Fred, Tonks, Lupin, even Snape. All the lives lost, the sacrifices made. Grief wrapped itself around him like a cloak. I've mourned them all, he said quietly. But I still carry them with me. The archway responded with a deep, resonating hum. The runes blazed brighter, and the space within the arch turned black, not empty, but impossibly full. Then, without waiting for another word, Harry stepped through. The world twisted. There was no floor, no sky, no sense of up or down, only a swirling tapestry of memory and potential. Harry floated through it, visions rushing past him. His childhood at the Dursleys, his first time at Hogwarts, duels, laughter, loss, but they were changing. In some visions, he saw himself growing up with Sirius. In others, Voldemort never returned. Some showed him never meeting Hermione. Or worse, marrying Ginny and feeling hollow. No, he whispered. This isn't real. The landscape shifted violently. Now he stood in a familiar clearing, Godric's Hollow. Only this time, Lily stood before him. Alive. Smiling. Harry, she said, arms open. It's okay. You can stay here. He felt it. The overwhelming desire to run into her arms, to embrace the life he never had. But then he saw something strange in her eyes. They were blank. Hollow. You're not my mother, he said softly. The figure blinked, and the illusion shattered like glass. He stood again in darkness. This time, another figure approached, Hermione. But she was crying. Why didn't you tell me how much it hurt? She asked, her voice trembling. Harry stepped forward. Hermione, I would have helped you carry it, she whispered. You never had to be alone. Tears welled in Harry's eyes. I didn't know how. I thought I had to be strong for everyone. Hermione reached out, touching his cheek. It's not weakness to need someone, Harry. It's love. And then she vanished too, leaving only the memory of her warmth. Ahead, a light began to shine, a white flame suspended in the air. Within it, a small vial floated, glowing with soft golden light. Harry stepped forward. This was it, the uncorrupted memory. Lily's true memory. He reached out, but a voice stopped him. You always take what you think belongs to you. A man stepped from the shadows. His face was familiar, yet foreign, sharp eyes, dark hair, a presence that exuded calm menace. You're the Weaver, Harry said. The man smiled coldly. I am the heir to memory. And this does not belong to you. It belongs to her, Harry said. And she gave it to me the moment she died. She gave you protection, the Weaver said, circling him slowly. But this is her truth. Her grief. Her regrets. You think she wouldn't have chosen differently if she'd had the chance. Harry clenched his fists. She chose love. She chose to die for me. She didn't want to die, the Weaver shouted, voice suddenly sharp. No one does. You think that makes her noble? It makes her tragic. And tragedy deserves to be rewritten. You want to rewrite her, Harry said. Not for her sake, for yours. The Weaver's expression darkened. You have no idea what memory is. It is power. It defines what the world believes. I will rebuild history, one memory at a time, and it will begin with Lily Evans. Harry stepped toward the flame. Then you'll have to stop me. The Weaver raised his hand, magic flaring. But from the shadows, another spell struck him square in the back. Stupefied, Hermione burst through a swirl of mist, wand raised. Ron and Luna followed, shields active. You didn't think we'd let you do this alone, did you? Hermione said breathlessly. The weaver snarled and vanished in a flash of dark light. Harry turned back to the flame and reached in. The vial slid into his hand, warm to the touch. He held it tightly. Let's get out of here, he said. They linked hands, and with a pull of combined will and love, they tore through the veil of memory and back into the waking world. Harry collapsed in the study, the vial still clutched in his palm. McGonagall, waiting with a cadre of unspeakables, rushed in. Harry opened his eyes. I've got it, he whispered. Her truth. Untouched. Hermione wrapped her arms around him, tears glistening in her eyes. Then we fight with it. And far away, in a memory twisted and hidden, the weaver screamed in fury as one thread of his design unraveled. The golden vial sat at the center of the table in McGonagall's private office, surrounded by silence. Though the room was familiar, warm with afternoon sun pouring in through the high windows, no one spoke. It wasn't fear that held them quiet, it was reverence. Harry stared at it. We have to see what's inside. McGonagall, standing beside him, gave a solemn nod. The Department of Mysteries confirmed it. The memory is genuine, untouched, and complete. But its nature, they say it's emotionally volatile. Not everyone should witness it. Hermione moved to Harry's side, her hand brushing his. We'll watch it together. Ron stood with Luna across the room, arms folded. Let's just make sure whatever's in there doesn't mess with your head, mate. You've been through enough. Harry didn't answer. He carried the vial to the pensieve, and with the careful precision of someone handling an ancient artifact, poured the golden thread into the basin. It glowed fiercely for a moment, then pulsed gently, as if breathing. Together, Harry and Hermione leaned in. The memory drew them in like a tidal wave. They stood not in Godric's Hollow, but in a quiet glen outside of Cokeworth, near a river where the tall grasses danced in the breeze. The sun was just setting, and Lily Evans sat beneath a tree, barefoot, wand set aside. She couldn't have been older than 20. And she was writing. Her hands trembled slightly as she put quill to parchment, speaking aloud as she wrote, as if to someone not there. If anyone ever finds this, it means I'm gone. And that Voldemort has found us. Harry felt his chest tighten. Lily continued, her voice breaking. I don't know how long we have. James is upstairs with Harry. He's reading him that muggle book he loves, about the bear with the honey. James does the voices better than I do. She smiled, eyes misty. I've never been more afraid, she whispered. And I've never loved so deeply. Not just James, but our son. Harry. She clutched the letter to her chest for a moment, eyes cast toward the river. Severus came to me once, before everything. He tried to warn me, begged me to run. But I wouldn't. Because this life we made, was worth fighting for. She looked directly toward them, toward Harry. I know you'll grow up without me. But I want you to know. I never regretted loving you. Never. You were the best thing I ever did. The reason I stood in front of that door. Tears fell freely down Harry's face as Lily stood, wind catching her red hair. If someone ever tries to tell you that your story should be changed, that your pain wasn't real, or your love wasn't earned, don't listen. Her voice turned fierce. Let them lie about power. Let them rewrite history. But never let them change you, Harry. She closed her eyes. You are enough. As you are. And I am proud of the boy I will never get to know. The memory faded. Harry and Hermione stumbled back into McGonagall's office, breathless. Neither spoke for a long moment. Then Hermione whispered. She remembered everything. She knew what would happen. And she still chose love. Harry nodded slowly. She didn't want to change anything. Even with the chance. McGonagall approached gently. This memory, this truth, it has the power to counter the Weaver's spellcraft. With Lily's genuine voice, undistorted, unfiltered, we can break his enchantments. Hermione's eyes gleamed with sudden understanding. That's why he wanted it. Not just to rewrite it, but because it could undo his lies. Ron stepped closer. So we've got a weapon now. What's the plan? Harry turned toward the fireplace, deep in thought. We need to draw him out. Make him desperate. Expose his work publicly. McGonagall nodded. He's working through shadows and influence, recasting events, manipulating emotion. If we make this memory public, it forces him into the open. Luna tilted her head. But he's not bound by time like we are. He's rewriting moments across history, threading false memories through people's lives. It's dangerous. Hermione stepped forward. Then we do what we've always done. We make people remember. Truthfully. Honestly. We fight not with spells, but with memory. Harry gave her a look filled with quiet admiration. You always knew that knowledge mattered more than power. She squeezed his hand. And love matters more than either. That night, Harry penned a letter. A public statement. And the next morning, copies of it were delivered by Enchanted Owl across Britain. Delivered to every home, school, and magical institution. It read, "To the wizarding world. There is a force among us that seeks to reshape history. Through lies, through altered memory, through stolen truth. I have recovered the last memory of Lily Potter, my mother, in her own voice. Unaltered. Unafraid. In it she speaks of love, of sacrifice, and of truth. Let her words remind us, we are not defined by what others say we should be. We are defined by the choices we make, by what we choose to remember. The battle for truth begins now." Harry James Potter. The ripple effect was immediate. Magical papers and journals across the world seized the story. Wizengamot members demanded investigations. Secret gatherings of the Weaver's followers began to fracture. The memory, played through ministry-approved pensieves, was declared genuine. The world began to remember. But deep within the catacombs beneath Wiltshire, in a hollow sanctum laced with forgotten magic, the Weaver stood before a dark mirror, its surface roiling with shifting images of Lily, Harry, and a life that never existed. He turned fury in his eyes. "They think a single memory can stop me?" He raised his wand. "Then let them drown in the past." And as he whispered, history began to shift again, but this time violently. Whole events destabilized, timelines shivered, and magical records began to rewrite themselves without control. The truth had wounded him. Now he was unraveling, and the world would unravel with him. The Daily Prophet's morning edition was almost unreadable. Words flickered and reshaped themselves on the page. Headlines twisted mid-sentence. First truth of Lily Potter revealed. Then, disturbingly, Lily Potter never died. Photographs blurred in real time, faces fading in and out like half-remembered dreams. At Grimmauld Place, Harry stood in the kitchen, one hand gripping a mug of cold tea as he stared at the Prophet's front page. "It's happening," he murmured. "The timelines are fracturing." Hermione paced beside the fireplace, a stack of revised magical law codes spread before her, their contents changing every few minutes. "He's lashing out. That memory, it destabilized his entire construct. And now, with every breath, he's rewriting more of reality faster, less precisely." Ron looked out the window nervously. "So what does that mean for, well, us?" "Reality's thinning," Luna answered dreamily from her seat in the corner. "Like a tapestry unraveling. Soon, threads will begin to cross." Harry turned to Hermione. "We need to anchor ourselves before we forget who we are." Hermione nodded. "We need to fix memories before they're rewritten." They hurried to St. Mungo's first. Already the hospital was in chaos. Patients' minds were being overwritten with false lives. Healers who didn't recognize their own names, portraits whispering nonsense, magical scans that contradicted the patient's actual histories. One patient stood trembling in a corridor. I was a dragon tamer, I think. Or maybe a professor. Did I even go to Hogwarts?" Harry touched the man's shoulder gently. "You're Thomas Knott. You worked with magical beasts. You were never a Death Eater. You helped free the Graphorns during the final battle at Hogwarts." The man blinked. His breathing slowed. Hermione leaned close. "It works. Reasserting memory, especially with emotional resonance. It pushes back against the false overlays." "But how long can we keep that up?" Ron muttered. "There's only 4 of us." Luna's voice was quiet. "We don't have to do it alone." The Order of the Phoenix reconvened that night in the old meeting room at Grimmauld Place. Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived first, tall and composed despite the storm raging outside, lightning cracking across the sky, though no storm had been forecast. Professor McGonagall, flanked by Madame Pomfrey and Hestia Jones, followed. George Weasley, bruised but grinning grimly, joined with Lee Jordan and a few other resistance-minded members of the magical press. Even Andromeda Tonks appeared, holding young Teddy by the hand, his hair flickering blue with worry. "This is bigger than the war ever was," McGonagall said bluntly. It's not just about Voldemort or prophecy. The very structure of our world is under assault. Kingsley nodded. We've begun forming memory anchor circles. Small groups of witches and wizards reinforcing each other's personal truths. It seems to help slow the effects. Hermione lit a floating chart above the table. The only way to fully stabilize the timeline is to sever the Weaver's influence at its source. We need to find the nexus point, where his magic is rooted, and undo it with Lily's memory. Harry pointed at the shifting red mark on the chart. We think it's here. Wiltshire. Under the ruins of Malfoy Manor. A heavy silence followed. Ron exhaled. Of course it's the bloody Malfoys. Luna spoke softly. He's hiding beneath what was once the epicenter of Voldemort's control. He's not just clinging to the past, he's feeding on it. Then we'll burn it down, Harry said. We end it where it began. Preparations began immediately. That night, Hermione couldn't sleep. She stood alone in the hallway outside Harry's room, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her mind raced through possible outcomes, failures, consequences, erasures. She didn't hear Harry until his hand gently touched hers. You're not alone, he said quietly. Hermione smiled, eyes tired but grateful. You never are, either. Not anymore. He stepped closer. Do you ever think about how it might have been? If we'd known how we felt earlier. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Sometimes. But I think we had to go through all of that to find each other properly. We understand love because we've seen how it can break people. He turned, facing her fully. I don't want to lose this. Not to time, not to war, not to memory. You won't, she whispered. And she kissed him, not rushed or desperate, but real, rooted in the moment, in defiance of everything that might be torn away. The next morning they set out. 20 members of the resistance operated to Wiltshire in staggered groups. The land around the ruins of Malfoy Manor was scorched and twisted. Time itself bent strangely in the air, clouds looping, grass wilting then regrowing in reverse. Owls flew in spirals overhead, unable to break free of the pull. At the center of it all, a stairwell descended into the earth where the manor's cellars had once been. But now, the descent went deeper than architecture should allow, into caverns not built but imagined, carved into the world by raw memory magic. Harry went first, Hermione beside him. Luna and Ron followed, then the rest. The deeper they went, the more distorted the world became. Whispers of alternate lives echoed through the stone. Harry raising a family with Ginny, Hermione living alone in a Muggle city, Ron dying in the Battle of Hogwarts, Luna never escaping Azkaban. None of it true, yet all of it felt possible. Then they reached it. A vast underground chamber, its center dominated by an enormous loom of silver thread, each line pulsing with stolen memories, overlapping timelines, fragments of lives. The Weaver stood before it, waiting. His eyes glowed with unnatural light. You brought her memory, he said. Good. Then you've come to witness your end. Harry stepped forward. No. We've come to remember who we are. The Weaver raised his wand, and the final battle for memory began. The chamber trembled as the Weaver raised his wand. Magic, not like anything they'd seen before, coiled from his body, strands of glimmering silver that swirled around him like ribbons in a windless storm. His eyes fixed on Harry with something that was not quite anger, not quite hatred, something older, deeper. A hunger for control, for permanence. You don't understand, he said, voice echoing in unnatural harmony with itself. History is pain. Chaos. Lies. I offer clarity. A world where everyone gets the ending they deserve. Harry stepped forward, wand steady in his hand. You don't get to decide what people deserve. Don't I? The Weaver sneered. Look around, Harry. I've given people peace. I've restored lost loved ones, rewritten tragedies. Would you rather the world rot in grief and regret? Hermione's voice rang through the chamber. You haven't healed anyone. You've erased them. That's not peace, it's obliteration. With a flick of his wrist, the Weaver struck first. Threads of memory shot from the loom, seizing the minds of some in the resistance group. Kingsley's eyes glazed over. McGonagall staggered back as images of a false life tried to overwrite her own. Luna let out a small gasp and dropped to one knee, her hands over her ears as distorted whispers crawled into her thoughts. Hold on, Hermione shouted, rushing to Luna's side. Anchor yourselves. Remember something real. Harry took a deep breath and yelled, "Third year." The time turner. Hermione saved Sirius. That happened. The chamber pulsed. Ron joined in. Fourth year. Hermione punched Malfoy in the face behind Hagrid's hut. Second year, Hermione said fiercely. Polyjuice potion. I turned into a cat. Each declaration carved a hole through the false magic. The members of the Order began speaking, remembering, shouting their truths into the chamber like a chorus of resistance. And with every real memory spoken aloud, the loom flickered. The Weaver's eyes narrowed. You think sentiment can break this? He raised both hands and the silver threads surged outward like a wave, aiming to drown them in illusion. Harry stepped forward, clutching the golden vial in his hand, the last memory of Lily Potter. Let's find out, he said, and shattered the vial against the stone. Golden light poured from it like liquid sun. It rushed across the floor and struck the base of the loom. And suddenly Lily's voice filled the chamber. Harry, if anyone finds this, it means I'm gone. But I loved you. You were the best thing I ever did. The silver threads screamed as they were hit by truth, real truth, rooted in pain and love, not invention. The loom shuddered violently. The Weaver screamed, reeling back. No, you can't undo it. It's too late. Hermione cast spell after spell, her wand drawing sigils in the air that mirrored the shape of Lily's words. We're not undoing anything. We're restoring it. Luna rose to her feet and joined her. You thought you could steal people's dreams and stitch your own in their place. But dreams don't belong to you. Ron aimed his wand and bellowed, Reducto. A bolt of light slammed into one of the loom's anchor stones. It cracked, and the threads above it went slack. Harry held tight to Hermione's hand, both of them weaving their magic together now, funneling everything they were, grief, hope, love, into a single beam of light. Expecto Patronum. Their patron muses, Harry's stag and Hermione's otter, burst from their wands and charged forward, the light blinding. They collided with the center of the loom, where the Weaver stood. There was a burst like a thunderclap. The chamber exploded with light. And then silence. The dust settled slowly. The loom had collapsed entirely, its threads now inert, scattered like cobwebs. Where the Weaver had stood, there was nothing. No trace. No shadow. Just a faint echo of his voice, wistful, defeated. Perhaps. I only ever wanted to be remembered. Kingsley staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his temple. Is it over? Hermione nodded, breathless. It's done. The false memories, they're gone. Luna was staring upward. Listen. They did. Voices. But not of war, not of grief. People, across the magical world, were speaking again. Real memories were returning, naturally, untainted. History was writing itself, not with force, but with truth. Back on the surface, dawn was breaking. The sky was soft with golden light, the first peaceful morning the world had seen in weeks. The earth above Wiltshire, once twisted and burned, was healing, the grass slowly returning, the birds singing songs not yet rewritten. Harry looked around at his friends, Ron clapping him on the back, Luna hugging Hermione with quiet delight, Kingsley and McGonagall sharing a rare, exhausted smile. And Hermione. She stood beside him, her hand in his, her eyes not just filled with relief but certainty. We did it, she whispered. We did, he said. They turned toward the sunrise together. But as they did, neither of them noticed that far in the distance, at the edge of the horizon, a sliver of shadow curled away, like a torn page from a book that refused to be closed. The story, after all, was not entirely finished. Not yet. 2 days had passed since the fall of the Weaver. The world hadn't ended. Reality hadn't unraveled. Time, memory, and magic, all had returned to a semblance of normal. But for those who had faced the storm directly, nothing would ever quite be the same. At Grimmauld Place, the dining room was filled with the hum of conversation. Members of the Order lingered over breakfast, savoring silence, healing, and the rare feeling of security. Even Creature seemed more at ease, clinking dishes in the corner and muttering less irritably than usual. Harry sat beside Hermione at the head of the table, his fingers laced loosely with hers beneath the tablecloth. He wasn't sure when it had become second nature to reach for her hand, only that it felt right, like it had always been meant to be that way. Ron leaned forward, shoveling scrambled eggs onto his plate. So, Now that the memory war is over, anyone up for a regular old dark wizard hunt? Hermione smiled wryly. I think we could all use a little less chaos for a while. Speak for yourself, George chimed in from across the room. I thrive on chaos. You market chaos, Hermione corrected with a smirk. Same difference. Harry chuckled, but found his gaze wandering to the window. Outside, the world looked deceptively calm. A few clouds drifted lazily in the sky. Children played in the street below, their laughter echoing off the buildings. It could have been any normal summer morning, but the shadow he'd seen retreating at the Weaver's collapse still haunted him. A sliver of magic that hadn't disintegrated, hadn't faded, had simply vanished. Hermione followed his eyes, her expression turning thoughtful. You saw something, didn't you? When it ended. Harry hesitated. A piece of him slipped away. I didn't want to ruin the moment, but it didn't feel like a mistake. We destroyed the Loom, Hermione said carefully. We broke his spell. If anything remains. It's waiting, Harry finished. Luna, who had been unusually quiet all morning, finally spoke up from the corner of the room. There are old stories of beings that exist between memory and dream. Not gods. Not ghosts. Just ideas that became too strong to die. Ron raised an eyebrow. So what are we saying? That this guy's an idea now? That he'll be back? No, Luna said. But he could be reborn. Not as himself, maybe, but as something else. If someone tries to manipulate memory again. If someone fears the truth enough to rewrite it. Hermione looked at Harry, then Ron. Then we make sure no one ever does. Over the next week, they worked not to destroy what was left, but to preserve what mattered. The Ministry, under Kingsley's guidance, established a new department, the Office of Memory Integrity. Hermione was its first director. Ron was offered a post in the Auror office. He hesitated, then accepted. Luna returned to her father's paper with a new mission, documenting stories as they happened, not how people wanted to remember them. And Harry did something unexpected. He took time off. He and Hermione disappeared for a few weeks. No reporters knew where they went. Ron claimed they'd gone to a small island off the coast of Ireland, but he winked every time someone asked. Wherever it was quiet, private, the kind of place where they could breathe, just the two of them. One night, under a sky scattered with stars, they sat wrapped in a blanket by the water. Hermione leaned against him, her curls catching the moonlight. I still can't believe how close we came, she said softly. Not just to losing the world, to forgetting each other. Harry nodded. I would have found you again, even in another life. Another timeline. She smiled, eyes glistening. Me too. He reached into his pocket, not entirely sure why now felt like the right time. But it did. A small velvet box rested in his palm. He didn't open it yet, just looked at her, heart pounding. I don't want to waste time anymore, he said. Not when we know how fragile it is. Hermione's breath caught. She sat up slowly, her gaze fixed on the box. You're not saying. I'm not rushing, he said quickly. We've seen too much for that. But I am saying this. Whatever time we have left, whatever life we build, I want it with you. She was silent a long moment. Then, tears slipping down her cheeks, she nodded. Yes, she whispered. Yes, always. They didn't need a proposal in the traditional sense. They already understood each other better than most people ever could. What mattered was the promise, spoken clearly, sincerely, in a world that had nearly lost the power to remember love at all. When they returned to the world, it was with lighter steps and stronger hearts. The story of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger didn't end with war or prophecy or memory magic. It continued, with laughter, with healing, with shared moments no longer borrowed from false timelines, but fully, truly lived. But far away, in a forgotten corner of the Forbidden Forest, something stirred. A whisper caught in the breeze. A name. Not the Weavers. But something new. Someone had found a torn page in the dirt. Words written in shifting ink. And in a quiet, shadowed voice they read. The Forbidden Forest had always been a place of mystery, but in recent months, its stillness had deepened. Even the centaurs avoided a certain grove deep within, where the trees were older than Hogwarts itself, and the air hung thick with forgotten enchantments. It was here that the whisper took form. The girl had no name. Not yet. She was barely 17, cloaked in a patched shawl and worn boots, her eyes wide with wonder as she studied the floating letters in front of her. They danced like fireflies, golden and slippery, refusing to stay still. Words that shimmered between languages, as if undecided whether to be written or remembered. She had found the page tucked between the roots of a yew tree, sealed in a glass jar older than anything she'd ever seen. The ink pulsed when she touched it. Memory is not truth. Memory is power. She didn't know who had written it, but the voice that whispered the words in her mind was calm, coaxing, patient. "You don't need to be forgotten," it said. The girl sat down on the mossy ground, heart racing. She didn't know her parents. She'd grown up in foster homes where magic was a sin and questions were punished. But ever since she was little, she'd seen fragments, visions in mirrors, dreams that weren't her own. She could recall events she hadn't lived, feel emotions tied to people she'd never met. She had thought she was broken, but the page told her she was chosen. "The world has been rewritten before," the ink whispered. "You can write it again." She reached for her wand, snapped years ago by a caretaker who'd caught her levitating a spoon, and held the broken pieces together as best she could. "Show me," she whispered. The ground trembled faintly. Leaves shifted as if responding to her breath. And then images. Not dreams, not hallucinations. Memories. Of a man with silver threads coiling around him. Of a golden light smashing into a loom. Of two figures standing together. One with messy black hair, the other with fierce brown eyes. The girl gasped. "They tried to erase him," the voice said. "They buried his legacy. But you can bring it back." She didn't fully understand, but she felt the truth of it burn in her bones. The weaver might be gone, but his idea had survived, drifting like pollen, waiting for someone to take root in. And she was the soil. Back in London, Harry jolted awake from a restless sleep. He sat up in bed, panting, his scar, long since quiet, tingling with something eerily familiar. Hermione stirred beside him, her hand finding his. "Another dream?" she asked, still half asleep. "Not mine," Harry said slowly. "It didn't feel like mine." Hermione's brow furrowed. "What did you see?" "A forest. And someone reading the page." He hesitated. "It was like I was watching it happen. Like a memory I never lived." Hermione sat up too, fully awake now. "That shouldn't be possible. Unless the Weaver's magic didn't die," Harry said grimly. "It just changed hands." The next day, they met with Kingsley at the ministry. He was older now, a little slower, but still sharp-eyed and firm. When Harry explained the dream, the former Auror didn't laugh it off. He simply folded his hands and listened. "Magic that potent doesn't just vanish," Kingsley agreed. "You destroyed the loom, not the idea. And ideas, they're harder to kill." "Do we know anything about new magical anomalies? Any unexplained shifts in memory?" Hermione asked. "There've been whispers," Kingsley said. "A girl seen walking out of the forest near Hogsmeade. Locals say she disappeared into thin air. One said she looked like she'd stepped out of a dream." "Then we need to find her," Harry said. "Before someone else does." That evening, Hermione paced their living room, books stacked around her. Texts on memory magic, ancient enchantments, the ethics of magical preservation. The deeper she dug, the clearer one thing became. The magic of the loom hadn't been entirely original. It was built on older foundations. Forbidden runes. Proto-magical theory that blurred the lines between recollection and creation. Someone had hidden the blueprints for such magic before. And someone, it seemed, was trying to find them again. Meanwhile, in the forest, the girl stood before a pool of still water. The page hovered above it, glowing faintly. She whispered a name she didn't know she'd known. "Weaver." The water rippled. And then, in the reflection, not her own face, but his, smiling gently. "You're learning," the echo said. "Good. There is so much more to show you." She didn't run. She didn't scream. She simply nodded. "Teach me." And the magic flowed again. Not as a wave. Not yet. But as a thread, silver and soft, winding around her fingers, slipping into the cracks of the world, preparing to be sewn. The girl had chosen a new name for herself. Not because she remembered it, she didn't, but because names carried weight, and if she was going to bring change, she needed one that would be remembered. "Elara," she whispered to the trees. The forest answered in soft rustles, as if approving. Elara had spent days following the pull of magic deep into the ancient glades, where time felt thin and the air tasted like forgotten dreams. The silver thread that had appeared in the pool now wrapped around her wrist like a living bracelet, pulsing with warmth whenever she moved closer to places of residual power. And now, she stood before the ruins. Overgrown and half-buried, the crumbled remains of a watchtower from the early days of Hogwarts sat forgotten beneath a tangled curtain of vines. The structure had not seen visitors in centuries. No map recorded it. No spell had touched it since the founders themselves had walked the earth. But Alara had found it, because the Weaver remembered. A voice had led her here, soft, insistent, and deeply familiar. Memories do not die. They wait. Rebuild them. With trembling hands, she pressed her palm against the worn stones of the tower. Magic surged under her touch. Silver veins lit up along the stone, forming symbols she couldn't read, but somehow understood. The door appeared. Meanwhile, at Grimmauld Place, Harry and Hermione prepared for their journey. Their research had led them to the same region of the forest Alara had entered. With the help of Luna and Neville, they'd narrowed the search to an area so steeped in enchantments that ordinary magical tracking spells dissolved on contact. "We're not just looking for a girl," Hermione said as she packed her satchel with enchanted parchment, old maps, and magical detection tools. "We're following echoes. Something is rebuilding the foundation the Weaver tried to shape the world with. And I think this girl is the catalyst." "She's not the enemy," Harry said. "Not yet." "No," Hermione agreed. "But if we don't reach her soon, she could become one." Ron met them at the edge of the forest that night. He had resigned from the Auror office earlier that week. Too much paperwork, not enough purpose, but he showed up wearing his old cloak and carrying a wand that had seen more battles than most. "You really think she's rebuilding the Loom?" he asked quietly. "Not exactly," Hermione said. "The Loom was a vessel. But the principles, the memory weaving, the thread of control, it's bigger than one artifact." Ron nodded. "Right then. Let's go stop another apocalypse." As the trio stepped into the forest, the trees seemed to lean toward them, their branches heavy with secrets. They followed a faint pulse, one only Harry could feel in the pit of his scar. It wasn't pain, exactly. More like recognition. "Someone's working memory magic here," he murmured. "But it's cleaner. Not as chaotic as the Weaver's was." "She's learning," Hermione said grimly. "Which makes her more dangerous." Back in the tower ruins, Alara had begun to read. The walls inside the structure were lined with ancient carvings, memories frozen in stone. Not portraits or moving photographs, but impressions: fear, hope, love, despair. When she touched one, the emotion washed through her like a wave. She saw a memory of Helga Hufflepuff weeping over a student who'd fallen in the first Goblin Rebellion. She saw Salazar Slytherin carving a door into the Chamber of Secrets, the expression on his face not of hatred, but desperation. She saw 1,000 lives that history had forgotten. And then she saw something else, a thread leading out of the tower and into the forest. She followed it without hesitation. Outside, just beyond the ridge, Harry, Hermione, and Ron emerged from the brush. Harry froze, pointing ahead. "There," he said. "I see her." Alara stood on the other side of a small clearing, bathed in moonlight. The silver thread around her wrist glowed brighter as she turned to face them. Her eyes locked with Harry's, and for a moment, the world held its breath. "You're him," she said. "You destroyed the Loom." Harry stepped forward carefully. "And you're the one bringing it back." "I'm not bringing anything back," she said. "I'm creating something new. Something better." Hermione raised her hand. "This magic, it's dangerous. It corrupts. Only if you let it," Alara said calmly. "The Weaver tried to rewrite the world. I'm not doing that. I'm remembering it all. The parts people erased. The parts people lied about. History is complicated for a reason," Hermione said. "And that's why I won't let anyone else write it for me," Alara replied. The silver thread lifted into the air, weaving a circle around her. The ground beneath her feet shimmered, runes blooming like flowers. "She's about to cast something," Ron warned. "No," Harry said softly, raising his hand. "Let her speak." Alara's voice trembled with magic. "Memoria totem revelar." A wave of silver light pulsed outward. For a heartbeat, the forest was filled with voices. A cacophony of truth. 100 forgotten moments rang through the clearing, Memories of fallen heroes, broken promises, and silenced stories. Not rewritten. Not manipulated. Revealed. And then the light collapsed. Harry dropped to one knee, heart pounding. Hermione gasped. Ron staggered, gripping a tree for support. Alara stood tall in the center of the circle, breathing heavily. "I didn't change anything," she whispered. "I just showed what was already there." Harry looked up, eyes wide. "You're not trying to control memory. I'm trying to free it." Hermione stared at the silver runes around the girl. "This is a different kind of magic." Alara nodded. "It's not the Weaver's legacy I carry. It's his mistake I'm fixing." Far above them, in the night sky, the stars shimmered strangely, as if the universe itself had just remembered something it had long forgotten. And the threads of the world shifted again. The morning after Alara's memory spell sent ripples through the forbidden forest, the magical world awoke with a chill running down its collective spine. In distant places, pens scribbled across pages without hands guiding them. Portraits whispered forgotten names. Libraries revealed books thought to have been lost. Somewhere in a forgotten wing of the Department of Mysteries, an orb cracked open without being touched, releasing a wisp of memory so old that even the unspeakables dared not speak its name. But at the center of it all stood Alara, still in the clearing, her body aching, her breath shallow from the enormity of the spell she had unleashed. Across from her, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were slow to rise. The weight of what they had just witnessed settled heavily on their shoulders. Hermione was the first to regain her voice. That wasn't just a spell. That was an act of defiance. Of restoration. "It's not enough to destroy the Loom," Alara said softly, barely able to stand. "You have to show people what was lost, or they'll never understand what could have been." Harry stepped closer, cautious but curious. "How did you learn to do that?" "I didn't," Alara admitted. "The page showed me pieces. The rest. I listened. The magic speaks, if you let it." Hermione's brow furrowed. "That kind of magic, living, evolving memory, it's almost like the pensive but conscious. Are you aware of what this could mean? The implications?" Alara looked up at her, weary but determined. "The world forgot the truth. You buried it after the war, all of you. I know you did it for peace, but it came at a cost." Harry swallowed hard. "We didn't forget everything." "You forgot him," she said. The clearing stilled. A name hovered in the air, unsaid yet fully present. The Weaver. Alara turned, motioning for them to follow her. "Come with me. There's more." Reluctantly, they moved through the forest, deeper into the protected grove where time seemed slower. Eventually, they reached the entrance to the ruined tower. The magic around it pulsed softly, protective, ancient, yet welcoming. Inside, they found the archive. Not books. Not scrolls, but emotions, layers of feeling and memory etched into the stone itself. It was not written history, it was experienced history. Alara gestured to one of the walls. "Touch it." Hermione stepped forward, placing her hand gently against the stone. She gasped. Images and sensations poured into her. Her parents' laughter before their memories were wiped, her childhood fears, even the first time she met Harry on the Hogwarts Express. But there was more. She saw Snape in tears over Lily's name in a letter. She saw Dumbledore arguing with an unknown wizard about prophecy and legacy. She saw Harry holding a quill, staring at a blank parchment, hesitating to write his side of the war. And then she stepped back, tears in her eyes. "This tower holds more than memories," she whispered. "It holds regrets." Alara nodded. "And hopes." Harry placed his hand on the stone. It didn't just show him his past. It showed him others' memories of him. How people had perceived him, rightly or wrongly. Some saw a savior. Others a threat. Many, a boy burdened by things no child should have carried. It was overwhelming. And yet clarifying. "This magic isn't just about remembrance," Harry said. "It's about perspective." Ron didn't touch the wall. He simply stood back, watching the others. "So what now? You've uncovered this truth bank. You've rewritten nothing, but you've exposed everything. What happens when the Ministry finds out?" Alara met his gaze. "They already have. I felt the ripple when the spell went out. They'll come. But this time I'm not alone." Harry turned to Hermione. "We need to get ahead of this. If Kingsley hears it from someone else, they'll brand her a threat. We have to speak to him directly." And fast, Hermione said. This kind of magic, unregulated, uncontrolled, they'll see it as too dangerous to allow. You're not going to fight them, are you? Harry asked Alara. She looked up at the runes still glowing faintly along the walls. No, I'm going to invite them. Harry blinked. Invite who? Everyone, she said. Witches, wizards, muggleborn, squibs, the unheard, the forgotten. This tower, it belongs to all of us. Everyone deserves to know the truth. That's bold, Ron muttered. A little mad even. But not wrong, Hermione said quietly. Outside the tower, the forest began to change. The spell had marked the area, and magic flowed differently now. Birds flew patterns older than song. The earth pulsed in rhythm. Animals paused as though remembering they were once sacred. Alara turned to them. Help me. Not to lead. Just to protect it. Until others come. Harry exchanged a long glance with Hermione. No words passed between them, but something settled between them again. Trust, shared purpose, and the unmistakable knowledge that history was unfolding again, this time by choice. All right, Harry said finally. Let's make sure no one erases this story. From deep within the ministry, another observer watched through a shimmering pool. Her robes were emerald green, her fingers long and adorned with ancient rings. She smiled faintly. It begins again, she whispered. Behind her, other figures gathered. Some old, some new. The Order of Memory, long thought scattered, was awakening. But their purpose this time? Unclear. Would they stop Alara? Or support her? Only time and memory would tell. The tower had been silent for centuries, but within hours of Alara's memory spell, it became the quiet heart of a growing storm. They came first as whispers. A few witches and wizards, drawn by instinct, vague dreams, or letters they hadn't remembered receiving until they opened their trunks and found them waiting. Some arrived alone, cloaked in secrecy. Others came in pairs, daring to hope that what they'd heard might be true, that someone had reopened the path to the forgotten truths of magic. Alara stood at the top of the ruined tower, watching each arrival with a calm expression that belied the chaos stirring in her chest. She felt the weight of their hope and their suspicion alike, but she welcomed them all. She didn't have answers for everyone, only the memory of what had been lost and the will to show it to them. Harry, Hermione, and Ron helped as best they could. Ron kept watch outside the protective runes, quietly casting disillusionment charms over anyone approaching from the wrong direction. Hermione organized the tower's archive into a navigable structure, creating enchantments to keep memory clusters stable. Harry floated between the two, his presence more than symbolic. He was still the boy who lived, after all, and people listened when he spoke. But not everyone who came to the tower was a friend. The first confrontation happened on the third night. Two Aurors stepped through the protective barrier, wands raised. Their names were unfamiliar, rookies likely, but their orders were clear. You're harboring an unregistered magical construct and practicing unauthorized memory magic, the older of the two said, his voice brittle with uncertainty. Harry stepped between them and Alara. She's not doing anything illegal. Dangerous, yes, but not forbidden. She altered magical awareness across half the continent, the other Auror snapped. Do you know how many seers collapsed when her spell hit? Or how many wands misfired from residual emotional feedback? Hermione emerged from behind the runes, hands raised in peace. We're working on stabilizing the magic. But this isn't dark magic. It's pure, unfiltered memory. Truth. The Ministry wants her brought in, the younger Auror said. Now. And I want the Ministry to stop burying the past, Alara said quietly. So we're at an impasse. The Aurors exchanged glances, unprepared for resistance from Harry Potter himself. After a tense moment, they backed down. This isn't over, the older one muttered as they retreated. No, Harry murmured. It's just beginning. That same evening, Luna Lovegood arrived. She brought a group of eccentric magical historians, truth-seekers, and obscure spell researchers who had long been dismissed as conspiracy theorists. They called themselves the Rememberers. Luna hugged Hermione warmly and gave Alara a string of polished moonstones. They remember things, she explained, especially things that don't want to be remembered. Alara wore them gratefully. Over the next several days, the gathering became something more than an assembly. It became a movement. People began leaving offerings at the edge of the forest. Letters, old photographs, broken wands, and journals. All inscribed with hopes that the tower would remember them, too. Each object was absorbed into the archive. Neville Longbottom arrived bearing a memory shard from his grandmother, one that showed the horrors of the First War in gruesome detail. "She never let me see it," Neville told Alara. "Said it would break me. But I need to know." Alara took the shard and pressed it into the wall. The tower accepted it. When Neville touched the stone again, he wept, not from pain, but from understanding. By the end of the week, more than 100 witches and wizards had gathered around the tower ruins. A circle of tents now ringed the old structure. Magic hummed in the air, raw, unfiltered, and alive. And from far away, the ministry finally responded. A letter arrived by Phoenix Fire, an ancient mode of delivery reserved for moments of grave importance. It bore the personal seal of Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry read it aloud in front of the tower's steps. To Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and the newly awakened Tower of Memory, I commend you for your efforts to preserve the truth. But I must also warn you, truth, when untempered, becomes fire. It can warm, or it can destroy. What you are building is unprecedented. It deserves recognition. But it also demands regulation. I will come myself in 3 days' time. Alone. We will speak, and we will decide, together, what the future of memory magic shall be. Until then, keep the peace. No more spells. No more public awakenings. I trust you, Harry. But not blindly. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Minister for Magic. The letter burned itself to ash the moment Harry finished reading. The silence that followed was thick with tension. "What do we do?" Ron asked. "We wait," Hermione said. "No," Alara said firmly. "We prepare." That night, she led Harry and Hermione deep into the lower chambers of the tower, deeper than any of them had yet explored. There, in a circular chamber untouched by light, sat the Loom's final echo. Not the Loom itself. That had been destroyed. But the idea of it, the spellform it had been based on, still shimmered faintly across the walls. It pulsed like a heartbeat. Waiting. Alara placed her hand against it. "I won't rebuild it. But I'll understand it." Hermione stepped forward, suddenly fearful. "You can't control it." "I don't want to control it," Alara whispered. "I want to make sure no one ever does again." Harry closed his eyes, because deep inside he knew. The memory war was not over. It had only just begun. 3 days passed in a fragile, almost sacred quiet. Word of the tower had spread far and fast, through enchanted mirrors, owl posts, and the whispers of ghosts who remembered what others had forgotten. Still, despite the growing crowd around the edge of the forbidden forest, no one crossed the ruins without permission. Attention had settled, one thick with expectation and fear. Then, just before dawn on the 3rd day, Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived. He did not come in a blaze of authority, nor flanked by Aurors. He came alone, wrapped in a deep navy cloak embroidered with faint runes that shimmered when caught by the light. His presence was calm, steady, a reminder of why he had once been the man the wizarding world trusted most in times of war. Harry stood at the tower's base to meet him, Hermione at his side and Alara just behind. Kingsley approached slowly, his eyes scanning the ancient stone structure with reverence. "I had hoped this place was legend," he said softly. "But I see now it is history." "History you forgot," Alara replied, voice firm. Kingsley gave her a measured look. "History we were made to forget. There's a difference." The runes allowed him through without resistance. The tower accepted him. He stepped into its core, taking in the swirl of enchanted memories embedded in the walls. As he passed each one, visions flickered, faint echoes of lives lived and choices made. He watched the memory of Severus Snape weeping beside Lily's letter, of Harry facing death in the Forbidden Forest, of children orphaned by the war. When he reached the center, he turned slowly to face them. "I need to know what you intend to do with this." "Share it," Alara said without hesitation. "All of it. With everyone. Even the memories people chose to forget," he asked. Hermione stepped forward. "We're not forcing people to relive trauma. We're giving them access. The truth should never be locked away, especially not by those in power." "And what of safety?" Kingsley asked. "If you show the wrong memory at the wrong time, you could incite rebellion. Fear. Violence." Harry nodded. That's why we're not doing it alone. We want you to be part of it, Kingsley. But not to censor it. To guide it. With us. The minister took a long breath. He walked to the memory wall, placing his hand against a section that shimmered in response. His own memories, buried deep, surfaced. He saw Dumbledore in his final moments, asking Kingsley to protect the children after his death. He saw the first time he'd met Harry, small and defiant, holding a wand far too big for his hand. He saw the faces of those who had died under his watch during the war. Tears welled in his eyes, but he did not look away. When he finally turned to face them again, his voice was low. "This is bigger than the ministry," he said. "Bigger than laws and departments. What you've built here, it could heal our world. Or unravel it entirely." Alara nodded. "It's not the tower that will do that. It's what people choose to see." For the first time, Kingsley smiled. "You remind me of Albus. Not in power, but in burden." He looked to Harry. "And you carry the weight of the past as if it still lives inside your bones." "It does," Harry said simply. "Then let's make sure it's worth something." With that, Kingsley stepped forward and removed a thin chain from around his neck. At the end of it hung a small, glowing key, a spellbinder's seal. It was the highest level of magical clearance in the wizarding world. He held it out to Alara. "This gives you access to the ministry's sealed records. Use them to expand the archive. Let the people decide what truths they carry." Alara hesitated. "You're giving me power I could abuse." "I'm giving you responsibility," he said, "and trusting that you won't." Hermione reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of the memory wall. "This could be the start of something we never dared to imagine, Harry." He nodded, glancing outside the tower. The tents had multiplied. More witches and wizards were arriving by the hour. Not just magic-born, but squibs, half-bloods, and even muggle-raised children with magical ancestors. The forgotten. The overlooked. And they came not for war. They came to remember. That night, under a sky lit with enchanted constellations, a circle was formed outside the tower. At its center stood Alara, Kingsley, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, and Neville. They spoke not as leaders, but as witnesses. They shared the first publicly chosen memory. The day the Battle of Hogwarts ended, not with victory, but with grief. A collective silence followed, filled not with fear, but with understanding. And somewhere, in the deepest part of the tower, a new rune ignited on the wall. It read, "Truth is the magic that binds us." But not everyone was ready for the truth. In the shadows beyond the gathering, a figure stood cloaked in black. Watching. Waiting. She turned from the tower, disappearing into the trees. Because some memories weren't meant to be shared. Some were meant to be used. For vengeance. And the war of memory had only just begun. The tower had become a beacon. Each day, more witches and wizards arrived, drawn not just by curiosity but by a deep, aching need to understand the pieces of themselves that had always felt missing. Memory magic was no longer a rumor or rebellion. It was becoming a movement. Harry felt it in every conversation. People spoke in hushed voices about what they had seen. Long-lost relatives, forgotten tragedies, truths that had been quietly erased. Some wept. Others raged. But no one walked away unchanged. Hermione expanded the archive with Kingsley's key, carefully filtering through centuries of ministry records. Each time she added a sealed memory, the tower pulsed with light, as if it recognized that history was being reclaimed. Alara worked longer hours than any of them, decoding ancient spell forms, refining memory-linking enchantments, and anchoring unstable fragments. She barely slept, often forgetting to eat. So focused was she on ensuring the tower's magic didn't fracture beneath the weight of so many truths. But amidst the hope, there was unease. Harry first noticed it in the small things. A journal going missing from the archive, a rune flickering when it should have been stable, Alara pausing in the middle of a spell and glancing over her shoulder as if being watched. At first, he chalked it up to exhaustion, until the tower itself warned them. Hermione found it etched into the wall early one morning, in a rune that hadn't been there the night before. "One of us remembers too much." She called for Harry and Alara immediately. "This isn't one of ours," she said, pointing at the symbol. "It's ancient, from the Age of Echoes. It's a warning system, used in memory vaults to detect invasive magic." "Invasive?" Harry echoed. Alara's face paled. Someone's altering the archive. Quietly. Not destroying it, but weaving something into the memories. A false memory? Harry asked. Or a buried one, she whispered. A seed waiting to bloom. The implications chilled them. Memory magic wasn't just about recall. It shaped perception, belief, even identity. If someone was weaving a false narrative into the tower's core, they could manipulate the thoughts of anyone who accessed it. We need to find it, Hermione said. Now. They spent the next day scanning the archive, combing through every recent edition and spell. Neville and Luna helped search, along with a growing team of rememberers who had proven their loyalty. But the enemy was clever. Nothing obvious had been added. No visible changes. No corrupted fragments. Until Ron noticed something strange in one of the older memory clusters. This one keeps shifting, he said, pointing to a shard near the base of the archive. Every time I touch it, I see something different. Alara approached it slowly. She didn't reach for the memory, she whispered to it. Show me what you're hiding. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the shard glowed a deep crimson and shattered, revealing a single name carved into the wall beneath. Delphine. Harry's breath caught. No, he murmured. She was gone. We made sure. Hermione's eyes widened. She was imprisoned after the cursed child incident, but we never confirmed if she remained there. The ministry said she'd vanished. She's been inside the archive, Alara said. Planting something. Ron scowled. What could she possibly want? Alara stared at the space where the memory had been. Revenge. Redemption. Or resurrection. Harry stepped back, his mind spinning. Delphine, the daughter of Bellatrix Lestrange and Voldemort. A living remnant of the darkest legacy in their history. If she had learned to manipulate memory magic, she could reshape the past, Hermione whispered. Recast Voldemort not as a monster, but a martyr. Change how future generations remember the war. Harry clenched his fists. She could make him into a legend. And you, Ron added grimly, into a villain. The implications were staggering. If Delphine rewrote enough fragments, subtly enough, she could twist the entire foundation of the tower. And with the world watching, hungry for answers, vulnerable to persuasion, they might believe her version of events. Alara looked between them. There's only one way to stop this. I need to go deeper. Hermione shook her head. Alara, the lower levels haven't been stabilized. The echo field down there. I know, Alara said. But that's where she planted the core spell. I can feel it. Harry stepped forward. You won't go alone. I wasn't planning to, she said softly, then glanced at him. I need someone who can ground me. Someone whose memories are so strong, they can't be overwritten. Harry blinked. You want to anchor your mind to mine? Yes, Alara said. You've resisted legilimency. You survived the Cruciatus curse. Your memories of the war, of your parents, of Voldemort, they're rooted so deep, not even the tower could twist them. Hermione bit her lip. It's dangerous, Harry. If something goes wrong. I know, he said quietly. But we don't have a choice. That night, under the stars, Alara and Harry stood before the tower's heart. They linked hands. Alara whispered the spell that would bind their minds. And together, they descended into the archive's deepest layer. Beneath memory, beneath magic, beneath everything they thought they understood. Waiting for them in the shadows was a voice. Silken, familiar, and terribly, impossibly alive. Hello, Harry. Did you miss me? The voice slithered around them like smoke, wrapping itself around Harry's chest until he could barely breathe. It wasn't just the sound, it was the presence behind it. Cold, calculated, ancient, and unmistakable. Alara, Harry whispered, pulse pounding. Tell me I'm imagining that. But she was silent, her eyes wide, locked on the silhouette forming in the center of the lower vault. At first it was a shadow, a ripple in the air. Then it twisted into shape, pulling from the raw threads of memory magic. Not Voldemort exactly, but something like him. Not flesh and bone, but a memory echo, raw, sentient, and burning with hatred. Impossible, Alara murmured. He never left a conscious imprint. This shouldn't exist. Oh, but he did, came a new voice from behind them. They turned just in time to see Delphine step out of the shadows, her robes midnight blue and laced with silver runes. Her wand pulsed with dark light, and her smile was that of someone who'd waited far too long to be seen. "Memories are stronger than flesh," she said, "and the tower is too young to understand the difference." Harry stepped in front of Alara, wand drawn. "You've lost, Delphine. There's no place for Voldemort in this world." She tilted her head, amused. "I'm not trying to bring him back, Harry. I'm making sure he never left." She flicked her wand toward the memory echo, and it solidified further. The creature, because it couldn't be called anything else, had no eyes, no real face, but the outline of a man cloaked in darkness was unmistakable. It didn't speak, but its thoughts pressed against Harry's mind, heavy and cold. "You anchored him," Alara whispered, horrified. "To the archive." Delphine's expression twisted with triumph. "To you, actually. Every person who steps into the tower adds to his strength. Their fear, their grief, their questions, they feed him. And soon, when enough have seen the war through my memories, they'll remember him not as a monster, but a visionary." Harry's magic flared. "You think people will forget what he did?" "No," she said. "They'll reframe it. Pain is easier to bear when you believe it had purpose. All I have to do is show them a better version. A version where he was betrayed, not defeated. Where you were the villain, Harry." The creature moved forward, slow and deliberate. Alara tightened her grip on Harry's hand. "She's rewriting the foundation layer. She's built an alternate truth inside the archive, using the tower's own memory threads to make it real." "Can we stop it?" Harry asked. "Not alone," she said. "We need to rewrite the rewrite, and we'll need a stronger anchor." Harry thought fast. Something undeniable. Something everyone remembers. The one moment that proved who Voldemort really was. Alara's eyes widened. "The forest." Harry nodded. "The night I walked to my death." They moved fast, minds linked. Alara pulled the thread of that memory from deep inside Harry's consciousness. His footsteps in the forest, the resurrection stone, his last words to Voldemort. The raw truth of sacrifice. Of love. And she cast it directly into the core of the corrupted vault. The impact was immediate. The tower shuddered, a pulse of white gold magic tearing through the darkness like sunlight. The echo of Voldemort hissed in pain, its form breaking, flickering. Delphine staggered, clutching her wand. "No," she screamed. "You can't erase him." Alara's voice rose, clear and steady. "We're not erasing anything. We're remembering the truth." She poured more memories into the spell. Hermione clutching Ron's hand in the final battle, Neville drawing the sword of Gryffindor, Molly Weasley screaming, "Not my daughter, you bitch." Each one a thread of history. A tapestry Voldemort could not corrupt. Harry stepped forward, his wand aimed directly at Delphine. "You used memories to twist the past," he said. "But the truth can't be buried. Not here." With one final spell, he cast Verum Incendio, Truthfire. A blaze of memory-forged flame erupted from his wand, encircling the echo of Voldemort and consuming it. The creature howled, not a voice, but a distortion of every scream from every battle it had ever touched. And then it was gone. So was Delphine. She vanished in a flash of black flame, leaving only the echo of her laugh. When the magic settled, Harry and Alara collapsed to their knees, gasping. The vault was silent. The tower, for the first time in hours, felt whole again. Alara looked up, sweat on her brow. "We stopped the rewrite, but we need to skin every fragment she touched." "She's not done." Harry helped her stand. "Then we keep going. We protect this place. Together." When they emerged from the vault, the sky above the tower was lit with streaks of magic, Aurors, allies, and watchers keeping vigil. The world hadn't ended. But it had changed. Because truth, once fought for, demands to be protected. And somewhere far from Hogwarts, Delphine stood in a forgotten graveyard, staring down at the cold stone that read Tom Marvolo riddle. Her wand trembled in her hand. "This isn't over," she whispered. The shadows stirred in answer. The storm had passed, but in its wake, the air felt different, thicker, charged with the knowledge of how close they'd come to losing everything. As the tower settled and repairs began, there was no rest for Harry or Hermione. Delphine had proven what they feared most. Memory could be weaponized. The archive had survived the attack, but not untouched. Alara and a team of trusted spellcrafters worked day and night to cleanse the deepest levels of the tower, purging every thread Delphine had manipulated. Still, subtle traces lingered. Tiny shifts in perspective, half-suggestions folded into old memories. Harry stood in the observatory, looking out over the forest. Beside him, Hermione read from a parchment Kingsley had just delivered. "She's not alone," she said. "This confirms what Alara suspected. Several old Death Eater sympathizers have gone underground. There's a network, small but growing. They call themselves the Restoration." Harry's jaw tightened. "And what are they restoring, exactly?" Hermione grimaced. "Not just Voldemort's legacy. Delphini's building something bigger. A narrative where the Dark Lord's ideals were misunderstood. Where Muggle-born oppression is called preservation. Where your sacrifice is rebranded as tyranny." Harry turned from the window, a flicker of rage in his eyes. "She's rewriting the story while we're still alive to remember it." Hermione nodded. "Which is why we need to act now." They met that evening with a circle of allies inside the Room of Requirement, which had been sealed and converted into a secure war chamber. It was like stepping back in time. Luna, Neville, Ron, Ginny, Dean, and even some former professors, all gathered around a glowing table of magical parchment. Alara drew a sigil in the air, revealing a map of known restoration activity. "They're scattered," she said, "but they're connected through a spell Delphini designed. It's like a memory tether. When one of them learns a version of her narrative, they can pass it to others subconsciously. Think of it like a magical rumor that feels like truth." "So it spreads like wildfire," Ron muttered. "Brilliant. And dangerous," Hermione added. "If we don't counter it, half the wizarding world could be infected with false history before we realize it." Neville leaned over the table. "What if we counter with our truth? Not just facts, memories. Real ones. Verified and preserved. We could store them in the tower and broadcast them using the same magic." Alara's eyes lit up. "A counter-narrative. A living archive. But not just locked in the tower, projected through enchanted items, broadcast to pensive hubs, embedded in magical artifacts." Hermione nodded. "Like memory horcruxes, but built with truth, not destruction." Harry finally spoke. "And I'll start it." Everyone turned to him. "I'll give them my memory of the forest. The resurrection stone. Dumbledore. My death. All of it." Hermione's face fell. "Harry, are you sure? That memory is intimate. Raw. That's why it matters," he said. "People need to feel the truth. Not read it in a textbook. If they're going to believe anything, let it be this." Over the next few days, Harry worked with Alara to extract and refine his memory. It took hours, layers of protective charms, and careful filtering to preserve every detail without fracturing the core truth. When it was finally ready, Alara held the gleaming silver strand in her vial and whispered, "Verum lumen." The memory shone like a star. They released it at midnight. Through charmed mirrors in Diagon Alley. Through owlpost scrolls that unfurled when touched. Through enchanted coins that hummed with magic and played the scene in brief but devastating detail. All across the wizarding world, people saw what Harry had seen. The walk into the forest. The faces of his parents, Sirius, Remus. Voldemort's face as he cast the killing curse. The silence after. It spread like wildfire. Some wept. Some knelt. Some began to question what they'd believed. But not all. In a quiet chamber of Malfoy Manor, Scorpius Malfoy watched the memory play from a magical orb. Across the room, his father stood silently, arms folded. "Did you know?" Scorpius asked. Draco nodded once. "I knew. And you never told me?" Draco's voice was soft. "Would you have believed me then?" Scorpius stared at the dying embers of the spell. "I don't know." Across Britain, reactions varied. Some saw Harry's sacrifice and understood. Others, especially those already touched by the Restoration's spell, rejected it, claiming the memory was a forgery. That it was too perfect, too dramatic. That it was propaganda. Delphini released her own memory counter the following day. A carefully curated scene of her father, speaking in private to his followers, speaking not of death but unity. A softer, wiser Voldemort. It was false. But to those already leaning toward her truth, it was everything they wanted to hear. The war wasn't over. It had simply evolved. Hermione summoned the core team back to the tower. "It's time to go public," she said. "Not just Harry's memory. All of ours. Every verified, anchored memory of the war, from every witness we can find. We build the world's largest magical archive, and we open it. No barriers. No ministry red tape. You mean, Ron said, we build Hogwarts' second library. But for truth. Harry nodded. We turn knowledge into a weapon. Alara raised her glass. To memory, the truest form of resistance. They clinked their goblets together. Outside, the stars began to gather over the tower again, drawn by the growing tide of honest magic. But in a blackened forest, Delphine carved a final rune into the ground, whispering in Parseltongue. The earth trembled, because her next move wasn't memory. It was legacy. Smoke curled into the midnight sky above the forbidden forest, cloaking the ancient trees in shadow as something deep beneath the roots stirred awake. Delphine stood at the center of a scorched circle, her hands covered in ash and old blood. Around her, 12 robed figures chanted softly in a language lost to time, pure Parseltongue. She wasn't just resurrecting Voldemort's image anymore. She was summoning the idea of him, the fear of him. From the dark soil erupted a tremor of energy, primal, cold, and utterly unnatural. Soon, Delphine murmured, her silver eyes glowing faintly. They'll remember not what he did, but what he meant. Back at Hogwarts, the tower was alive with magic. The Truth Archive, officially named the Veritas Vault, had opened to the public. Wizards and witches from all over the world poured into the halls to witness the unfiltered, living memories of the Second Wizarding War. The walls shimmered with silent recollections. Children crying in shelters, Aurors casting protective wards over families, the moment of Dobby's death, Fred's last laugh. All projected with no commentary, no embellishment, just truth. Harry and Hermione stood in the center of it all, surrounded by swirling ribbons of light, each one a thread of memory being watched, shared, and passed on. Have you seen the numbers? Alara asked, approaching with a scroll. We've reached almost half the wizarding population in just 3 days. And more keep coming. Harry's expression was serious. It won't be enough. Hermione stepped forward. Why not? We're exposing her lies. Because she doesn't need to convince everyone, Harry said. Just enough to fracture us. Neville entered at that moment, grim-faced. Delphine's made her move. There was a breach at the Department of Mysteries, Memory Hall. 12 memory threads were corrupted, and 3 unspeakables are in St. Mungo's, minds scrambled. Hermione clenched her fists. She's targeting the core records now. If she rewrites even one major piece of magical history. She already has, Alara said quietly. She's corrupted the event records of the First Wizarding War. In the altered version, Voldemort and Dumbledore never fought. Voldemort was betrayed, not defeated. Harry exhaled slowly. We need to get ahead of her. We need the origin memory. The one that started it all. Hermione's eyes widened. Godric's hollow. Alara nodded. Lily's protection. The original sacrificial magic. But no one ever saw it, Harry said. It was just me. Not quite, Alara replied. There is one other. A residual echo stored in the wand cores. A magical imprint locked inside the twin cores of Phoenix Feather, from your wand and Voldemort's. Hermione looked up sharply. But both those wands were destroyed. Not entirely, Alara said. Fragments were saved by Ollivander after the war. Enough to reconstruct a single spell echo. But we'll need to perform wand confluence. It's dangerous. Harry nodded. We don't have a choice. That night, in the heart of the Veritas Vault, they constructed the ritual. It required focus, silence, and precise alignment of wand remnants with Harry's and Hermione's linked magical cores. As they began, Hermione placed her hand over Harry's. Are you ready? She whispered. I was born in this memory, Harry said. It's time to finish it. The spell began. Golden light surged upward as the broken cores pulsed. Threads of memory spiraled into the air, first scattered and wild, then forming a single coherent image. The walls of a cottage. A screaming child. A door blasted open. Lily Potter's face, defiant and full of love. I won't let you hurt him, she said. And then Voldemort's voice. Cold. Arrogant. Step aside. No. The killing curse. Green light. And silence. Then the explosion of protection magic, white blinding pure. It washed over everything. The curse rebounded. Voldemort's scream. And the scar. The memory etched itself into the Veritas Vault. The origin of the entire war, unedited, undeniable, now immortalized. The next morning, the world watched it. Ministries from every continent verified its authenticity. The magical world reeled. But Delphine was already prepared. Her counterattack was immediate. That evening, every pensive in Britain suddenly shuddered. Those touched by the Restoration Network began to convulse, memories distorting, some falling unconscious. It was her failsafe. When her narrative failed, she triggered a mass corruption. Magical society teetered on the edge of collapse. Kingsley Shacklebolt appeared in the tower within the hour. "You have to sever the network," he told Alara. "Destroy every tether she's laid. If we do that," she said, "we risk wiping part of their memories permanently. Anything she touched could be lost." Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked back. "Then we anchor them," she said. "Right now. We extract and store the true memories of every person affected. We give them truth to fill the void." "And how long will that take?" Kingsley asked. Hermione's eyes flashed. "We'll do it in one night." Together, with hundreds of volunteers and magical artisans, they began a worldwide memory stabilization ritual. From every part of the wizarding world, witches and wizards stepped forward, offering their truths, their pain, their war. It was the largest magical collaboration since the Statute of Secrecy. And just before dawn, the final spell was cast. The tether was severed. The corrupted memories dissolved into ash. And in their place, the Veritas vault filled with the truth of 1,000 voices. In the silence that followed, Delphine stood in the forest, her own memory threads unraveling. Her wand cracked down the center. The magic she had stolen rebelled against her. She screamed. And then she vanished. The final battle hadn't been fought with curses or wands, but with memory and belief. And the world had chosen truth. The dawn that followed was unlike any other. For the first time in decades, the wizarding world woke to a quiet not born of fear or aftermath, but of understanding. A silence filled with something rare and enduring. Peace. Delphine had vanished, her spellwork collapsing inward without her control, her name already fading into whispered speculation and lost fragments. What remained was not a triumphant victory, but a unified reckoning. People remembered now, not just facts or battles, but truth. Unflinching, painful, beautiful truth. In the rebuilt Veritas vault, light shimmered in gold and silver streams as new memories poured in, voluntarily, freely. Stories of resistance, of friendship, of hope in the face of despair. The collective magic of truth had reshaped history and protected it. Harry stood at the heart of the vault, eyes closed, surrounded by the echoes of memories. Lily's lullaby, Sirius's laughter, Dumbledore's quiet wisdom. These moments, once personal, now belonged to everyone, because he had chosen to share them. A soft hand touched his. Hermione stood beside him, her eyes gentle, a small smile playing on her lips. "You never told me," she whispered, "how much it hurt to give that memory." Harry didn't need to ask which one. He opened his eyes slowly, searching her face. "It didn't hurt because I lost it. It hurt because, for a moment, I relived it. But then I remembered you were there, waiting. And suddenly, it wasn't just a memory of death anymore." Hermione's throat tightened. "You always come back to me." He turned toward her, brushing a lock of hair from her cheek. "Always." They stood in silence, hand in hand, the weight of the world easing off their shoulders. Around them, the vault pulsed with soft magic, testimonies of love, sacrifice, and rebirth. Later, at the edge of the lake near Hogwarts, the friends gathered again. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Alara, and others who had fought this final war of truth. "We've seen 3 wars in our lifetimes," Luna said dreamily, sitting cross-legged on a floating rock. "But this one feels like a song finally finding its ending." Ron snorted. "More like a bloody long one." "But the right one," Ginny added. "We changed the story. For good this time." Neville looked toward the rebuilt greenhouse in the distance, where students were already beginning to return. "What happens now?" Harry looked to Hermione, who smiled and replied, "We teach them to remember. The real way." Not long after, the Veritas Vault became not just a repository of memory, but a school of sorts. Young witches and wizards visited to learn not only magic, but integrity, perspective, empathy. A new subject was added to Hogwarts' curriculum: memory ethics and magical history, taught jointly by Alara and, surprisingly, Professor Ron Weasley. "Wait till you see how I teach about trolls in the dungeon," he'd said with a grin. Hermione was asked to take over the Department of Magical Education, and Harry, who refused a political post, quietly assumed guardianship over the vault itself, becoming the silent steward of memory. Together, they traveled often, lecturing, healing, reminding others of what had been fought for. But in between the duties, the two of them built a home. Not grand, not opulent, but filled with books, laughter, quiet cups of tea, and long walks beneath starlit skies. There were children, eventually curious, brilliant, stubborn in all the right ways. On the 10th anniversary of the final spell that severed Delphini's network, a statue was unveiled in front of the vault. It wasn't Harry alone, nor Hermione. It was the two of them, hand in hand, surrounded by threads of memory that circled them like protective vines. Beneath the statue was a simple inscription in silver runes. "Truth endures where love dares to remember." That night, after everyone had left, Harry and Hermione returned alone to the statue. The stars above shimmered, the same constellations that had once watched over them as children, now bearing witness to the end of their long journey. Hermione rested her head on his shoulder. "Do you ever think about what might have happened if we hadn't found each other?" she asked quietly. Harry smiled. "I try not to. But if things had gone differently, if the war had kept us apart." He turned to her, gently taking her hand. "We would have found a way. Because even back then, through everything, it was always you." Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. "And always you." They stood there, hearts full, the echo of their journey embedded not just in the world, but in each other. The boy who lived, the girl who loved him, and the truth they forged together. Not a myth, not a prophecy, but a love that shaped the world and remembered everything.